Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the day three of the Gold Money Asian Rapid, which is part of the Meltwater Champion Chess Tour. This is Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan, and with me is International Master Soumya Swaminathan to take you through day three. Hello, Soumya.
Hey Srinath, how are you doing? Hello to everyone in the chat who's with us right now. And day three of the prelims, the last day of the prelims today, last 5 rounds to go. Uh, what are the initial standings? Can we look at the standings before we get to see the games? So Aronian is leading the tournament right now with 7 out of 10 points. Ding Lijen with 7 out of 10 as well. They both are on top spot. Wesley So Artimev on 6.5. Magnus and Anish, birthday boy Anish Kiriya. Very happy birthday to Anish, by the way. They both are on 6 points. Arjun Erigesi, 5.5. Jan Christoph Duda on 5. Salem Saleh, 4.5. Dubov, 4.5. Firuja, 4.5. And Swidler as well. Gukesh Vidit on 4. Yifan on 2.5 and Adiban on 2. So that's how we start the day today. In the first round, we have the Indian pairings are such that Vidit is playing black against Yifan, Arjun black against Wesley, Gukesh black against Swidler, and Adiban as well is black against Magnus Carlsen. Games have started, Sri, so shall we have a look?
Yes, Soumya. Let's transition right to the games. The games have begun. The first moves have been made in the Anish game, but none of the Indian games. Oh, we just began. Huifan against Vidit Gujarati, and it has started with the Sicilian defense. Not a surprise anymore for Vidit going into the Sicilian defense. Vidit has 4 out of 10. And to qualify, he needs to score approximately 8 out of 15. That means he requires 4 out of 5. And excuse me, he requires 4 out of 5. So it's kind of important that he begins with a win. And therefore, he has stuck to his guns. He has gone for the aggressive Sicilian defense, the variation that he plays when he needs to win. Compared to something like 1e4, e5, which is a much more solid approach. So Vidit is under pressure, but he's been through such situations. I remember there was this one time in the national championship in Aurangabad. Soumya was also there right with us. Me, Vidit, and Soumya, we were going in a car, and Vidit had something like 4 points. He ended up winning the next 5 rounds and ended up qualifying to the national uh, team. He ended up qualifying to the national team, which was a pretty big thing at that time for him. Now he's of course established and settled as the India number 2/number 3 in that spot. But at that time, it was a pretty big thing. So he's been there, done it. Let's see how it goes. I'm pretty sure. Oh my God! We blinked and we missed this.
What happened? What happened?
Look at this. Look at the result. Look at the opening.
Oh my God. Queen
Oh my
H5.
God. Arjun is being initiated to the big boys club. He's being taught to make draws in less than a minute.
Oh my God.
It's an exclusive invitation, guys. It's an exclusive invitation. Trust me, I won't be invited there.
That
I won't be
shows that
allowed.
he's being respected, no? That like opponents are showing respect to him by opting to make this draw instead of it is a sign of respect, I would say, when your opponent who is like so Wesley, one of the best players in the world, just opts to go for a draw against you right out of the opening when you're just a kid playing your first CCT, by the way.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think he has earned the respect, in in these mob terms. He has made his bones, and we will switch right back to the live games. But I just wanted to give you this update, and
Wow.
we'll get back to the live games. So there are some big games in this round, Soumya. So one is the Hui Fun with it, and of course Gukesh is playing against Peter Swidler. But for me, the biggest clash, Magnus Carlsen against AD. Do you want to have a look at how the opening is on that board?
Absolutely. Let's go there. Adiban playing black pieces against Magnus Carlsen, and he has gone for the King's Indian defense, already showing his attitude for the game. Magnus goes for the classical variation of the King's Indian, the main line, and we see the same line as Vidit opted for with b4, which is known as the bayonet attack. And after a5 here, Vidit actually took b into a5 against Adiban, and the game went rook a5, a4, and rook a8, which was a comparatively new move. But Magnus instead goes for b5. Bishop a3 is another move, right? Instead of a5, ba5 here. But b5 is what Magnus opts for, closing the queen side.
Strange
Mysterious
move,
decision.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's a strange move.
Exactly. And after b6, a4, king h8. So basically, why we find this move very mysterious is that white's idea in the King's Indian is to play on the queen side and black plays on the king side. And with a5, black's intention is to tempt white to play b5 and close the queen side, which is what Magnus has opted to do. So let's see what Magnus has in store for Adi's plan of playing f5, knight g8 first, then f5, f4, g5. Let's see how white faces that.
Absolutely. Honestly, I don't really, I don't feel good at, I mean, this is super strange, Soumya. This is like, King's Indian, traditionally, what do we do? Black attacks on the king side and white opens files on the queen side, right? So
Exactly.
if as a beginner, if I had played this move b5, then probably my coach at that time would have,
The coach would
made me
have
stand
disowned you.
outside. Yeah, they would have done what teachers do. I mean, not what teachers do, but what teachers do when they want to beat out a behavior from you. B5 is B5 is that kind of a move, B5 is that kind of a move which you're taught never to do. It's so anti. It looks anti-positional. It looks anti. I don't know how
Anti-King's
to
Indian.
describe it. Yeah,
Anti-King's
anti-King's
Indian.
Indian, and I mean, this looks even worse than one b3. I think that sums it up.
Yeah,
So
very strange decision here by Magnus. But Magnus, just look at his sitting posture. He's like really trying to focus hard. And I don't think this is something. I have a feeling, I might be wrong, of course. We are all just making guesswork here. But I have a feeling this is something he just decided to play over the board and it's not part of his prep or something, because the way he's focusing,
yeah,
he's really trying to find out plans for himself rather than uh, calculate some variation. He's trying to strategize, I would say.
I have no clue. Soumya. I'll
Just
just
from
go
his
with what you said.
let's see if I can read him well or not. So
Indeed. Chat, you can also try your luck. Come up with, various hypotheses on what this book B5 is and why Magnus played this. The one who comes up with the best caption will get a shout out from us. Not best caption, best
by the way,
hypothesis. Yes, Soumya?
uh, let's also look at how Gukesh is doing before we opt to stick to one game, so that we do a quick roundup of all the boards of Indian players.
Yeah, we have Gukesh's game on the screen, and it is something that came out of this Tarash. So Peter started with the English opening, one c4, and after three moves we have this typical Tarash. It's not semi Tarash because after c into d5, black takes e into d5. So we have this Tarash defense, and Gukesh opted to go for this system which is known as the Dubo Tarash, which involves taking c into d4, and after knight into d4, he puts his bishop on c5, putting immediate pressure on d4, forcing white to exchange on c6. This is known as the Dubo Tarash, but it has also been picked up and played by many other strong players. There has been a course on Chessable by Grandmaster Edwin Lamy, who is a long-time second of our birthday boy Anish. And after being to c6, short castle, queen c2. As you can see, these two pawns, the center of attention, the center of attraction, and which square should white try to control when they have a pawn on c6 here? Chat, I will let you answer that while I go ahead with the explanations. So yeah, queen c2, and after bishop d6, knight a4, bishop d7. Now, as the knight has gone to a4, one of the things is black can play rook e8 and knight e4. This knight can come to e4. And there is also another very important square that we should control in these kind of situations. So far, every question we have asked chat is morely of tactical nature, but here is one which is strategic. So which important square do we keep stressing on in these kind of pawn structures? Write your answers in the chat while me and Soumya discuss the other aspects of this question. D3 played by Swidler, once again in accordance with the strategy in this position, every move going towards control of one particular square. And which square are we talking about? The square which must not be named. Yes, Soham Kamutra is right. You also got it. I mean, you also understood what I was talking about, yeah?
Yes, I think so. I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, Night Fury also got it right. Soham Kamotra is actually rated 2200 FIDE. So I'm not surprised that he got it right. But yeah, it is a c5 square. So when you have a backward pawn like this, backward pawn is the pawn, behind all other pawns. It's isolated. There is a pawn on the adjacent square, but it is advanced. So it cannot defend this pawn. The d5 pawn cannot defend the c6 pawn. So it is called the backward pawn.
Oh, and did you notice Mukesh has this divine light coming in from above, Just look at his camera. It's like mythology stories में रहते हैं ना, वो God का divine light आता है and it fixes on one point only, It's like that.
Yeah, in
very
Chennai,
nice
there are a lot of
camera
such divine
angle.
lights.
He has chosen a very nice camera angle for himself, I must say.
I think I can also bring that divine angle with a bit of adjustment in my background.
Yeah, Chennai is always sunny.
Yeah, Chennai.
So yeah, we have, I think, understood the crux of the position thanks to Shree's explanation. White is fighting for the c5 square, and it would be really nice to even post a piece there, keeping the c6 pawn backward. So White is doing all right. Do you want to go and look at Vidit's game now? Because now that we have done a roundup of all the Indian games.
Yeah. Let's go.
So let's go. And Vidit played a Sveshnikov. It was, a 4-knight Sicilian, and it got converted into a Sveshnikov just like yesterday. But here, Yifan opted to play c4, which is the other main line in this Sveshnikov system as white, instead of c3 on the 12th move. The idea is to control the center and keep your knight firmly posted on d5 in Sveshnikov. So she goes c4, d4, knight c2. The other knight can come to e3 now to support the knight on d5. Short castle. Here White has many plans. One plan is to play g3, h4, bishop h3. One plan is to play a short castle.
Can you repeat that? Let me draw the arrows.
On the 14th move, Yifan opted to play bishop e2 with the idea to play bishop g4 next and exchange the light square bishop. So White can also do this with g3, h4, gaining some space on the king side and then playing bishop h3. This is also one of the ideas. And sometimes White opts not to exchange it, but to play bishop g2 and short castle and f4 instead of h4. So these are some plans that White has in this position. And White in this game opted to play bishop e2, declaring her plans to exchange the light squared bishop a5, short castle, bishop g5, and bishop g4 on the board. With it played bishop e6 now. So now if white takes on e6, then after fe6, the d5 square is no more available to white. So that's why white does not take on e6 so easily. She plays h3 first. And after g6, she actually takes on e6 because probably like now that black has committed g6, probably she feels like maybe she has some play on the dark squares now. So maybe that's why. I'm not sure if it was necessary to take immediately, but also on the other hand, black was threatening f5. So probably she was not comfortable to allow black to play f5, and that's why she took on e6 immediately. And after fe6, knight d e3, king g7, queen d3. Now the d6 pawn is weak, and white will try to double or even triple on the d file, put pressure on the d6 pawn. Rook b8, rook a d1, bishop e7. This is the position on the board. Black can now put his queen on c5. This is one of the main ideas in this kind of structure. And play a4 as well, put some pressure on the queen side. If he gets to put his own knight on d4, he'll be obviously very, very happy, but that's hard to achieve. So I would assume that with its next plan would be to go queen b6, queen c5, pawn to a4, and rook b d8, and try to make a break or just hold the position after, something like this.
Yeah, that's, I think, a fantastic explanation of the typical middle games in the Sveshnikov Sicilian in general. Thank you, Soumya. And this plan you suggested for black, queen b6, queen c5, a4, this was actually something very similar was played against me by Grandmaster Ivan Bukavshin from Russia. He was a very good grandmaster. He passed away at a tragically young age of about 21 or something like that. But when we played in our age group under 18, we always used to play together. We were like competitors. He was a year younger than me, and he defeated me very nicely in a similar Sveshnikov game. With a very similar plan. So as mentioned by Soumya, the problem that white has to watch out for, black's counterplay comes very, very fast. Black, oh, she plays c5, d into c5, yeah, and this is what Huifan wants to do. She has sacrificed a pawn to try and get a foothold of all these light square weaknesses. But I'm really not impressed by this, because with it just defends with queen c8, and then this knight comes to d4. And I really don't think she has enough to justify the pawn sacrifice. What are your thoughts, Soumya?
Yeah, I feel exactly the same. Like if the knight was on f3, maybe the other knight on c2. If it was on f3, then at least now she would have had knight c4 and attack e5. But I feel black can hold this. No, like now knight c4. You can even play something like um. Actually, he has some problems. Maybe let's say if I play bishop f6, then you have knight d6. So black needs to be a little careful. Also, knight d4 is a move here, but I think, and maybe this is something she missed. Let's say knight d4, knight into d4, pawn into d4, e into d4, because otherwise the e pawn is hanging. And black
Now
also
she can take
fixes
this, no?
on a5, right? Now she can take
Yeah.
the pawn on a.
But in
So black
general,
has,
this is the plan. In
yeah.
general, this is the plan to get the knight to d4. But maybe black would want to do it in a way where black does not lose any of the pawns. So the first move that comes to my mind is queen c7, because I'm defending all these things. And if you insist by going back knight e3, at least I have confirmation from you that I'm the one trying to win. That you're repeating. But now something like knight d4 is possible. So queen c7 looks nice to me. Just keeping things in control and trying to lure you to be the one who does something, who commits something, and that way, maybe you'll create weaknesses for yourself as white.
Queen c7
So
is a very smart move, because now you're also threatening knight d4. You have supported a5 as well, right? So
yeah,
now knight d4 is a legit threat.
yeah. Knight d4 is a legit threat. Yeah. So queen
Oh,
c7 takes control of everything, also allows black to play rook d8, gets the rooks onto the d file, and I think it's a clear advantage for Vidit. He looks to be in a very, very comfortable situation.
yep, definitely. Um, yeah, we can conclude that Vijit is comfortable here, and he's the one trying for more. Um, yeah, so let's have a look at Magnus versus Adi for a while, because Ifan seems to be taking her time. So in the
Mm-hmm.
meanwhile, we can look at how Magnus has been handling the Bionet from White, and this is completely different than what we had imagined. Look at the position on the board. We were talking about how black, what is going to White, what White plan is White going to take, and White actually played
Also,
A4 BHA.
how is Magnus sitting like this, Soumya? I mean, this camera angle. How do you achieve this? Where is
He's just sitting he's like this. He just twisted his chair, and he's like this.
people
This.
criticize me when I do something like this, but the world champion is doing it. I mean, come on, guys. You know that I'm watching and learning from the best. So next time,
So
yes, yeah, please carry
So
on.
White played this A4 Rook A3 idea, which by the way Vijit had also opted for, but it was a slightly different position. And I was wondering what is the point. So maybe in this game we will get to see. After Rook A3, Knight D7, he plays Rook E1, Knight G8, and Bishop D3. And Black plays this Bishop H6 idea, which you had pointed out in the Vijit versus Adiban game, Shri,
Mhm.
exchanging this dark squared bishop. And White, in fact, refuses. He plays bishop b2, keeping the dark squared bishop. And now the a1 h8 diagonal looks a bit weak because the bishop has left it. The black's dark squared bishop is on h6 now. So he goes back bishop g7, defending this diagonal. Bishop c2, and now f5 by Adiban. If Yeah, White needs to take on f5. So White has taken gf5 and knight e2. E4 would be a huge disaster because after White pushes E4, all his dark squares become weak. White will take on G7 and put his knight on D4. He's extremely happy to play this position. His other knight also comes to F4, rook comes to G3, and the rook on A3 is suddenly very active. So that's why Black plays F4 here, and
Actually, to
White.
be honest, I'm not entirely sure with this F5 move because I feel White's whole setup, the rook to A3, bishop to D3, bishop to B2, all these things were specifically aimed at the position opening up on the center. So now I'm starting to understand better what Magnus's strategy was. He closed down everything. He clamped on the queen side to set up a fight where king side was the only remaining thing, and he probably understood. Okay, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but of course, AD is going to go F5. He's not going to just sit around. And as soon as AD went F5, I think the position began to change a bit towards White's favor because after E into F5, G into F5, Knight E2, it looks like White is better prepared for the break. What do you think, Soumya?
Actually, I feel the same, and I was just wondering why did he not play knight c5 first before playing f5? Because it's not possible to stop f5 itself, and anyway, your knight on d7 is going to go to c5. So why not ask White what is he doing? What is his waiting move going to be? Because as you mentioned, White is simply waiting for Black to play f5. So why not improve your knight first and then play f5?
Yeah, I think honestly, I think that would have been the better course of action to take. I think maybe White would have continued with Knight E2 and tried to get F4 himself, but Black can always get F5 faster than White's F4. So in this case, Knight C5 would have been better preparation for AD before he went F5. So I think it's an improvement. Knight C5 was probably better than F5 for sure. But I don't know. I don't know why Adiban went F5. He did this in just 10 seconds. He played this very fast. And I'm not sure if this was a good decision from AD's perspective. And after knight e2, f4, g3, a very instructive move by Magnus. He's just breaking apart the pawn structure, and not only that, but after h g, he has opened the h file for the rook. So as soon as king g2 and rook h1 comes in, which is what happened in the game, AD is under a lot of pressure. AD has been trying to play really fast in this game so far, but the quality of the game hasn't been maintained up to Magnus's level. So Magnus is outplaying AD a bit, but having said that, the position still remains extremely complex. So it will take only one minor inaccuracy from white for the game to turn around. This is something we also saw happen in the VD-AD game in the 5th round. And that's the nature of Kings Indian in general. It's super sharp, and yeah, it's super sharp and it
Yeah,
can turn
see,
around really fast.
enjoying himself, by the way. Just look at him. There's some anime song going on in his head, obviously, and he's just rocking to it. Uh, by the way, I don't know if his position is out of control, because he has this beautiful rook on f8, which is very, very active. He has played bishop e4 now. And he has a lot of threats going for him as well, right? Queen is coming to g5, knight can come to g4. So I don't think the position is out of control for Adi. But and on the other hand, White's rook on h1 does look great, but after this knight h4 move, it's blocked actually. So he plays f3. Okay, he plays f3,
Yeah,
bishop
f3 is
c2,
what
king.
I anticipated he would. F3 kind of it acts against all the counterplay that you mentioned for black, and
Mhm.
the next few moves could possibly even be something like g4, knight g3, knight f5. That looks nice to me. And maybe there are also moves like bishop c1. The pressure along the h file, it's actually pretty hard to face against. Something like bishop c1 and knight g6. Bishop c1 also acts against queen g5. So I think AD has all these threats to deal with. Bishop c1 now, and if black goes something like queen f6, then there is g4 with the idea of g5. So this doesn't look. This doesn't. This looks menacing for black.
But whenever you play g4, okay, he has played bishop c1, which is a better way to start, maybe, so that you're always threatening bishop h6 and some knight jump somewhere. Uh, Actually, now the threat is knight g6 at this moment, right? Knight g6, h6, bishop h6 is a threat, no?
Yep. You're
But
absolutely right.
after knight g6, maybe black has rook f6, and after bishop h6, you simply take on g6 with the
No,
rook, and this
actually,
is okay.
there is also the strategic threat. Yeah, like you can just take this and play knight f5. Once this knight comes to f5, black does not have a light square bishop, and you won't be able to neutralize the threats. And it's also a tactical threat because I think there is knight into d6 and queen into h7. So if it is white to play, maybe I'll just take bishop into h6, bishop into h6, knight f5, and there will be two attacks. Just to illustrate, I'm just making a random move. Knight f5,
Right.
two pieces attacking on h6, and if you move, you have to move the bishop, and then here white can do a lot of things. Simplest is taking this pawn. So
But But I was expecting queen d7 here, so I obviously don't want you to play knight f5. So as black, I'm expecting him to play queen d7, and then he plays queen f6, which is probably more active.
but now there is g4. This is what we were. G4
Yeah,
maybe or
that's the
e4.
reason.
Yeah. No, but then I
No,
just
no,
ignore you
g4
and
knight
go
g4.
g5.
G4 knight g4.
Knight g4. I think I can take this. Yeah. Queen f2, king h3.
Queen f2, king
Oh, he
h3.
takes bishop into h6 anyway. And now
Because
g4. Takes and
I don't.
g4. Yeah. So he's basically just going for this idea, but just wants to make sure that there is none of this knight into g4 counterplay.
Oh, and after e4, you will anyway play knight f5, because after ef3, you have rook f3. Wow, then rook is
Yeah,
suddenly
knight
very.
f5. Yeah, knight f5. Knight f5 is I was even thinking of knight g3, but I think knight f5 is better.
Very instructive handling of the King's Indian by Magnus. This needs to this needs a lot of study and depth actually. This
Yeah,
whole
true,
plan,
true, true.
a3, rook e1, bishop goes to d3, bishop goes to b2 even, distracting, like tempting black to open up on the king side, and then playing g3, king g2, rook h1. Very nice. Very
Magnus,
interesting.
that is just Magnus. Magnus always does this. I mean, his best games, it always seems to flow. That's what I mean.
Right.
Should
Mm,
we get back to the Vidit game meanwhile?
absolutely. Let's go to with this game and how
Yeah, that it went a bit different than what we initially thought. Yeah, knight c4 he went queen a6, allowing rook d7, and actually only two moves have happened since we left here: rook d7, rook b d8, and this is the current position that we have. Uh, first thought is knight into e5 working.
knight e5
Maybe knight into e5. No,
is what it's working. No, knight e5, yeah, it's working. Come on.
it seems to be working. No.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, she
working.
has
Knight
taken it
e5.
and VD flashes out with c4 immediately. C4 is what I
Okay.
also thought he would do initially. So the queen goes to
King
e3 or g3.
Yeah, g3, I
Uh,
thought.
and maybe then Vidit will just take, he
Take
has to
on
take
d7.
something. Yeah, take on d7. Knight into
And then
d7.
rook d8. But then rook d8, I also have something like queen c7, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought he would do. Queen c7 and looks nice for white here. So what does VD have in mind here after queen g3?
But queen c7, I even have rook c8, Queen c7, I can even go
Okay,
rook c8.
Soumya, I understood. I understood. Sorry. Queen C7, what do you have?
Rook c8.
Yeah, Rook C8. But Rook C8, Queen B6.
Oh, rook c8, even knight c5 is a move, but then the knight will get trapped on a6. So queen b6 you
Yeah,
want to play.
yeah,
Queen b6. Yeah, I thought you can play queen b6 and then you will take on c4 after queen into b6, knight b6, because you're
yeah.
attacking c8 and c4. So yeah, no, queen b6 is very strong. Maybe queen a8, but then you have knight c5.
Yeah, but the pieces are kind of going back here, yeah, in this position. But what I
Right.
feel VD will want is he will want to keep this D file and control of D squares, and therefore I think he will play Queen B5 here. You see, if you take knight into c6, black takes the rook, not the knight. And queen b5 attacks this knight. So it kind of forces white to take on d8. And if this happens, then black has control of the d file. You know, he has such greater control than the other position that we just saw. So I think queen b5 is what he's intending. And
Mhm.
an endgame where black has control of the d file, it's going to be a good, very good for black with all these advanced pawns and white's weaknesses on b2 and a2. So I think this is with its strategy, and she goes queen e3. In general, here also queen b5 works. I think just the same way, but also now even rook into d7, knight into d7, rook d8 achieves the same thing. It opens up access to the d file, and that's what he does. He takes rook into d7, knight into d7, rook d8, and now knight c5. I think black can just go queen c8 or
Right. No, queen c8 is much better than bishop c5, no?
yeah, you
Queen
don't want to
c8.
give up this bishop. It's going to be. I think Vidit is on the way to a good start today. He seems to be totally winning in this game, and the c5 knight
I wouldn't say,
looks totally out
I
of
mean, yes,
sorts.
no, but is it winning? You think it's winning already? What's
Yeah,
your
I think
advantage?
it's just two terms. Yeah, I mean, but if I had to put probability, then I would say I would say like at least 60% chance of winning and 40% draw.
Right. And also, by the way, important point here that e5 doesn't work because of rook d5. So this is the important resource that black had, and that's why white went to knight a4, because otherwise her knight is very, very shaky on c5.
Good point. So knight to a4. Okay, this is like a sign that things have taken a very undesirable turn for white. Um, how would you continue? Rook d3 is one option. Rook d3, maybe there's queen b6, but I wouldn't really worry about that so much. But yeah, I mean, you want to just keep things in control. Yeah. So once again, I like this move queen c7 to make sure there's no incursion here. And then black's point of entry will be on the dark squares. So first rook to d3, and then this bishop will start coming into squares which white cannot control. White will not be able to control. So rook to d3, bishop to f6, and you have to watch out for stuff like knight c5. So at the moment, yeah, he has played queen c7. Typical VD move, good strategic move, taking things into control. I think Vidit is very, very comfortable here, and he's very, very comfortable, and also he has a huge time advantage. So I'm confident that he will convert this. This is totally different from the other situations that we have seen, where things didn't quite turn out the way we wanted it to. But this is not one such situation, guys. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Is VD going to win this game? Let's have a poll on Chess24 India. Is VD going to win this game? And you can make your voice heard by either either voting for yes or no, and there's nothing in between.
By the way, Gukesh is a pawn up against Peter Swidler. And the b3 pawn is hanging, but the b6 pawn is hanging as well. But maybe this is holdable, because basically white just played rook a1. His idea is to take on b6. So if black plays c5, preventing that, then white has a5, pawn into a5, and bishop c5 followed by rook a5. So probably it's just equal. But still, white is a pawn up, and black is a pawn up, and black is the one trying to play for win here.
Absolutely. And knowing Gukesh, he will do everything in his capacity to try and win today. Also, a very interesting fact, Peter Swidler, Ali Reza Firoja, and Danny Dubois, all three of these superstars are out of contention for qualification into the top 8 going into the day 3. Imagine how strong the tournament is if such heavyweights are out of contention by day 2. Knowing Gukesh, yes, he will try to win this, but it's not going to be easy because, yeah, exactly the variation you mentioned is panning out on the board. And when we reach a position like this, which is likely to be expected, I think white will have a really nice blockade on d4. So it will be very hard for black to advance this further. What do you think, Soumya?
Oh yeah, I think it's not easy to win this, but the problem with White's position is also his king. Not only the fact that he's materially down, but his king is very cornered on g1. So that's why I think Black has more chances to win than White to make a draw. By the way, Adiban's game is heating up. Let's just go there. Queen e6 check given, king h8. Black has grabbed a
Oh,
pawn on a4.
my. Look at the time
What
difference.
yeah, that's also a huge factor here. The knight on f5 is pinned, so that really helps black. And also queen e7 would run into something like queen b3 check, and you can always support the g7 bishop from afar from b2. You don't really need to be near your king to support your king. The queen does her job well even when she's far away. So that is one way to defend. But on the other hand, I'm a little concerned. Like, for example, let's say queen e7, queen b3, king g2, queen b2, king g3. Now, if black doesn't give a perpetual, then white
I just
has a
give
move
this
like
check and it's GG, Soumya. Just give this check and it's GG. This pawn will queen.
queen e5 check. That's the point. Right. So
Yeah, so
that's
just play
why
queen b2,
then
exchange of the queen.
has to
You have to
white
avoid the
has
checks
to
like they are
draw.
linements.
White has to play king f3, no?
Yeah. You have to just avoid the checks like they are. And he went queen c2 check. Okay, king f3. This is on the board, and I
Queen
think
c3 can be
just give a few checks and then take a deep breath and continue. Yeah, because this
queen
question
d2.
it demands very accurate play by black. If he makes a mislip, his advantage will go.
I have a question. Couldn't he have played queen c3 and queen e5? He can still do it.
No, if you do this without a check, then white will just take this and continue the game. Yeah. Or you want some queen e4 check, king g1, queen into g4. This is over, yeah. I think you're right. I think queen e5, if queen into c7 can be met by queen e4, this looks really deadly. So maybe he will play queen c3 check now.
Uh,
Wow,
he is
Soumya, this
thinking.
is so like AD, no? Losing to everyone but beating Magnus Carlsen. This is like AD's life story.
I really am very excited about this, and if he can manage to do this,
He
this
has
would be
played queen
amazing.
e5. He has played queen e5. But Soumya, the problem here is rook e1.
The problem here is he's facing Magnus.
Yeah, that is a problem. But rook e1 is also an issue.
Against someone else, maybe all the tricks would work. But okay, against Magnus, okay, still rook e1. Let's look at rook e1. He has played it. Now queen b2 will run
No.
into rook e.
He hasn't played it yet.
Oh, he
Analysis
hasn't.
board. Now he has
Okay,
played
okay.
it. Now he has played it, and we have AD on screen. I'm not really sure if AD saw rook e1. And Magnus, do you think he has gone into a black lotus mode? Look at him, eyes closed. He's gone
His
totally into a trance. Yeah.
no, his
I'm not
camera
even
is
sure how
stuck.
he's making his moves anymore. Do you think he's gone out of his body and okay, never mind.
His camera is stuck, but we are free to make our assumptions. I just want to calculate this endgame a little bit if black has any chance, or if it is white who is the one dictating the terms. Let's say after queen e7, rook e7, we play bishop e5, saving our piece. After rook c7, we play a move like h5. So that our king is free, doesn't get into any kind of mating threats. White might play something like king h3 here, or king h3, right? King h3, pawn into king into g4. And actually, white is like black is in danger, no? Black is in, but is black in danger or is it like equal? This is what I want to try and understand.
I cannot answer this in a few seconds, but I think black is relatively out of danger because you probably you can give these checks and come out. Usually bishop is stronger than knight, but the king is weak here, so white can give this checks, but I don't think black will get mated if he's careful.
Yeah, you always have like after king h5, you always have a move like maybe rook g1 and just give checks from behind. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. But on the other hand, I could really be missing some ideas here.
It looks scary.
But AD is repeating. He played queen c3, queen b2 check, and they have repeated 2 times. They have repeated 3 times.
Oh,
No, they have
all
repeated
right.
twice.
Yeah, but they are repeating now. Queen b2,
Yeah,
queen
they're
c3.
repeating.
But prudent decision, I would say. Even if it is a draw, because like we have checked this endgame, it is black who needs to be concerned. So I would say it is a prudent decision to take the draw. He does take the draw.
Yeah, he does take the draw, and
But
I
good
just
fighting
couldn't
game.
help but take a picture of Magnus in his trance. I don't know if I'll see such things many times in life. Guys, please send me a screenshot of that. Thank you.
Very nice fighting game by Adi here against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Let's go to Vidit's game quickly. That seems to be almost over. His pawns are on c3, b4, a4, knight on d3, queen on e4. All his pieces coming in. I think he's got this.
Yeah, he's definitely got this. It's a typical Sveshnikov victory for black, where your activity just it explodes. It explodes like no, I mean, I couldn't find the continuation of it. But yeah, it really explodes. And rook d5, knight e5 incoming, a into b, knight c5, all these moves coming in. So I think rook d5 is idea is to play rook f5 and simplify things. Just exchange off the last remaining piece in white's play and get the c pawn to queen. So simple but powerful. And AD's game was also brilliant. Yeah, I think he
So
really he
such
really
a,
created chances for himself.
we should
Um,
definitely go back and look at it in the break so that we can learn something from this beautiful game. Uh, King H2 on the board in Vidit's game. Uh, Vidit has options actually. He can even play something like Rook H5 here and ask
yeah,
White what.
options is what VD doesn't like. Yeah, he prefers if there is less choice.
Mhm.
But
In
maybe
this
rook f5 is
tournament,
simple.
that has been a issue. But okay, Rook F5, huh? Okay, so Rook F5. Let's see. If White takes Rook into F5, then you can take E into F5, and your pawn
Yeah,
structure is
maybe
great.
queen into f5. Because I want queen f2 check.
Okay. You can even play knight e5 here because after knight e5 you have rook d2. But
Yeah,
knight
I
e5
know. But
what is
just
played.
pick something and do it. Yeah, don't take all the time. Get to 10 seconds. Evaluate which is the best among the best.
Yeah, he's played knight e5. So knight e5, knight into e5. Hey, rook f4 now just knight c4. Rook e4, rook d2, game over.
Nice. Queen d2.
GG. Knight in pawn into pawn into
It
d2,
works. It
rook
works.
d4,
It
knight.
works. I know.
Yes, pawn into d2, rook d4, knight e3, rook d2, knight f1. So nice. But he did not go for that. He played queen b1. Um,
With
queen
four
b1,
seconds
e
remaining, it's like,
rook
oh man.
d rook d1, knight e5, rook d2. You always have.
Rook d2 is there. Yeah.
Yeah. So queen f1. Um, but there is no threat now of even after queen f1 because
Yeah,
rook
but
f7, knight
you have to be
c2.
careful. Yeah, knight into e5 can create some perpetual.
Ah, knight e. No,
g5.
but I could have g5.
Soumya, this is getting murky. Rook f8. No, rook f8 is knight g4 check. So you cannot
Queen
do
a7.
that.
Oh my god, queen a7.
King g6. No checks. h5, king h6.
Rook d7. Rook
Oh
d7,
yeah,
nice
rook
move.
d7 is simpler. Rook d7 is simpler.
Queen c5 now. What is
Um,
happening? Queen c5, queen c2. Queen c5, queen c2.
yeah, I think now it has clarified a bit. Yeah, now the situation has clarified a bit. Queen
He
c2,
just
rook
needs to
f2
find
is
queen
queen into
c2.
f2.
Yeah, queen into f2 and king h3. You have g4.
Rook into g4,
G4, rook g4, knight g4. Ah, now
queen
queen
g5 check.
g5 check.
But
King
this is probably winning. Yeah, with king f8.
king f8. Yeah, king f8 would be winning.
Yeah, this is the direction in which the game is heading. Wow, that really got more complex than it should have. But with it collects a win after a long time. Sometimes it can happen that when you have not won for a long time, it can happen that you're a bit uncertain, a bit circumspect, and you don't make decisions with the same kind of confidence. But one win, and it gets that flow going. So this
He
could be
still
this
needs
could
to
be
make
that
those
thing.
moves. Needs to make those moves. Ah,
He will make it. He will make it. Now I'm sure.
oh my god. Queen f2 now.
Queen
There is no queen d3 he's played. Okay,
because
idea
queen
queen
into e6, he
f1.
wants queen d7.
Right. And after now queen d3, the idea is queen f1, king h2, rook f2. So this is GGO.
Yep, this is GG, and Gukesh has drawn that game against Peter Swidler, so we have that result officially in, and this is the last game of the 11th round, that which is going on right now. So Gukesh moves on to 4.5 out of 11. I think it's a very creditable performance for Gukesh. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to find the checkmate in Vidit's game, actually.
I know. I can see it
Now Queen
etched all over if
F1
you.
and G7. Now Queen F1 and Rook G7. Queen F1, King G4, Rook G7. Game over. Yes. Oh, Rook, yeah. Just play Rook G7 and be happy. Great. He's got this. So he won. His first game of the day. That's a huge boost. And Adiban has drawn against the world champion. Gukesh drew against Peter Swidler, a very creditable draw, as you mentioned, Srinath. And Arjun drew against Wesley So in the first few seconds of the round. So
Yep. So the further pairings for Vidit is he plays against Wesley So with white, and then black against Peter Swidler, and again white against Salem Saleh, and in the last round he plays black against Magnus. And in my opinion, Vidit needs to score 2 wins out of 4, and rest he stays undefeated. These 2 wins, it's going to be very hard to get that against Wesley. So he's like one of the most solid guys. But I think Peter Swidler and Salem Saleh, there he has good chances. Swidler normally not the guy you would pick as a weak spot in any pairing, but here he has been out of form. As you can see, he's also on 5 out of 11 and has been struggling quite a bit. So I think Peter Swidler and Salem Saleh, they both are below VD at the moment and can be picks for Vidit. And Magnus Carlsen, well, he has to play like AD and either win or draw. AD has done this twice against Magnus, by the way, outplaying him with the black pieces. It's not the first time.
hey, we should surely go and have a look at the game. Do we have time, or do the game start very
We
soon?
have 10 minutes. The next game begins at 5:30. So the Magnus Carlsen AD game on the screen, the position with Queen into C2, King G8, Bishop C1,
I
Queen
think we should.
F6.
I think let's have a look from where we left it. Like we left it after
Bishop and
Bishop
H6.
E4 F3.
We saw the next 3 moves. Yeah, takes, King G8, Bishop C1, Queen F6, and here we were discussing stuff like G4, Knight into G4,
right.
And then Magnus took Bishop into H6. So this is where
so Bishop H6. Bishop H6, G4, and we were all praise of Magnus's strategy. But let's look at how Adi looked at us and laughed after E4, Knight F5, and Bishop G7 he played. So he's not exchanging EF3 because he doesn't want white to get rook into F3 very easily. And also, like right now, he could even threaten. He's even threatening Queen B2. Like, right? He doesn't mind exchanging queens.
The thing about Bishop G7, the thing about this move E4, it not only creates threats on the F file, but it also creates a future opening on this long diagonal. And we saw that it played a very crucial role later in the game. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think E4 was a very important move, and the point was not to take on F3 immediately. So after knight E3, he plays rook E8. He doesn't allow white to get his pieces in very quickly, which would happen after EF3 and rook F3. And suddenly the rook on A3 is very, very active. So rook E8, another important move by Adi. And here knight H5 was not played because it doesn't work because of queen B2, I think. So it's B2. Not a piece blunder. Because after queen b2, the queen on c2 is unprotected and you need to take it. And after bishop g7, there is no problem for the black king because knight h6, you always have king h8. So this is all right. And white took knight into e4 here because he wanted to get his rook in, I suppose. So knight e4, pawn into e4, rook e4.
Yeah, knight into e4, f into e4, and now I think rook into e4 was a really important move. Yeah, this had to work, and it's a very concrete thing. Maybe Magnus just he kind of didn't pay attention to some minor detail here. It's I'm not entirely sure. We can only speculate. But at this point, knight into e4 was a committal decision by Magnus. After he played knight into e4. The game goes into this point with rook into e4 by force. And after queen into e4, queen b2 check. If Magnus could find any move for the king, which doesn't run into a check, for example, if he could play king g1 and let black take queen into a3, Then white is winning after knight e7 check, because king h8 it's queen into h7 mate, king f7 is queen e6 mate. But the point of this move, rook into e4, it's really important that black captures on a3 with check. And this he's able to do because king g1, he can go queen c1 check. And king g2, queen b2, king g1, queen c1. So Magnus has to come in line on the third rank and allow this check, which is what happened in the game. And of course, white could have taken a draw at this point, but Magnus was completely better in the earlier part of the game, and by inertia, he just went for king f3. But I think it was logical to maybe repeat at this point, because it's already getting very dangerous for white, because if black takes this with check, as Soumya earlier pointed out, uh, black is not in danger because this queen, it does everything on the long diagonal, and the bishops can become stronger than knights in these endgames. So I think here practically smart decision would have been to take a draw, but Magnus decided to take the beast by its horns and played queen e3 instead, allowing this position with queen into a4. Soumya?
Yeah, queen a4, and now it looked like black was also having very good chances here, right? After queen a4, queen e6 check coming in. By the way, queen g5 also again doesn't work because queen b3, king g2, and we have at least queen b2 again supporting this bishop. So queen e6, king h8, queen e7 is what Magnus opted for. And after queen b3, king g2, queen c2, king f3. He first gave a check. I think Adi was trying to gain some time as well. It helps to have some time in these kind of positions. Rook f5 is very tempting, but I think there was a chance that this would have backfired as well. Let's say gf5, queen f5, and if there is no perpetual here, then this actually backfires because the king on h8 is also very weak. So at the most, black would have had a draw here, I guess. But it is very tempting to go for this, no? After queen, like let's say rook f5, gf5, queen f5, king e3 maybe is the move. Because if you play king e2, then I have queen g4.
But honestly, white doesn't mind the perpetual, no? And
yeah. And
black
also
is looking for more.
Exactly. And you can never take the rook because let's say you take it just for a sample variation, queen f5, king e2, queen g4, king d3, queen
Sorry,
f3.
I just took the shortcut.
Okay, you have it on the board?
Yeah.
All right.
Now.
Yeah. And then queen e8 and bishop f8 and queen f8 is a checkmate. So you can't actually ever take the rook. And that's why rook f5 option, even though it's very tempting, it doesn't give much. So black went queen d3 instead, king g2, gaining some time, queen c2, king f3, now queen c3, king g2, and queen e5. We saw this idea on the board and we were expecting this endgame, and we thought like maybe black is better, but rook e1, very, very nice resource for white, which Magnus found. And after this, it was looking actually a little dangerous for black. But queen c3 and white plays rook e3. Queen on c3 keeps the e1 rook attacked. So you can't move your queen really. Maybe it was possible to take on c7, but then black plays bishop e5, right? And then
can't you just take? You cannot. No, but the thing is, white. I don't think white can really hope for a win here. Yeah, I think bishop e5. Yeah, bishop e5 is strong. Yeah,
bishop e5. I thought maybe. Bishop e5. The idea is that after queen e7, you have rook f5, right?
Yeah, and at the very least, you have a draw. Yeah, and king h1 is queen h2 mate, and king f1, queen f3, king g1, and
maybe bishop d4 even.
Maybe this is only a draw.
Yeah, maybe just queen g3 and make a draw, because there is always this idea with queen f8 checkmate on black king as well. So black also needs to be careful.
Yeah, but I think black should be winning here. Queen d2 check should win.
Where?
Yeah, I think queen d2 check should win, because king f3 you have queen f4, yeah, and then you take this and take this, and king h3 is queen h2 mate, king f1 also queen f4 check, and king h1 you take with check. So I think queen d2
Oh,
check.
wow. This would have been nice. Yeah. But that's why White did not also take the risk, right? Because White has a risk of losing. And he simply played rook e3 here, attacking the queen. So forcing Black to play a check on b2. And after rook e2, they just made a draw.
Yeah, Gabbar's thing in the chat says apparently pushing the a pawn was winning according to the engine. But I also considered this, I was also thinking play a4, e3,
At
a2.
which point did he have
This is
time to do it?
this is how I lose a lot of my blitz games in such positions. Because yes, it is -4 or whatever according to the engine. I also saw this. But how do you respond against queen h4 threats on the h file? Queen c2 check. Yeah, black can always take this perpetual, but the winning line generally is not that straightforward in these situations in during the game. So king f3, queen c3, king g2, a4, queen h4, and yeah, queen c2 check. The stockfish is ruthless.
No, I'm sorry. I still didn't find it. After queen c2, king f3, h6. Or do you take on f5?
King
No, you'll
f3.
play.
No, the computer's idea is to keep giving checks. So queen d3 check,
Okay,
king
king
g2, queen
g2
e2 check.
anyway.
Now, if you go to g1, then bishop
All
d4
right.
is checkmate. If you
Very
go king
nice.
g3, then bishop e5 is. Oh, it's 5:30 already.
Nice,
And
nice,
the
nice. I
next
got
game
it.
set to the next game has begun. Vidit has opened with e4 against Wesley. So, and the pairings for the next round, Vidit against Wesley, and Arjun plays against Peter Swidler, and he has started with d4. Gukesh has started with d4 against Salim Saleh, and AD has started. Look, 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 look! We have this. We have this on the board. We have this on the board on AG's birthday. Guys,
Wow.
another screenshot moment for you all.
Wow.
Yes,
What a
yes, yes.
moment. Everyone.
Get this picture taken.
Wow. What an epic, epic moment. Also, again, a very happy birthday to AG. We have him on the screen right now. He turns 27 today. And Adivan, not caring about friendship at all, opens with B3.
Yeah, as AD says, some things in life are more important than friendship, and that is 1v3. By the way, I played this tournament right after the stream yesterday, and the San Fermin Arena final. And in 95% of the games, I started with 1v3 with white. And there was also a game in which I just won in like 20 moves against Vincent Gamer. So I should say that it
Wow.
went well.
So you must like stop trolling this B3 Shri. Otherwise, you will look like a lot of these other influencers who just are something else on camera, but something else in reality. You don't want to be one of them. So
Soumya, you should
you
understand that
need
I'm
to
not
rethink your
trolling
B3
1v3.
troll. Uh,
I'm trolling AD, and that is something I can never stop in my life. So 1v3 is a collateral damage. The
it
actual
does bring
intended
you
target is
95.
AD.
But even if it brings you 95% of your wins in the arena tournament, yeah, it
No, no,
doesn't
no.
matter.
Just the 95% of the games, not 95% of wins.
Yeah, but you trusted it. That's the reason you went for it.
It's just that I value friendship above even principles. That's
Catalan.
why.
About Catalan.
No, Catalan, my students are carrying forward my legacy.
Hmm. Hey, so what do you think? He got everything, right? He got this G3 fianchetto, and then he got E4 as well, and now short castle, and he can actually play queen e2, and he has a choice here. He can play queen e2. He can even play e5 actually, but he doesn't want to close the b2 bishop, so he'll probably play queen e2 here. He's thinking.
But why not short castle?
No, the e4 pawn
Is
is
this
attacked,
hanging?
right?
So
Yeah, the
how did
e4.
why did it not get acha? Because after short castle g7 is defended, yeah. Here if you take it,
Yes.
then bishop into g7 comes. But after short castle, no. But he played acha. You cannot play short castle here, yeah. Yeah, queen e2 is. I think queen e2 is normal. Yeah, queen e2 is normal. And usually, in AD's course recommendation, this knight goes to h3. Here the knight is on f3. That's a slight difference, but not too much, because what white will do is he'll go queen e2, knight h4, castle f4, f5. My win against Vincent was also with a very similar setup for white. And although a5 he'll go a3, a4, b4, c5. And now after c5, I don't know how to respond as white. I played a game against Alan Pichot. He played in the Champion Chess Tour, yeah. And I had the same position. And I got into trouble after taking this. Like my pawn structure became really weak. So I managed to save the game, but I'm not sure how white should respond after b4 c5. Let's see. Let AD show the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. And a3, Anish is thinking. So it seems like Anish did not spend all his time preparing against b3 before the Champions Chess Tour. He had other important things to attend to, I guess. So a3, Anish taking his time. I'm very excited about this game.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Me too. It's a very 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 interesting game. Anything with
the
one
mom
b3
and
is.
all of us
In
are
fact, the
waiting
reason
for.
why I started playing one b3, I have a cushion. If I lose any game, I can blame it on the opening, and if I win, it, it doesn't matter anyway. So
Oh.
it's a
By the
test,
way,
I
do you
want.
want?
Yeah, sure, sure,
Sorry.
sure.
I
Please,
was thinking we do
yeah.
a roundup of the Indian games before we
Mm-hmm.
come back to this one. Let's see how Vidit is doing against Wesley. He won his first game, so that must have given him a lot of confidence. He has opted to play the Italian against Wesley. So d3 castle, castle, d6, rook e1, h6, knight bd2, bishop b6, bishop b3, a5, knight f1, bishop e6, bishop
Interesting, yeah.
c2.
Wesley, the last game with it, Aronian, we saw Aronian going a5 directly. And then
Hmm.
after bishop a6, VD could play bishop b5. Here, Wesley
Hmm.
starts with bishop b6. And now after VD goes bishop b3, now he goes a5 after the bishop has been committed to b3. So the bishop no longer can go to b5. So this seems to
Hmm.
be a very subtle difference. And also slightly unusual, no? To go bishop b6 first and then play a5. Usually black starts with a5 all the time, or a6 from what I've seen. But to start with bishop b6 and then go a5, have you seen this a lot?
Oh, yeah, but with Italian, it's all about move orders. So I'm not sure if I've seen this exact position, but I know that this A5 idea exists. But it's just that it exists in so many lines that it's difficult to really remember in which line unless you have revised it recently. Like in
Yeah, true,
Italian,
true, true.
there are so many order differences, whether white has played h3, not played h3, so on and so forth. For example, here, if let's say the knight was on d2, white's knight after knight into d5, if white's knight was on d2, then white could have taken knight e5, because after knight e5, rook e5, bishop f2, king f2, queen f6, you have knight f3 defending the rook on e5. But because the knight has gone to f1, black can actually play d5 immediately, because after ed, knight d5, knight e5, you have this problem with the f2 pawn, knight e5, knight e5, rook e5, and bishop into f2, king f2, queen f6, and the rook on e5 is lost. So these are like small subtleties in Italian which you need to absolutely know in case of revision, and you have to check your move orders. You have to be like sure about your move orders, basically.
Right.
So he plays h.
That's very well
Bishop.
summed up. Yeah, he
And
played what?
queen D. He plays h3 on the 13th move, preventing bishop g4 ideas, and maybe he goes knight g3 next. So black defends the e5 pawn with queen d6, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, queen d6 and maybe knight g3 next. Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
think knight g3 provoke f5? I mean, maybe that's what he's
No,
concerned about. I
you
think.
have to be careful as black to play f5 and weaken the e5 pawn. These positions, it looks pretty equal in general, but the e5 pawn is always a bit of a weakness compared to the d3 pawn. So white usually gets a slight edge in these types of pawn structures with the pawn on d3 and e5. But in this concrete situation, maybe f5 is dangerous because e4 queen into g3 is coming in. There is a threat of e4 immediately after f5, and white's pieces don't seem to be ready for such a thing. Ideally, you would want to respond with queen e2 against f5, but here the problem is e4. I think due to this concrete idea, uh, white has to be careful. But maybe there is some kind of intermediate. Yeah, no, this e4 idea is really strong. I think this is what has VD thinking for such a long time. So he goes bishop
Hmm.
a4 instead
Yeah,
to
he wants
first.
to keep pressure on the e5 pawn, right? Because he doesn't want black to play f5 easily. So now he's threatening bishop c6.
Yeah. So I think it's a slight advantage, maybe a very very slight edge for white. I mean, the computer shows it tends towards the black side, but from what I know, practically in these types of situations, it's slightly more pleasant to play as white. And Wesley is not going to, play all the stockfish moves. So I wouldn't count the computer evaluation as seriously. We are reading all the chats, Anupam. So don't worry about that. Yes, Aster, there is definite hope. There is definite hope, and um, let's keep supporting our boys, and they try their best. We try our best. Do hit the like button and subscribe to Chess 24 India if you haven't. Once again, this will make a lot of difference in terms of the opportunities that we can get for our Indian players and our Indian juniors in particular. So do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Getting back, so Soumya, I think we can maybe conclude here and have a look at what's going on in Arjun Peter, Arjun
Absolutely.
Swidler.
Absolutely. Let's go to Arjun's game. Peter Swidler, the Grunfeld expert. He has played so many games with Grunfeld, made two amazing courses, one for Chess 24, one for Chess Table on the Grunfeld. Has played the Grunfeld against Arjun Erigasi. Let's see how Arjun handled it. He went for this knight d2 variation. Is it the same? It's the same variation, no? With the cd4 knight
Yes, it's the same as what he
d3.
played against Artemiev, but but I don't think Pete Swidler was as well prepared as Artemiev, because as soon as Arjun played knight d2,
Mhm.
Swidler took around 2 minutes for bishop d7, and he's been spending quite a lot of time ever since. So Soumya, Peter may be the universal Grunfeld expert, but within our commentary panel, you are our Grunfeld expert. So please tell me what's going on.
Oh, so basically in the Grunfeld, what white wants is the center, and what black gets in return is piece activity. And he also sometimes gets this pawn majority on the queen side, which he can push in the end game. So that is what is the situation right now. After bishop b5, I like Peter's move, bishop b5, exchanging a pair of bishops so that white's center is not so strong as it looks. And after queen d7, he's now. He can play e6 and he can play knight c6 next. So maybe Arjun forces him to play b6 with queen b3.
Queen b3, can you take on d4?
Oh,
This
maybe
seems
you just On d4. Yeah. This is the point. So basically, white does not have queen b3 because bishop d4 and the queen on d7 is also supported. And anyway, you can always play rook d8 after queen d3 as well.
Yeah,
So
but don't you think white can just play d5 here because black is so undeveloped on the queen side and white is completely developed and there is still pressure on b7, right? Queen b3 on the next move.
d5, I thought I'll play e6. So that is the typical Grunfeld plan, no? Like to play
Yeah, but now
e6.
queen b3, it is a typical Grunfeld plan, but is it typical to play with the knight on b8 and rook on a8 like this?
So
This this feels a bit
no.
odd to me.
Yeah, it does. But like, let's say e6, queen b3, I'll take on d5.
Take back the
And then
pawn.
you have to take. And then I'll play okay, now I need to make a good move. Otherwise, you just take my pawn and be a pawn up. So, okay, now rook d8 will not work because of rook fd1, queen d5, and knight
Exactly.
f3.
Yeah.
So, this is the problem. And, but even after knight f3, I have a move like queen a5, but this could be very
No, no,
risky for
knight
black.
c4 should be over.
Knight c4 is even like more awesome. So killing. So the knight c4 is over. That's why this rook d8 plan doesn't work. Can I play b6, but then my knight on b8 is stuck? No.
Um,
If I
yeah,
play
you can play
b6,
b6. Exactly. Your knight on b8 is stuck. So I was thinking a few options. Right off the bat, knight e4. And again, it looks like a picture of dominance from the white side. Yeah, d6 and bishop g5, knight f6 is a threat. You know, getting off the dark square bishop and creating weaknesses on the king side. The d6 pawn, d pawn is a passer. It's menacing. It's advancing. So I think this is a huge problem for black. No, this pieces on b8 and a8.
really, like I thought even after knight e4, I can play queen e7. And then I'm playing knight d7 on the next move. I mean, I'm just like
Queen
for
e7,
me,
bishop
okay, I'll
g5.
just no, but then queen to e4, no?
Take the rook.
Sorry, I think we are on different positions. One.
Sorry. So queen
No, I
e7
don't
is
want
what?
to play rook f8. I don't want to play rook f8. I want to play b6 immediately.
Okay.
So
Knight
now
e4
knight e4, I have queen e7. And
and
you might play f3 or something like just support the knight. Or maybe queen d3.
yeah, maybe
I don't know.
after b6, I think yeah, b6 without rook d8 it makes a lot of sense. So now I understand your idea. I'll try to prevent it. So you want to play queen e7. That's one idea. The other is knight a6. So how do I
Also,
prevent this?
Also, I worked on like just for the chat. I worked on this Grunfeld. Like I used to be a pure Kings Indian and later a Slav player, and I worked on Grunfeld for the first time with Vladimir sir, and he explained the concept of Grunfeld very well to me. He was like, if you're a Grunfeld player, you should never be afraid of the D pawn. So even though the D pawn is a passed pawn, and you often get this pawn on D5, D6, sometimes even D7, but if you're afraid of allowing the D pawn, then it's better you stick to some other opening. And if you are going to play Grunfeld, then just forget about all your fears of this pawn queening. You basically Black's idea is always associated with counterplay, his bishop on g7, activity of pieces. These are his concepts in Grunfeld rather than center control, and which is the main concept in openings like Slav or QGD.
Yeah, the Grunfeld is a bit different, yeah, compared to your standard chess openings. And Arjun has played knight c4. Swidler immediately replies with rook c8. Also, interesting point, Soumya. Both Arjun and Prag they did really well in the champion chess tour, but both their losses it came in the Grunfeld. So maybe that's something to think about. Maybe Grunfeld just requires a bit more of experience and understanding compared to your standard chess opening. Yeah. It's more complex.
Absolutely, it requires a lot of experience as
Eh,
well, and it's
we missed the result. Vidit has drawn against Wesley. So
oh, that
So Ayushman is on the chat is asking why can't we see Vidit Cam? It's because he has already drawn my friend. He's already drawn the game. So the game got petered out very quickly. As we were looking at Peter's game, Vidit's game got petered out instantly. And the D3 pawn got exchanged. The E5 pawn got exchanged and they agreed for a draw here. So Wesley so making two very quick draws against the two Indians, Vidit and Arjun. Meanwhile, once again, sorry to interrupt you, Soumya, but there has been a peace sacrifice in Gukesh's game, which we haven't covered in our roundup so far. You also
I
noticed
am
that, yeah?
on. Yes, I am on Gukesh's game. He has, by the way, another Kings Indian. So many Kings Indian in this tournament. It's amazing. And after Bishop E2, E5, short castle, knight A6. One of the other ways to play the Kings Indian, usually you play the knight to C6 or sometimes to D7, but knight A6 is also a one way you want to put your knight to C5. And after rook E1, C6, he okay, this is a very special way to treat the King's Indian. And after bishop f1, e into d4, knight d4, he plays knight g4. His idea is to play knight f2 right now because after king f2, you have queen f6. So white played h3 and black took on f2. Okay, king f2. Queen b6. Sorry, queen f6 would allow knight f3. So that's why queen b6 is more logical. Bishop e3, most obvious move here. Queen into b2. Queen d2 would run into queen into d2, bishop d2, bishop d4. So knight c2. And here knight c5, king g1. Here, okay, here black could take knight e4 maybe, but he plays rook e8. He did not take knight e4 because of what?
I think he just wants
Because
to take
of
it the next move, yeah? Because why not? I mean, it's not like white is going to be able to defend the e4 pawn. And this also retains the option of taking with the rook. So that can create more concrete options. Meanwhile, there is a poll out on the Chess24 India channel. So if you want to participate, do go there, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and participate away. Yeah, I think he wants to take. He wants to retake what? Yeah, he wants to retain the option of taking with the rook. But I think knight c2 is a really good move because white wants to play bishop d4, and no, we're not putting out draw as an option for the poll because we want to see a result. We want to see you choose. I know Soumya won't participate in this poll, but I did. I voted for AG.
At least you could not have influenced the chat by telling whom you voted for.
Oh, it's not like chat is going to listen to me. It's not like chat is going to. The chat is also like my students. They make fun of me and never listen to me. And
knight c2. Knight c2. Okay, fine. Let's see what is this move. Interesting move.
Bishop d4 is the idea, I thought.
Knight e4 को bishop d4. Bishop into d4, queen into d4. Possible नहीं है क्योंकि c2 का knight hanging है. So knight into d4 मारेगा.
Yeah. No, but once you eliminate this dark square bishop, I think white gains a lot strategically. So knight c2 is a very strong move from that perspective. Once again, Gukesh very low on time, and it's following this typical pattern. Yeah, Gukesh gets a very nice position, but he's very low on time. But this position, I think it's still very complex. But I don't see how black creates a lot of counter chances after this bishop is gone. It's like a cobra defend, black's position after the g7 bishop is out. So it will be very difficult for black to generate chances after that.
Yeah, I frankly did not like this move rook e8 as much as you did because I just thought that it's not clear if we need it or not. And unless knight e4 doesn't work due to some tactical reasons, I would have opted to play knight e4 anyway. Because
I didn't like it. I was just trying to find a rationale.
Okay. So I thought maybe you liked it because you want to take on e4 with the rook, maybe. But I just thought like knight on e4 is so much stronger. No, it defends d6 also. And do you think he
Yeah, I
play?
think especially on hindsight, what you initially said with foresight, it makes sense. Black has to be fast. Yeah, spending too much time on rook e8, it allows white to reorganize his pieces.
Yeah, maybe he does not like knight e4, queen b1, and maybe that's why he played rook e8. But yeah, knight c2, very strong move by Gukesh. No,
Yeah, knight c2 very
okay.
strong. Probably missed. The idea was missed by Salem because he seems to have gone into a long pink after knight c2. So it's quite possible. But in general, I don't feel too optimistic about this knight into f2 sacrifice itself. You know, again, it feels too optimistic. Um, I'm not sure if this was war. It shouldn't really work. You can't just rush in and create get better with black like this. White usually has a lot of defensive resources. White has a good strategic position, good development, good center. Can Vidit qualify top eight? Yes, Vidit can. I think he needs about 2.5 out of three. He needs to win at least two out of his three games, but maybe he even needs all three. It really depends. It really depends on how others do. If everyone else if everyone else wins and does really well, it's going to the requirements are good to get higher. So yeah, it depends on that. But from VD's perspective, he has to try and beat Swidler and Salem, who he plays in the next two rounds. And what is
Someone,
oh yeah.
sorry. Sorry, just a very funny comment in the chat. Mansi Jain says, Srinath and Soumya, please increase your volumes. I think my volume, like if I could do something to decrease it, I would happily do that. Like someone telling me to increase my volume is like the joke of the day for me, you know. Is I don't think there's anything wrong with the volume actually, because every day I listen to the stream for like 5-10 minutes after it's over, and the first thought I have is I could have spoken a little softly maybe. So I'm sorry, Mansi. I think your speakers, maybe you need to adjust them, because for sure there's nothing wrong with our volume. That much I can assure you. So yeah, let's move on. Move
Yeah.
on to
Back to um I was thinking back to AD's game. It's been
oh,
a while
awesome.
since we looked
Yes.
at what happened.
Yes, and this is the game that's like, the poll is going on for that, and all the hype is being built, and we are busy looking at other games. Not
No,
fair,
the
no?
hype was built by AD and AG. We are just stoking the fire now.
They did all the hard work. So knight
Yes.
c. Let's have a look at from where we left it. I think we left it
Here
after.
A5, A5, A5. And I was telling you, no, I didn't know what to do against B4, C5. And that's
Right.
exactly what AD did. So AG did. AD goes
Hmm?
B5 here. So maybe B into C5 was a mistake, what I played yesterday. B5 is the way to go. B5, the idea is to next get C4. So you clamp down the queen side.
True.
Anish does not allow it, of course. He plays a very nice and strong move, C4. Concrete move, not allowing white to fix the queen side, keep the options open. Because in the future, if you take this A3 pawn, then you're going to get a really dangerous passer on the A file, an outside passer. So he goes C4, D into C4, knight into E4, and now short castle, knight D7, rook A D1, bishop F6. So he's eliminating this defender of the A3 pawn. First, eliminate the defender. And if AD takes bishop into F6, then after queen into F6, I think Anish gets a really nice position. So many dark square weaknesses around. So AD tries to insert knight into E4 today. Knight into E4. And now bishop into B2, a lot of mass exchanges on the center. It's quite complex. The d5 pawn gets eliminated. The a3 pawn gets eliminated, but only after queen e7, because if you take it right away, then after rook d1, the d7 knight is set to be taken. So queen e7, knight d2, bishop into a3, and the things seem to have been clarified a bit by this point, because white won the central pawn, black won the a pawn. Black has this very strong passer, but his bishop seems to be a bit offside for the moment. So he went knight c4, bishop b4, c3, bishop a5, b6, and a very interesting position on the board where AD is actively playing against this bishop.
Oh wow, I
Oh,
love how Adi is
Gukesh
handling
won.
this.
Gukesh won.
Yes, I saw Gukesh won, but he won already. Like what? We just saw his game, no?
Yeah. His opponent had a mouse slip, queen b3, and
That's
he just took. But I think it's a deserved
so.
win because the mouse slip didn't really decide things. Gukesh was already better.
No, I'm really sorry for Salam because Queen B3, what a tragic mouse slip. Like anything else, yeah. Maybe he wanted to play Queen B6, I guess. Ah,
Yeah,
that's
it
sad.
is. It is. It is. But to take nothing away from Gukesh,
Yeah, for
and
sure.
back to the AD's game. I think AD seems to be pressing on Soumya. I think Anish seems to be
I
in a bit
love
of
how
trouble.
Adi is handling this position. Just look at his moves. Like Knight F D2, he played after Queen E7, Bishop A3. So basically, this bishop was actually quite good, no, on this diagonal on A1 and H8, and he allowed Black to take that pawn on A3. And the cost that Black pays is that his bishop is completely out of play because after Knight C4, Bishop B4, only. Only Muax. Could he have gone bishop c5? No, because rook into d7 is hanging. The queen.
Hang on. After f5, there seems to be a tactic for white, and white seems to have very strong tactic here. Can you find it? Chat, can you also find it? White to play, and it's a very strong strategic slash tactic. What should white? Oh, knight f6 check is not that move. It's also a strong move. But you know, Soumya, the move here was rook into d7, queen into d7, and knight c5.
Yeah, I thought about it, but I felt like knight f6 should also be good because actually. Oh, so the point now is that after queen f6, rook d7, you can take on c3, is it? Because if
Yeah,
you
it
can
is
rest.
also really strong. It is also really strong. The point is you take on b7 and you have a really strong passer. That is the point in
Exactly.
every variation. I think AG is in huge trouble here. Bishop into b6, there is rook d6, and if
I
not,
think
then how do you defend here?
this Magnus game really turned it around for Adi. Like, the fact that he could put Magnus under pressure was a very good thing for his confidence. And now he's putting a lot of pressure for AG as well. And I love how Adi has handled this position actually. After C3, bishop A5, B6, he even restricted the bishop more, F5, knight F6. All his moves have been for initiative. All his moves have been for
Yeah.
initiative.
No, I think the change happened before the Magnus game. Today AD walked in without any pressure and he has just been enjoying himself. I think the first 2 days he took too much pressure. And these things happen with AD. Outside you think he's, all this beast, unaffected by everything and some kind of a dark knight. But within, he has the same human emotions that we have. So he also tends to get nervous. He also tends to gets scared at times. He tries really hard to show that these things never happen to him, but it does. He's also a normal human being, as much as you don't believe it. This is the truth. And I think the first 2 days he was a bit nervous, but third day he's just playing without pressure, and that's really working for him because now we see what AD is actually capable of. Bishop d5 check now, king h8 and b7. But yeah, I mean, AG is also, he looks all this like this nice guy, lovely to the Indians and all these things. But he has a history of breaking the hearts of Indians. He has done that to VD couple of times already. So I mean, if he does it against AD, we might have to think about revoking his honorary YouTube citizenship of India.
So rook b8 on the board, but yeah, rook b8 on the board, and let's try to calculate some lines. Maybe bishop
No,
d5 is the most natural.
my guess is AD will win in the next five moves.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think bishop. No, I'm just trying to calculate some lines here. Like maybe bishop d5, king h8. knight a5, queen a5, and queen e7 is one option. Good option
Yeah.
for white.
Queen e7 allows queen c3. So maybe you want to play queen b2?
Queen, maybe even queen e5 with the
Yeah, queen
idea that
e5,
after
but I thought,
rook g8 we have rook
okay. Yeah, got it, got it,
g7.
got it, got it.
So this
True,
this
this
is
is one
also
option. Yeah, and queen b2 also wins. So this is the reason why I say he might win in the next five moves. Because if he plays this, I think Anish might resign. And it's like the worst day of his. I mean, his birthday, his 27th birthday, marked by a 25 move defeat against one b3. What could be worse? How could you make a birthday worse? He
oh
takes
no,
knight
but he
into
has a
a5.
lot
He has
of
seen the line.
yeah.
Bishop
He
d5,
has
king
he has
h8.
a lot.
Now chat queen e5 or queen b2 or queen e7. Sorry, Soumya.
No. What I mean to say is on for AG. What I mean to say for AG is that he has a lot of games to look forward to. He has three more games, so it's not like it's the last game or the only game that he plays on his birthday. So it's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, how could you wash off this? I mean, what can you do to wash this off? The loss against one b3. It's like it's like the voting ink. Yeah. I mean, what could you?
I'm just glad for Adi because I just feel like he needs this win really. He this win would mean a lot to him. Sorry for my
Hey,
fumbling.
what is happening? What is Rook c1? And
He has
Adiban's reaction expression also seemed to indicate something was not entirely okay.
no, rook c1. The idea is that after rook b6, you take rook g1, rook g7.
Just want to mate, yeah.
Rook g7, rook g7, rook c8, bishop g8, rook into g8, king h7, queen g7 is checkmate. So queen b6, I will allow bishop g8 and queen b6. He could even play rook c6 actually, but then rook c6 is such a funny move to play here. But is
But you can just
uh
take no at the very least. At the very least, you can just take and play Rook c7. No, simple. I mean, why
yeah,
not?
bishop g8 is the simplest. Bishop g8 is the simplest, but even rook c6 is a move. But why to go? It's too flashy. Maybe after queen b1, king g2, there is rook e8. Maybe so. Maybe this is
Yeah,
like too flashy.
Queen b5. Okay, you allow Rook into
Rook
h6. Yeah, yeah. He took. He took.
yeah,
I was pretty sure
yeah.
he would take. And
So rook
now just Rook c7.
c7.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this is sort of a
So I think it's going to take longer than five moves, but it's still a comfortable winning position for AD. And wow, what a day! What a day! I mean, what a guy! No, he said he will play one b3 months in advance. He announced it months in advance, and then he goes on to beat Anish. I mean, how many people in the world can actually do it? Announce that they're going to play this opening, and then actually do it. How many people? I mean, I can only think of one person who can pull this off in the world.
he is known as the beast for a reason. Not everyone is known as the beast in the chess world.
Indeed, 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 indeed.
Confidence OP. Confidence OP.
Yeah, I know, I know. Yeah, I mean, it's a pity that the AD Beast Express started so late, but better late than never. And not totally complaining, because
But AG is still fighting, by the way, because now f4, rook g7, does it work or not is the question. I don't think
no,
it
no,
works
no.
because
Queen
queen
E4
b1
check is
and
there.
queen e. Yeah, but you can actually play something like f3 here. No, f3, f3.
Ah, okay. It works somewhere. It works. This will be a cool way to finish it off.
And after queen's, yeah, this would be very nice. After queen e5, let's just show the chat. After queen e5, there is rook h7 checkmate. So
He goes for it. He goes for it.
he goes for it? Really?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
yeah. He pulls it off. King G2 has
Oh,
been
this is so
played.
fun. This is so fun.
So
I
now
mean, I'm
F3
sorry for
check.
Anish, but f3 is probably better, no? But
No,
king
I mean,
f3?
I think Anish probably deserves it after what he did to VD in first round. Yeah. Just go king h3 maybe.
No, but king f3, what happens? King f3? Rook f8, is
Also
it?
should be winning. No,
But
no,
rook
rook
f8,
f8,
we
there's
at least
always
have
rook
rook
f7.
f7, no?
Yeah.
Minimum, yeah.
No, maybe some queen e4 check now. It comes with
Oh,
a
he
more
was king
personal check.
h3. He was
Yeah,
king
that is why king
h3.
h3.
And queen f5 now, then queen into f5.
No, now you can play
Or
g4.
g4. Now just g4. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
he
is going
has
to be
played
the end.
f5 g4 on the
Yeah.
board. Oh, very nice
This is
game.
so the
What a
end
nice.
AD wanted. This is totally the end AD wanted. He
He
wanted
is
this
scam.
G4. He wanted this picturesque position. So something for AD out of the championship. Look at AD's reaction. Oh my god.
Oh my
Guys,
God. What a
Ishan
beautiful,
screenshot.
what a beautiful finish. What a beautiful finish. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah,
He played really
I know.
played really well this game, and he just had it from the beginning. He played for initiative from the beginning. Played a really strong game. I mean, of course, I feel for AG, but the fact is that AD just played this game better, and that's the reason he won.
Yeah, and there are people who might say that he had the better opening as well. Uh, the fact is that AD played the better opening and the better game. I mean, I can imagine so many people going there. What do you think, Chad? Was it just AD playing better in the game, or was it just better opening and the better game?
Wow, full hearts and fire and so many emojis in the chat right now. Oh my God.
Yeah, and people are going like, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby.
Yeah, that clip, it will be clipped, I think.
Of course, it will be a legendary moment which we will lived on for the ages. The things that we will tell our grandchildren in the future in 2040, 2050. Actually, I'm being 2050, 2060. Yeah, there was a man who stated that he's going to beat Anish 3 months before, that he's going to play one b3, and he actually went on to do it and pull it off. And only one man could do this in the history of chess.
Oh my God, this is so great. This is so great for Adi. I'm really glad for him because he had a very tough first 2 days, and today he drew his first round against Magnus, won his second against Anish. Yesterday, nobody would have predicted this, no?
Yeah, no one except AD and his legion of fans, which I have to admit includes me on a temporary basis for the next, for a short time in the future.
Oh, and I'm sure that, after these 2 difficult days, what Adi told himself is, but is this going to stop me? And no, it hasn't. It hasn't stopped him. He is back in his old form. Beautiful.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, maybe God asked him. God came in front of him just before this tournament, asked him, AD, you have two choices: win the champion chess tour,
Oh my
beat
God,
AG
Anish
with one
tweeted.
b3. And AD was like, yeah, I'm very clear with my choice.
Anish tweeted something. I want to check. Congrats, Adiban, to win despite such a horrible opening. Wow. Oh, that's so sweet. It's very nice of him. That's very nice of him.
Indeed, indeed. I also came up with a tweet myself in the time. So yeah, you're free to check it out and
Oh,
follow
really?
all the cool
You have
tweets.
you have managed to tweet while commenting, Srinath. What is this multitasking
I
like?
I I,
What
I
level
posted
of
two tweets today
multitasking
while
is this?
commenting.
Oh my God, you're like AG proud student, right? Like, what is this? Oh my God, I saw it just now. Wow, what a window capture! Amazing.
Thank you, thank you,
Hey, he
thank
also
you.
did a fist bump, right? He also did a fist bump and all.
Yeah. Of course, his celebration was like more than how it was when he won the Indian qualifier. Wow,
Very
what a
nice.
moment!
Moment of the
It we
moment
are
of the
celebrating as if someone qualified to the top 8. Yeah.
we are not celebrating. We are just in awe of Adi and his confidence. At least for me, that is the highlight that he said he's going to play B3. He played B3 and he played such a fantastic game despite being out of form apparently. And today he's just back in form, back in his old beast mode. Really
Yeah,
glad for it.
indeed. And my Instagram story is also done, so we can get back. We can get back here.
Krishna says Shri is like Dr. Octopus doing many things at once. For once, I know the reference. Yay.
I
Nice.
don't. Doctor Octopus comes in Spider-Man, no?
No, he's in this Benedict Cumberbatch movie, right?
That is
Isn't
Spider-Man,
it?
no?
Or am I getting confused? No, it is that. Wait, I don't remember the name of the movie, but I know which movie I'm talking about. But if I'm wrong on this, it will be funny. One minute, I'll
Chat can
just.
help us. Meanwhile, there are still some live games going on. One of them is the game between Ladislav Artemiev against Jan Christoph Duda. Artemiev is about to win this. You
Doctor
can see
Strange.
the. Sorry,
Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange.
that is.
Isn't
But
Doctor
Doctor
Octopus in?
Octopus, yeah, Spider-Man. I got it right. I got it
Oh,
right.
he's in Spider-Man only. Okay, I got confused.
Yeah.
Okay. But Spider-Man also I've seen. Is he the green guy? Oh no, the
Uh,
purple guy. He's purple. Is the
I don't
octopus
remember the
purple?
color. No, recently I was teaching my nephew the difference between purple and violet and indigo and all these things. He's 4 years
Uh,
old,
uh.
but I could just show it from Google. If you ask me the difference between purple and violet, I myself wouldn't get it.
What I'm wearing today is, I think, purple, and the deeper color would be violet.
Ah, okay. My mother's
And this
favorite
this
color.
Go premium thing which we have on the screen, this is violet.
Wow, what a teacher you're, Soumya. Uh, instantly. So I think yeah, there's one more game going on. Ali Reza against Hui Fan, and then after this game, maybe I'll show you a game of mine from yesterday where I won
Right.
with 1B3 in about some of my 1B3 wins from yesterday. Yeah, because
Oh, wow.
that would be a nice tribute to AD.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before the game, I showed him that. I sent him that game today. Okay, I
Oh,
sent him that.
really?
Yeah. I sent him that, and uh, he replied. He replied saying, "Nice game." Then I said, "I played the whole arena with 1B3," and then he was like, "Cool. Hope it was an enlightening and life-changing experience." I said, "Indeed, like for thousands of others, and all the best." It actually happened today. I'll post it as a story.
Very nice. Hey, we have a
Yeah.
super chat. Tapan Krishna says Soumya Akka and Srinath Anna super commentary. Thank you, Tapan. AD Anna OP in chat, boys. Wow, it reminds me of one dialogue. AG Abbas in Padayappa telling to AD, which is Rajni sir, what a man. Nice. What dialogue? Please tell us the dialogue also, na Tapan.
No, it's that
By
is
the
the
way, hi
dialogue.
Tapan.
He looks at Rajnikant and he goes like, "What a man!"
Oh,
Of
really? Oh, that is
course,
the.
I think it's a bit over the top to start comparing AD with people like Rajnikant and Vijay and stuff, and they have really big fan clubs. So be careful, guys.
But fan club क्या अभी ये Vijay is also doing a movie on the Beast. So whose fan is a real question.
I think that's not really a question, Soumya. I think we are really stretching it now.
For for a long time.
No, but it really started going over the top when Rajinikanth came into the picture.
So, do we have any games left, or are we
The
going to see?
Ali Reza Oifan, the last game
No.
left.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe you can comment on it and keep the chat engaged while I prepare my PGN of my
Absolutely.
1B3 tribute to the one and only beast in India.
Absolutely. So here Ali Reza, as we can see, has 2 knights for a rook, but all the pawns are on one side. As far as I understand, this white has good winning chances here, but maybe like the winning plan for white is basically attack the pawn on f7 because that is black's only weakness. Everything else is guarded. So if black can get his knight to d6 and rook on a7, both these moves right now, then he will definitely win. But after rook a7, Yifan plays rook d7. So she's not allowing white to get both rook a7 as well as knight d6. And she keeps on challenging the white rook. So she wants to enter into this position with one rook versus 2 knights, where it will be very difficult for white to attack the f7 knight pawn with both his knights, because then he would need a knight on d6 and a knight on g5, which is very hard to achieve. Meanwhile, black will always have checks on the third rank and attack white's pawn on g3 at the same time. So that's why white does not exchange pieces, the rooks basically. He keeps the rooks on the board. On a4, it cannot be challenged easily because the knight on d3 controls the b4 square. So a4 is a good square for the rook to be on. King e4, rook b5, rook c4. He wants to get his rook on the 7th rank. So Yifan plays rook b7. If she had played the other rook to b7, by the way, then white would have rook c8 with the idea to play rook e8. So Yifan does not allow that. I do feel Ali Reza has very good chances to win this actually. Even though it is...
This is going to go for a while though, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. It is not easy, and maybe it's just a draw, but just over the board, it's very hard to hold it. Black's plan, as we have seen, is very simple. She wants to restrict the knights, and she wants to exchange a pair of rooks as much as long as she can do it. She has played rook d8, knight b4, now king f8. Now she'll also put the king on g7, where it looks safe, but not necessarily safe, because if white gets his rook on the 8th rank, then he can give a checkmate on g8. I mean, not a checkmate, but the king will be cornered on g8. So it's not always safe, you know. Black has these problems with his king and problems with his f7 pawn. So he has two problems right now. She keeps both her rooks on the 7th rank and defends both these problems for the moment. And let's see how white will play. Shri, meanwhile, do you have your game prepared? Because
I have my game prepared. Yeah, I do. I'm ready to go when... Sure. I think we have about 8 minutes, so I think that will be exact time for the next game. So Chad, what do you think? Shall we go look at the 1B3 wins of yesterday? The day before the legendary win of AD against AG. Yeah. So first game is my game against Vincent Kiemer from Germany, who is one of the best juniors and in the world. And he's the student of Peter Lico, and he had already defeated me once. So this was in this San Fermin Arena finals yesterday. It was 3+2, and it was actually quite nice to play off stream for a change, you know, because on the stream you're your attention is divided into so many things. You're looking at the chat once in a while, you're constantly speaking. And for me, when I speak, a part of my prefrontal cortex is occupied. And yesterday I just had to screen share and make the moves with my camera on. And he played c6. He had 3 moves c6, Karagan, Slav. He didn't expect b3, I guess. Bishop b2, d5. Now, what AD suggests in his course against d5 is basically systems with d3. So that's also what I did with d3, knight f6, and knight d2, bishop g4. So bishop g4, it's very similar to the setup that AD got against Anish got against AD. So you see, with white, I also followed the same: g3, knight d7, bishop g2, e5, and now I had to play h3 first just to kick away this bishop, and then knight to f3 and my pawn to e4. So you see, it's very similar setup as white against very similar setup with black. So e4, short castle, rook e8. And here, instead of queen e2, I went queen e1 because I want to play knight h4 and f4 and open this bishop up. So queen e1, a5. a5 against a5, you always play a3. So you can meet a4 with b4, queen c7, knight h4, rook a d8, and now just king h1, knight f8, knight to f5, bishop to c5. And now what would you do, chat? Because white already has a fantastic position. It's only been 15 moves, but it's a very nice position starting from 1 b3. And what would you do as white? How would you continue here? And what are white's options? For me, it was pretty straightforward. There was only one move that there's only really one move that I seriously considered, and I immediately played it, considering that it was 3+2, and I really wanted to play fast. And what would you guys play here if you were white here? A tutorial after the lecture, or maybe the practical. I'll get Dr. Sid to do it one of the times. We'll have him as a guest. Knight f3 is not a bad move, Aditya, but the point of 1 b3 bishop b2 is you have to unleash this bishop. So how do you do that? How do you unleash the bishop? How do you open it up? g4 is also not a bad move, but not my first choice. Yes, Soham has got it. At least that's the move I thought. I haven't looked at these games with engine, by the way, so I could be wrong. But in a blitz game, f4 is like the automatic move that you would play. I think a lot of people would play f4. The idea is you put pressure on e5 and you open this diagonal up and open access to the b2 bishop. Yes, f4, chess max stress gaming, you got it. d4, not a great move, guys. d4, you're opening the e5 and you're weakening the e4 pawn. So f4 takes d into e4. And here I found a very, very nice sequence for white. A very nice intermediate sequence, not taking back immediately on e4, but instead inserting a move and weakening black's kingside pawn structure. Again, what do you think black played here? Yeah, f4 may weaken the f4 does weaken the center pawns, but life is filled with trade-offs. We don't get stuff handed over for free, and so is chess. It is filled with trade-offs. Yeah, I considered queen g3, but queen g3, I thought black could just play knight g6 or bishop to g6, and with this bishop on g6, it's not so easy to break through. So I didn't quite go for queen g3. But yes, instead I took bishop into f6, as Harsh Pawar pointed out, Pavan, Rohit, and Rudraksh Manoj. Yes, I took bishop into f6, and now g into f6. And here, what would you take with? Would you take with the pawn or some other piece? Because again, queen g3 check, there is always bishop g6. So I didn't want to commit it. I wanted to play queen g3 at a time when it is impossible to defend against. Concretely, it's over. Queen h4 is also a nice move, always something I considered. But again, queen h4, black goes bishop g6, and it doesn't break through immediately. So smart guy, Nadeem, yeah, so knight into e4 is what I took. Knight into e4, bishop g6, and he just blended with bishop g6 here. Knight into e4, it's actually, black's position is collapsing. It's just 19 moves. Vincent came one of the most solid players around, best juniors. And black is already position is already collapsing. So b3 can actually be a very good surprise weapon. And after bishop g6, he just loses his rook. And he continued for one more move with queen b8. But the thing is, after I play knight e g7, both these knights were defended. So he was attacking both these knights with queen b8, both of them under attack. But I just defend with knight g7. And this was the game between me and Vincent. Now, the next game against Alan Pichot, which I'll show really quickly because we are just 2 minutes away from takeoff. It started similar opening. I followed the AD recipe, which is given in his course. And you remember I said after c5, I didn't know how to react. I should have played b5 here. But instead, I took b into c5, which turned out to be a mistake. I got into trouble. The game was really complex and interesting. And I was up by an exchange at one point. I didn't check this with engine, so I'm really not sure. But at this point, I really got stuck. All his pieces coming in, I could have gotten mated. And again, quickly going through the rest of the game, we are a minute away from kickoff. I got into huge trouble, and I was at this position. And at this point, he played knight e3 with the idea of g4 check. I took knight into g5, and here he played f into g5. So here, white to play. And what is your evaluation? What would you do as white? What happens? How does white make this draw? This is the position and white to play. And here I managed to somehow save. I had like only 4 seconds, but I just found this by chance. I was initially looking at all rook f7 check and stuff, which fails to king g6. But somehow I eventually found this and made a draw here and survived to live for a few more minutes. So how does white draw here? Soham, rook f6 is not correct. I guess rook f6 is not correct. Yes, keep checking. SKS, keep checking. Rook c7 check, king g6, rook c6, king g7, rook c7. And there is no way for black to come because my rook on f covers this. So that was the point of this knight into g5. I was totally lost, but I just survived. And we have Soumya back, so let's welcome her with likes and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And also the games have begun. So Peter Swidler against Vidit. It hasn't begun yet, but the Arjun game has begun against Salim Saleh. Welcome back, Soumya.
Yes, Shri. Hi, how are you? And very nice. I saw the ending of your second b3 game where you found this nice perpetual with rook c7 and rook c8.
Thank you.
So it seems like you have checked out Adi's course as well, huh? Nice to know that. And
of course I did. Of course I did.
And Arjun's game has begun. So let's have a look at how
me and AD's piece it got sealed off some time ago. Like how when we do engagement, people exchange the plates, yeah. So like that, like that, me and AD exchanged our courses to establish our piece.
Nice. So by the way, Arjun has played Nimzo Indian against Salim Saleh, and his game is going very fast. So can we have a quick look at his position?
Yeah, so we are still in theory, and when white plays a3 here, black. So do you want to go from behind or talk about the present position?
No, we can talk about the opening as well a little bit. Like white played e3 castle, bishop d3 here, d5, knight f3. This is like one of the main lines, right, of Nimzo.
Yes,
and
it is a main line, especially this position after knight f3 and c5. This is the main line played for more than 100 years with lots of games. Very interesting strategic line. And Anish seems to have hated his life so much after his previous game that he's already towards drawing his current game. Very understandable reaction. I would have thought of worse things to do, but AG just makes a draw.
By the way, AG, he's in which place now? He's still in 6th place after losing the 12th round as well. So he's still in 6th place, and he's still in very much in the race for top 8. So I mean, it's an understandable decision to make a draw against Ding Lijian and Next two games he plays. Whom does he play? Does he play Indians in the next two?
Yeah, he plays Arjun in the last round with the white pieces. I know. I remember that,
He
and he
plays
plays
Mukesh
Gukesh
and
with
Arjun.
black. Yeah,
Right. Nice. So he's still in sixth place, and after making this draw, also he will be in top 8 at least. Because the only person who can catch him in top 8 is Duda, who's still on playing on 6. So yeah, understandable decision there from Anish. And yeah, whose game shall we see now? Arjun's game, or do we move to Vidit's game?
yeah. The VD game has begun, so maybe we'll just take this through in 30 seconds. So the position after Queen C7, which we have on the board right now, very early in the opening, both the players will spend some time here, figure out the middle game strategies. All quite known position, but a lot of intricacies and a very, very familiar pawn structure, which can come from many different openings. So we will get back to this while we look at the start of the VD game, which is also really important in uh, shaping up how the Indians qualify to the knockouts of the Gold Money Asia Rapid. And look at this, Soumya. This started with B4 C5, and this is what AD played in the first few rounds as white. So VD
Yes,
seems to
yes,
have
yes. But
yeah,
VD plays something, VD plays C5 as Ding, and also Aronian, right? Aronian also played C5 against Adi. And
exactly. And AD went E3 here. Is that what you're going to say?
yeah, AD played E3, Queen C7, and B5, right? That is how the game went.
Yeah,
But
that was the Aronian game, and I think Ding played Knight D7, if I'm not wrong.
yeah, Ding also. But in Ding's game also, he went B5 on the fifth move or so. But here, Swidler instead goes for this fianchetto setup with G3 and not E3. So he doesn't want to commit E3 very fast. And after A5, he takes on C5. And I think this is a more logical direction, I would say, isn't it? Like you take the pawn on C5, then you undermine the support to D4, so that after bishop B2, knight A3, knight C2, or knight B5, now that black has also committed A5, you can also put your knight to B5. You actually keep your attack on D4 going, and you can also play E3. And yeah, like let's say black gets E5 in, you can also play E3 and basically take control of the center after T into E3 and F into E3.
Yeah, like Benoni. Yeah, it's Benoni reverse, but the extra tempo and this addition of B4, B into C5, I think it really helps white. The knight can be put to B5. So I think it's more solid than what AD had in his games. This variation in
Yeah,
general, it feels more solid.
yeah, I totally agree. And actually, I think this addition of A5, it's very common. But okay, white has gone for this bishop A3, knight D2 setup. But there is also this other idea which he had with knight A3 and knight B5, because now the pawn is already on A5. So the knight is actually very comfortable on B5 in such positions. But Swidler has a different approach. So
He
chess
got
is
a greedy
basically
greedy
also about,
approach.
yeah,
Uh,
greedy. No, but basically chess is about having different approaches. Like you can have two or three different ideas in the same position usually, and it depends on the players understanding and players feel of the position, and also their comfort in what kind of positions they want to enter, that they choose their openings, their middle game structures. And it's very interesting to see how Adi and Swidler's styles are like so dynamically opposite that Swidler goes for this knight d2 fianchetto setup. So that's also like a beauty of chess, right? You can choose differently in the same kind of position.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. There are so many different options. The same player, I mean, different players choosing different things in the very same position. I think that really adds to the beauty of chess in general. And it's incredible how deep and diverse chess is. Even after playing so many years, you're constantly finding new things every single day. So like, for example, till day before yesterday, I thought 1b3 was like the worst opening in humanity. But now I can say that I'm a convert. So, things like this happen all the time. And being open to change, keeping yourself open to change is very much an important part of improvement.
Wow, this is like Adi, first of all, so many achievements in one tournament. First of all, he played this B3 and won against Anish. Secondly, he has converted so many people into B3 fans, including Srinath Narayanan. Guys, please clip this. Please clip this. इसका मिनी क्लिप तो जरूर बनता है गाइस. आदि को तो एटलीस्ट भेज ही देना उसके डिस्कॉर्ड पे.
But those who played 1b3 in my server in the last 1 or 2 months, their punishment stays the same. I'm not recalling it because they expressly disobeyed orders, which remained relevant at that time. So no amnesty.
By the way,
Yeah.
By the way, Firuza's game against Ifan is still going on.
What? They're still going on the last. Yes. Oh my god! Yes. Oh my god!
It seems like he's winning because he managed to win the pawn, and his knights on d4 and f3 are supporting each other. And now he'll play knight g5 check next. So e6 pawn will also be won, and if the king moves, then the g6 pawn will be lost. So basically, Firuza will win this. Wow.
Yeah, this is a very important game for Ali Reza to win because he really needs this to try and qualify. He has 4.5 out of 11. So if he wins, he will get to 5.5 out of 12, the same score as Vidit. And then again, he needs to try to get to at least 8 in order to try and qualify. Meanwhile, there's also another big game, Soumya, the game between Magnus Carlsen against our little boy Gukesh. And this has also begun underway. So this is Magnus's third game of the day. The first was against AD, which kind of ended. I mean, we covered it extensively. So I think Magnus kind of has learned his lessons. Yeah. So because this time he just went for the London. Okay, it was actually Gukesh who deviated with 1d5. He didn't repeat the King's Indian, but nevertheless, Magnus going for his old and trusted London system, and Gukesh immediately getting a light square bishop off, and after knight f3 c5, Magnus just took d into c5 right away. What are your thoughts on this position?
Yeah, London system e6, and he converted. Sorry, I'm reading the chat, and chat is all about convert, and I'm just like, sorry for that. He exchanged the light square bishop right of the opening. Usually they play like bishop g4 is not so early, right? So bishop g4 was played, and bishop e2, e2, queen e2, d6. So now knight f3 and c5. Actually, I mean, actually, to be very honest, this bishop on f5, which we usually have in these kind of setups, is not is also very useful. Like, let's say after e3, you play c5, knight f3, knight. Okay, maybe c3, knight c6, queen b3, queen b6, queen c2, bishop f5, queen c1. This kind of.
Soumya, you're going so fast even for me. Think of the poor child.
Sorry. Let me just open the. Yes. No, I meant. No, instead of knight f3, instead of queen b6, knight c6.
Okay.
C3. Queen b6, queen b3, c4, queen c2, queen c2, bishop f5, and queen to c1. And this is one of the main lines of London. My main ways to tackle the London. And here black plays e6. So here the bishop is already out of the pawn chain, and it's actually quite useful, right? It controls many useful squares, and black also plays h6 later and saves his bishop. This black has nothing to complain about in these cases. But on the other hand, there is also a system where the bishop remains on c8 and black plays e6 immediately and plays c5. So in that case, the bishop is behind the pawn chain, and black has some problems to solve regarding his bishop in those variations. So Gukesh just decided to exchange it in the beginning itself, and then instead go for this e6 c5 line, so that the problem of the light squared bishop never arises.
This is very interesting approach from Gukesh. Again, in accordance with how we were just discussing, how there are always new things in chess, and looks like even Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, has encountered something new today.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Magnus is usually the one who finds all these positions which are not explored. He was famous for introducing this approach to chess when he came into the scene, became world champion, world number one, everything, that he used to force his opponents to get into unknown positions from like fourth, fifth, sixth move. And now Gukesh is also doing the same. So kudos.
Yeah, I mean, these kids,
Gukesh.
they all learn from Magnus. Yeah, they all learn from Magnus, and now they can do things better than Magnus himself in a lot of things. So, guys, think about this: the 30-year-old world champion Magnus Carlsen learning, being shown something new by his opponent, born in 2006. So, a 15-year-old kid from India, half his age, literally, and how amazing is that? And this kid turns out to be an Indian kid. That's all the more awesome. And I'm just loving it. Today has been such a cheerful day, yeah. So
Absolutely. And talking about cheerful, let's go to Adi's game, where there has been a piece sacrificed by Duda. Duda, one of the most creative players as well, plays extremely fighting chess in all his games. He has sacrificed a piece on g5 in the Roy Lopez variation. And we actually discussed something similar against Peter Swidler, right? Yesterday, Adiban sacrificed it with black, and we discussed that usually it's not so effective, this kind of piece sacrifice, because the king comes to g7 and supports the knight on f6. But here the difference is the knight is on c6. Yesterday, Swidler's knight was on d2, supporting the f3 knight as well, whereas now black's knight is on c6. So this position is like the pieces are slightly different here. And what do you think? Is this piece sack good? White has just played queen f3.
No, the problem for white, the big problem for white, he's not getting in f4 immediately. The bishop on b6 is controlling this. If he could get f4 right away, I think white can lay some claim to compensation. But since he's not getting this, black has ample time to play something like rook g8, rook g6 and stabilize the situation on the king side.
Rook g8 is not working because actually right now white's threat is a into b5, a into b5, rook a8. Huh? This is rook white's is immediate b8, threat. Oh, sorry. I have a different position on my board. Queen, I had the moves only till queen f3. So queen f3, rook b8.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so existing position, rook g8 is rook g8, rook g6 is incoming. And white can maybe play something like queen g5 to try and create immediate threats, but black just moves his knight away. So maybe knight e8.
But even knight f3 now with
3 with an idea of knight g5 check. Yeah,
yes,
this is
very powerful, no? It looks very dangerous. I would be a little... I would be happy to play this position with white actually if this knight f3 cannot be covered. What is happening? This is serious, no? Knight f3 is a very serious issue.
Yeah, definitely. Knight f3 is definitely menacing. No, I was thinking of knight h5, but then there is knight g5 check. And king g6, you just go queen f3, yeah? But maybe I just play knight f4 here. Right.
That is the only way, I think. Knight h5 is probably the only move against knight f3. You play knight g5, king g7 or king g6, one of the two.
I want to go king g6, because king g7, there might be a double check.
Knight e6. Knight e6 is nasty. Knight e6 is checkmate, actually.
How?
Oh, it's not checkmate because g7 square is controlled, but
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
just in case
queen
you just want to
G4.
avoid the
Maybe
double
queen
check
G4.
because
Yeah, queen
because
G4 and it's over, no? After king, knight e6, king h7, queen G4.
I'm not sure if it's over because you keep attacking the queen. So
How do
I'm
you
not.
keep
It could
attacking?
still be winning
Sorry,
for black.
I hope we have the same position on the board.
You're
Can
seeing my screen, right?
Yeah,
Or
can you go
the
back? How did you manage to defend this,
king
Shri?
h7,
Knight e6. And I wanted to play queen g4.
bishop into e6.
Bishop e6. Okay, this one I missed. And after queen h5, you want to play king g7. Okay.
Yep. I think
But
Duda
what?
has chosen the wrong day to mess with AD.
So he plays queen g5. Strange. I really expected knight f3, but he plays queen g5. So he's attacking the knight on f6. What choices does black have?
Knight e8 and knight g8. Yeah,
Yeah, knight e4 will
pretty
not work
straightforward
because of
answers.
a simple queen d8 even, and knight g8 may be the move, defending against potential checkmates. But knight g8, queen h5,
Yeah, queen h5
and
is
then
possible in both the cases. King g7, and
g7.
it's two minor pieces for a rook.
Right, queen h8, king h8, bishop d8, and this position.
Yeah, and I was thinking you can take with the knight because you have this direct rook to f4. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so I think. Uh, I think this is slightly better for black at the very least. Of course, white can defend, but I think
No, I think
it is
white
slightly
has a
better.
clear, at least equality. No, let's say I play a b and rook a6 and rook a1 and exchange one rook.
Yeah, but I can
I think
prevent it
white,
with bishop c6. So knight
you will
e6.
not allow me to exchange a pair of rooks
But what you're
anymore.
saying is true. White has a lot of compensation. So um, if one is white has two pawns and another is if you can exchange off the rook, I think it's pretty nice for it can get nice for white. So g3 h4 and maybe it's not maybe it's just equal practically regardless of what the computer evaluates.
So chat is asking for Arjun's game. So maybe we can have a look at Arjun's game and then go to Vidit's game as well because we haven't covered them so far.
Sure.
Uh,
No, we did have a look at the opening, but we are getting back. So Arjun, wow, look at his speed.
yeah, what is happening? Rook A2
So
played on.
we last left at this point, yeah, been to c3. This is where I gave a very quick sum up, and it continued with queen c7, c4, h6. So basically, in this position, the main imbalance strategically is this pair of bishops, the dark square bishop, and on the other hand, black has excellent counterplay against these white's hanging pawns.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Huh? You can't hear me?
Okay. Sorry.
Chat, can you hear me? Yeah, I
Yeah, I
think
can hear you.
my yeah. So black gets counterplay against these hanging pawns in exchange for the pair of bishops. And here Arjun went for this very simple strategy as black. Rook e1, knight d7, a4, rook e8, and now just break with e5, break the central pawns. So they get disconnected. And after everything gets taken, you have these lonely pawns compared to these two united pawns. So it's always nice to have people around you, and there the c4 and a4 pawns. This is where they feel left out, whereas the a7 and b6 pawns, they feel pretty better about them. They feel pretty better in general. So this is black's compensation for white's pair of bishops, and the position itself is approximately equal. And I think Arjun doesn't have a lot to worry about here. What are your thoughts, Soumya?
Yeah, I think I would prefer to be black here than to be white, because white has these long-term strategic weaknesses. Compensation, as you said, is the pair of bishops, but black's pieces are also very good. No, it's not like black's bishop is restricted or something. So that's why I think uh, black's bishop on b7 is in fact a beast, I would say. It's causing a lot of problems. You can even play queen g5 right now, in fact. Queen g5 is probably not working tactically because of bishop e4. Bishop
Uh,
e4. Took d2, bishop into d2, and we attack the queen.
this is beautiful move, bishop e4. Wow, what a move, Soumya. I I I I totally did not see this coming. It
Yeah.
yeah.
So so maybe rook d6 is it good, but rook d6 will allow bishop h7. So we have to leave the d file. That means we have to
Either
leave the
that or
file.
do you have some knight e4?
Knight e4, bishop e4, but then wouldn't it be equal? Oh no,
No.
because the c4 pawn is also attacked after rook d2, queen d2, queen
Yeah,
e4,
no,
and you're
also
attacked.
I think I don't mind equality with black, to be honest. I mean, I
Oh
think the
really?
position is equal. Yeah, because long term, the pair of bishops, it can become dangerous. It can become, I mean, these open lines, this dark square bishop, it can become dangerous in tandem. You have to be really careful as black. If you give white a few tempos, and it can turn around. And I have had this happen to me as well in quite a few games. So
Mm-hmm.
I would be careful.
Mm-hmm. Right. But rook c8 is, I think, a legit option in case black wants to not play knight e4. Because you attack the pawn on c4 and you get it out of this d file where it runs into any kind of bishop e4, bishop h7 stuff. And you keep pressing, no? But white
Yeah.
will... and let's say white goes back with bishop f1. Let's say white plays some safe move, then you have this knight e4 coming in and your pieces are getting very active.
Indeed.
Right. So we can say that Arjun is definitely comfortable here. And what about Gukesh? How is he doing? Did we cover his game today? We haven't.
Yeah, we did the London system where
Yeah. Against Magnus. Yes. Um. So Gukesh. Oh, Gukesh has a completely normal position. He has played f6, knight e4. He can play anytime and exchange this bishop on g3.
these kids are
Uh,
simply not scared of Magnus. Yeah.
it helps that it's an online game and they don't need to sit in front of him. I think that that part helps. But yeah, I'm really glad to see that how well they are fighting.
Yeah, indeed. No, but also in general, I feel after looking at all these, after playing against, yeah, what you're saying is true. After playing against all these players online, they really understand that they're also humans. They can also make mistakes. Whereas the previous generation used to look at the world champions as the demigods, which isn't
Yeah.
actually true. Anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah, especially this tournament is a classic example because the schedule is also extremely grueling. So let's say you have your concentration on for the first two games. Already by the third game, you're a little tired, and by fourth or fifth, you're extremely tired. So the blunders. I mean, it's very not. It's we see so many blunders happening by all these top 10 players, and we realize that they are also humans, right? When people like Magnus and Anish and all these players make blunders, earlier it used to be like, no, these are mistakes only I make in my game. No one else will make such mistakes. But to see them making these mistakes makes us realize they're also human. They also get tired. The schedule gets to them as well.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
to
Absolutely.
me, that has been a real revelation of all these online tournaments.
And
By the way, you
yeah,
yes.
No, I just
No,
I
I
just
was
wanted to conclude the Gukesh game that I think he seems to be really comfortable. Very good center. The pawns in the center. The knights are quite well placed, and due to this advantage in the center, it's actually Gukesh who will break with d4 and have an initiative against White's king. The knight coming to d4, the next other knight coming to d3. All these things. Um, all these things are things that White has to watch out for, and it will not be easy to defend against them.
right. Do you want to look at Vidit's game against Swidler? Swidler seems to be having a huge initiative. By the way, King is in the center. Do you think something has gone very wrong for Vidit? I think
Yeah,
so.
I was having a look from the corner of my eye on the Vidit's game for a long time, and essentially where it went wrong was around this point, short castle a4, and at first sight it looks like Vidit has everything under control. He's attacking the knight on b3. Next, he wants to capture on c4 with either bishop or the knight. He has a good center, all the pieces comfortable. It all looks great, right? And then boom, knight b into d4 comes out of nowhere. And maybe this was something with it probably underestimated. He of course, I'm pretty sure he saw this, but he's thinking, okay, yeah, if it comes, I'll have something. And it turns out that when it actually came, and maybe he thought nothing will happen, but it didn't quite turn out to be true in this case. And after e into d4, knight into d4, knight into c5, White has enormous compensation. Although he has only 2 pawns in return for the piece, White turned out to have enormous compensation because Black's king is stuck in the center, and White is just rolling with these pawns. He gets a lot of extra tempos for his pieces. And the knight comes to b5. Immediately, the pawn goes to d4, first after rook b1. For Black, the problem is he cannot castle that easily, because if he tries to move his knight to castle, then White always has this knight d6 check. And if he plays bishop e7, then there is d4. So moving his knight will allow bishop into e7. So Black cannot castle. If he could just have a few tempos to get his king to safety, then Black would probably be winning. He's a piece up. But he's not allowed to castle, and this is the source of all with its misery in this game so far. But yeah, so bishop d7, d4, and after knight e4, queen d3, knight d2. He's threatening both the rooks, but White just doesn't have to bother about it and goes after Black's king, bishop into b7, enabling bishop c6 check. The Black king stranded in the center, knight into c4, bishop c6 check, king d8, and now queen f3. Queen f3 was a move which really set the bar down, which really set the bar off. So queen f3, knight into a3, knight into a3. What is going on here, Soumya? Bishop d5. This is the point. Yeah, I think Swidler missed bishop d5. He did not see this. And this allows Vidit back in the game, because if instead of queen f3, if he had gone queen f4, then after knight into a3, knight into a3, there is a threat of rook b8 check and bishop into a8. So this bishop d5 was not possible. But in this situation with queen f3, after takes, bishop d5, bishop into d5, queen into d5, Black seems to have totally got back in the game because he has repelled White's main attacker, the light square bishop, which was wreaking havoc in Black's position. And he has also neutralized one more bishop. So both the bishops are off, and Black's king seems to be in relative safety. So whether this is back in the game, the position still remains complex, but if he has a few moves to stabilize his king and stabilize his position, then he could actually be winning because he has more material. He has a piece for only 2 pawns. So it all remains to be seen whether he can stabilize his position in time.
Yeah, this queen f3, I mean, who would have thought that queen f3 is a mistake? Because until here, I think Swidler played excellently right from the point where he sacked the piece. I mean, amazing intuition and understanding of the position. Just for like 2 pawns, he sacrifices a whole piece, and so that the king remains in the center and Black has problems with development as well. And maybe, like as you pointed out, queen f4, yeah, maybe there is like no defense, right? After queen f4, you're threatening bishop a8, queen a8, and Yeah, this queen f3 was like the only mistake by Swidler so far, and Vidit just pounced on his chances. And after knight a3, knight a3, bishop d5, he's back. He's completely back. He's a piece up, so all he needs to do is stabilize, which he will do. When king d7, now the other rook comes into the game, and his king is completely out of danger.
Yeah, absolutely. So things turning around, and you could see it from VD's body language. Yeah, I think he's sitting more upright and he's leaning into the game. He seems to be sensing that this is his moment, the critical moment, where he has to find the correct moves. And if he does that, he's in with real chances. This game is also very important for Vidit from the perspective of the tournament, from the perspective of the championship, because if he can win this, then he has Salim Saleh in the 14th round, an opponent whom he has a good score against. So with white, he will fancy his chances. And then he has to hold against Magnus in the last round to qualify. 8 out of 15, very good chances of qualifying. So a very, very important moment in the context of this championship for Vidit. It's not easy for Vidit to continue here though, because you have to bring your rook. But if you bring your rook to these places, then you risk losing your third pawn. If you lose this third pawn, which is what has happened in the game, by the way, it just happened. Then you're down by 3 pawns. It's not easy to win this position. Of course, it's you. Black has very little danger of losing from here onwards, but it's not going to be easy to convert this into a win. To convert this into a win, maybe Vidit will want to keep his queens and try and create threats with his remaining pieces. But for that, he has to find a safe place for his king. And on the other hand, if he exchanges his queens, oh, f3 I don't like. Now black can just go
It's
king
so
g8, no?
weird. Exactly. Why did he give queen a3 check? Because of queen d6 maybe. But
No, but
f3 is
I think exchanging the queens is not a bad idea for white, because with the major pieces on the board, I think very promising attacking chances for black.
no, he just wants to create a good center for himself, right? So after king f8, he wants to go e4 and he wants to build this pawn mass in the center and pressurize black. So I understand now that why he plays f3, but yeah, did not expect it for sure. So Vidit has gone knight d7 and I guess e4
He just
now.
wants to go into the end game. Yeah, e4 he wants queen c4. Otherwise, he puts his king on e8,
But
and the
queen
knight
c4,
on
I can
d7
play queen
protects.
a3. Queen c4, I can play queen a3
Yeah, queen e3, king e8,
and rook
and
d1, no? Okay, they both are like not really listening to us at all. King f2 on the board. E4 was clearly rejected because of reasons unknown to us. Rook c4 on the board. Maybe queen a3 is forced now, otherwise d4 pawn is hanging. So rook c4, and you can even go king f6 actually. Let's see what Vidit chooses.
I think just king d8.
King d8. Yeah, king d8. King d8, and how do you save d4?
You can't. That's my point. That's why I'm
Because
going king d8.
e3, rook c2. So e3 would be an epic blunder. After rook c2, the f3 pawn is also hanging. Rook d1, then rook into d4. Oh my god, is black losing the second pawn?
I think he is.
No, he
And
plays queen d6. He did not play king d8. Why are we not able to predict any of the moves?
no, but this is also a
Maybe
good option. Yeah, d4 is gone anyway.
why?
How do you save d4?
I can even take on d6 and play king e3, no?
Then I'll take a2.
How?
Just rook a4. So I want
Rook
you in this
b.
position. Yeah, rook b2, and now I start improving my position. Yeah, now maybe king d5.
Queen e3. It's actually
No,
also
queen e3 is
like,
a normal move. Yeah, he plays rook d1 and defends the d4
yeah,
file. That's how he will play. Uh,
yeah. And is it easy to win this endgame? Let's say you enter into this 5 pawns versus 3, king versus knight and king endgame, then black is easily winning, right? That endgame.
Well,
Let's
you
say
are
the
our
A2 pawn is.
in-house endgame expert, Soumya, you should say. I don't know.
I
I
don't know
don't
why
know.
this title has been
It's
given to me, but I think black is winning that endgame because the knight will always attack the pawns and create some force fight to create some weaknesses, and then the king can get a good square. Like that's how it will happen. Okay, it's probably too vague, like whatever I'm explaining, but I think this 5 versus 3 endgame with black having an extra knight is winning for black. So that's something white doesn't want to enter into.
right. Um, some more moves played: knight b6, queen e4, and this game is heating up. It's kind of heating up, but meanwhile, there is a draw in the Arjun Salem Saleh game. So Arjun moves on to 7 out of 13. He's having a really solid day so far. In the last 2 rounds, he plays against Anish in the last round with the black pieces. But before that, um, yeah.
Oh, by the
Uh,
way, that is asking for Gukesh's game. So maybe we should switch and
yeah, the Gukesh's game
um,
is also really, really hot. Carlson and Gukesh, both of them have 1 minute each. The position is actually not that clear. So black threatens rook c2 check, and then something on f2. King e5, king into e4, and take something on f2.
oh
So
God, like black is so good here. I mean, wow, to get this position against Carlsen already achievement, no?
indeed,
It's
he's
so
not
good.
the first player to outplay Magnus with black today, though. Not the first Indian, at least. Not even the first person from Chennai.
Oh, that's true. Not even the first person from that area, maybe, yeah?
No, thankfully they live in different places.
So rook c2 coming in, king d1 to knight into f2 मर जाएगा, तो knight d2 white played, but now knight into f2, no?
Knight into f2, a into
Knight
rook
f2,
into b4. You have to take with the rook.
b4 and the knight is trapped. Yeah.
Yeah, no, knight can come out to g4,
Yeah, you can
but
play f5. I mean, you can play f5
yeah,
and play knight. But
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
rook b5 is not possible because of king knight e4. So maybe that's a draw, yeah?
Knight, you mean after king into f2?
Yeah, after king into
Yeah.
f2.
Uh, looks equal, yeah. King f3, rook d5. But it can go on, yeah. Like g4 check, and you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
continue the game. King g3, h4, king into h4, rook into
yeah.
g2. But it's tough to win this, but you can continue the game. And I think this is what Gukesh will do. He likes to keep the game
Oh,
going no matter what.
he goes knight g4, huh? He doesn't play f5. So he allows rook b5. And for rook
A
b5,
bit
he
too
wants
short
to
on
play knight
time.
h2, is it?
Knight h2, yeah. Rook a2 is also an option.
Mm-hmm. Very
So,
brave.
yeah, very brave,
Very
true.
brave.
True. Amazing play. Very impressive too.
Also, rook c3 is an option, but then rook b3 comes into the defense of the e3 and a3 pawns. So he plays rook a2 first, forcing white to make a choice. Maybe white goes rook a5 and then knight into h2.
Yeah, knight into h2. But
So
very difficult for black to lose this. Yeah, I mean even if you play something like knight e5 and sit, very hard for white to make any progress here.
but very brave play by Gukesh, that much is for sure. And by the way, someone in the chat asked, Adesh Fafria asks, how what has been Gukesh's score today? He has scored 2 out of 3 no, 1.5 out of 2 so far. He won against Salem and drew against Peter Swidler in the 11th round. So
And if he wins this game, even Gukesh is in contention to qualify. So we have three Indians in contention for the top eight: Arjun Erigaisi, Vidit Gujarati, and Gukesh. Who would have thought that? Well, I did
Wow.
think that. I did put up a poll before the tournament asking how many Indians might qualify, and
Mm.
it had four as one of the options. But I think we can rule that out because AD cannot catch up. But I think we should cover the end of the AD's game against Duda, yeah, because AD seems to be. Is he winning though? I thought AD was winning, but turns
It
out that it's not winning anymore. Looks like Duda has found some
was he
defense.
winning at some point?
He certainly had a very, very promising position. He had a very promising position. Even now, it's very dangerous for Duda. He has only 20 seconds, and AD has these two minor pieces, some initiative against the king, and two dangerous passers. But the problem is if he takes rook into h3, king g2, and plays b3, this would be really nice if he can retain the rook on the third rank. But two problems. One is with rook b4, he can just take this out. And the another problem is after rook f5, he loses a piece. So he has to probably take knight into h3, but this does not allow the rook to get onto the third rank. So this is the problem for AD, and I think because of this, if he takes knight into h3, I think if white can take this, then white is not in danger of losing anymore.
Yeah, two less pawns. Oh, he has played bishop d4. What is this move? Wow. Bishop d4, idea bishop into e5. Rook into d4 is not possible because of knight f3. Duda has 8 seconds to make a decision.
Very tricky move, yeah. This is AD. This
Wow.
is
He took rook d4. He took rook d4. He goes into position
because too few
3
pawns,
pawns
yeah.
versus piece. Yeah, 3 pawns versus piece. Or does he have 4 pawns? He has 4 pawns for a piece actually. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
He has four
Actually,
pawns
that's
for a piece, but one pawn is a passed pawn, yeah. That is what AD is pinning his hopes on. So
but
Duda
rook a8
creates.
and a7, and now the rook is after a7 you have king into e5 and knight c6 perhaps.
Yeah, knight c6, exactly. So then Duda will rush with his pawns on the other side. Oh, he goes rook c7 first,
So but
just
now
to prevent
king d5. Now king
king
d5 you
d5,
want to
a7. You want knight b5, yeah.
knight c6 also works, no? Knight
Knight
c6
c6,
e6.
e6. But
Oh,
okay,
but I
king
have
d6 now.
king d6. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I have king. But he plays knight b5. After rook b7, knight a7, knight is awkward, but we have king c6 instead after rook b7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe just knight a7 and knight c6. That is a better way actually. Knight a7, f4, knight c6.
Yeah, I think AD can win this game because of the time, that time
I think
luxury
anyone can
gives
win this
him.
game.
No, no. I think AD will not lose this for sure.
Right.
Two results. Okay, now is a tricky problem. How he gets out of this?
He has rook a6, but it allows e6.
Yeah, if he
So
loses this pawn, then I think it's not a straightforward draw. White has to watch out for
yeah, it's
some,
not.
but I think Duda will do that.
Because the rook on c2 is rook cannot come to c2 after knight d4, rook c5, king f4. You don't have rook c2, so I will also get rook a2 and cut off your king, and the king can get into some kind of a mating net. So this is white's main problem in this position. So he's thinking whether he should play king. Oh, he's played f5.
Plays f5 and the evaluation bar skyrockets. AD is just late by 1 day. Yeah? The problem with f5 is there is king f4, rook a2, and he's
Yeah,
in a
king
mating
f4.
net. Yeah, he's played it
Yeah,
immediately.
exactly. He could have played king g3 instead, and I think that would have been a safer. But even then, after knight e2, king h4, king f4, and this rook h8 threat exists. But
No, but
okay,
he
he
could
could have
have
played.
taken. Oh, rook into c5 also. Was this the same problem? King f.
Yeah, this was the problem. King f4 was the problem.
Got it.
Wow. So AD is getting. Okay, let's
Oh,
try. Let's try and calculate.
Soumya, we also have some amazing news, by the way. VD has defeated Peter Swidler.
Wow. VD goes to 6.5 now. That is amazing. He has won 2 games today and drawn the first one.
Yeah.
It
So
was
VD has won, AD has won, Arjun has drawn, and Gukesh is probably on his
AD's
way to
game is
draw.
still going on. Yeah,
Yeah,
AD's
AD's game is
game
still
is,
going on. No, but
but
I
he
think
has
I
this
think
king.
today.
Oh my god, it is mate now. King G3, Rook F2. You cannot stop it. Force
Yeah,
mate.
I know.
Wow. Wow, very nice.
Indeed,
So
indeed,
strong.
indeed,
So strong.
indeed.
Wow, what a day for us. Very
I
nice
know,
day for us.
right? Today we are like
What is
giving back
today?
everything
20th?
taken from us the last 2 days.
Yeah,
It's
28th of
Anisha's
June.
birthday, so it's. I think Anisha's birthday. It's appropriate that it's an Indian day today.
Anish might not agree with you, but okay.
I mean,
Adi has
if
scored
you bring him to
12.5
this
out of,
stream with so many Indians watching, I don't think he'll disagree.
but like no, after that game against Adi, that's what I mean.
No, but
No.
Anish knows what what is the most popular thing. So it's that in his instinct to make the best popular move.
Beautiful
So
made by Adi, by the way. It will be in the puzzle books for sure. And let's go to the last remaining Indian game. Gukesh playing against Carlson. Gukesh is a pawn down, but I think
comfortable
it's
draw, no?
totally holdable. Yeah, totally holdable.
Yeah, totally holdable.
So why is it holdable? Let's try to explain that. Basically, the king cannot move because the pawn on g4 will be attacked. Let's say white brings the king to e2, then rook into g4 is hanging. And king g3, king f3 doesn't make any progress for white. So white will try to, if white tries to play e4, then black could have given check on the third rank. So that's why, and cut off the king. So that's why white first brought his rook to the third rank and now he plays e4. Now if he plays king f6, white will give check on d6. And after king e5, you can, if you, actually this is also fine. After king f6, let's say white gives check on b6, king e5, rook g6,
No,
white
I
can
think it's
see,
safer to just maintain the king here, no? Why do you want to go up? Because whenever there is
no, but
e5, there is rook f4 check, king g3, rook e4. So just stay on
that's also
f7 and move the roots.
yeah, but
Move
like
the rook.
what I was trying to say is that even after this, it's a draw because after king f6,
Ah,
rook b6, king e5, rook g6, you have rook a3, no, and there is simply nothing. Like you can take on e4, and then this is a
true. This is also a draw. Yeah, maybe
so
this is
basically there are
also.
many ways to make a draw in this position, and that like if there was only one way, then you can say that it is difficult to make a draw. But since there are many ways, I think Mukesh will surely hold this.
Yeah, true. This is
Just thinking.
also a fantastic performance by Gukesh. So with this draw, he will be at 6 out of 13. And Gukesh will need to win the last two games. His opponents, Anish Giri and Jan Christoph Duda. So what do you think are his chances, Soumya?
Oh, what Magnus is doing is interesting. Look at what Magnus is doing. He'll give a check. Now he'll give another check on b5. King f6, rook f5. He'll force him to go to g6. Then he'll play f5. So that after, let's say you go rook g1, then I'll play e6, rook g4. I have e7. But even, yeah, and this is winning for white. So black needs to be a little careful now. He has
See,
played rook
Soumya,
f5.
you understand why you're called the in-house endgame expert now? So
No,
e5,
but
rook
I'm
a4, yeah?
yeah, e5 rook a4 is sort of forced, but anyway e6. And then rook
Yeah,
a6 is
e6,
it?
rook a6, yeah. This is what I was.
But then I'll play rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5, and now, what did I say? Rook a8.
Yeah,
Oh
but
no,
now
this
already
this
white
doesn't look
made progress.
convincing. This doesn't look convincing.
Exactly. White made so much progress. I'll play E7 and play King E4 even maybe.
So this is not over yet.
Yeah. White is finding a lot of ways to make progress. So King G6. He's calculating E5. So let's see if what E5 maybe just Rook A6. Oh, E5 Rook A3 check. I found it. E5 Rook A3 check and just keep giving checks to the king from the side. So that was the problem. Even now he can do it actually. Rook F2, he can
That's why
still
he
give.
started with Rook F2.
But
Rook
now also he
A3
can
check,
give.
maybe King D4. You know, he just brings the king up. He doesn't worry about losing the G4 pawn, and then moves his pawn forward. This is his plan.
No. But I'll give check now. Rook A3, King D4, Rook A4, King C5, King D5, Rook A5, King C6, Rook A6, King B7. Now I'll play Rook E6. Or
Rook
maybe
E2?
Rook A4. No, I'll play Rook A4. Sorry.
No, I'll
And
go
after
King
Rook.
B5. I'll go King B5, not King B7.
But now I'll play Rook E6 anyway. And after Rook E2, I have King F6.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was thinking. Gukesh goes Rook G3. I think he's calculated. I mean, at least he went. So now he goes Rook G1. Yeah. If Rook
Yeah, he
E2, there's
plays.
King F7. So E6 is forced. And now Rook D1, King C6, Rook E1. And now he has to
But
start pushing his pawn.
this is also fine because let's say E6, Rook E1, King D6, you have G4 at least.
Yeah. This is also probably a draw. I don't know why I gave a check. Phoenix, AD's game is over. I'll show you the next game, okay? Yes, guys, what a comeback. What a comeback by everyone. And with it as well, of course, what an amazing comeback. Um, what a day it has been so far. Who would have thought at the beginning of today that this is how
It
things
has been
were going to be?
It has been totally amazing, and I'm really glad that Vidit, Adi, Arjun, and Gukesh, all of them are playing so well. And Vidit actually has very bright chances of even qualifying now.
Yeah, and it shows, you know, that it shows that if you keep waiting for something good, it eventually happens. Look at this cheeky move by Magnus, Rook F1. Did you see? Magnus still trying on. Magnus still trying on desperately.
Yeah.
Okay, not desperately. He's just trying on casually. I don't know why I exaggerated there. So King F3, G2, King F2, G1, and it's a draw. It's a draw, and that brings the end of the 13th round. Soumya, I'll just leave you with the chat for a couple of minutes. I'll just be back.
Absolutely. So, hi, chat. How have you been doing? And yeah, really, really glad for our Indian players who have had a great day so far. By the way, Anish, birthday boy Anish, drew his game against Ding Lijian very early. And can we have the standings on the screen? So Lev, who is having an amazing tournament, Lev Aronian on 9.5 out of 13. He is cruising through. He's in excellent form actually in this tournament, and he won the first two games today against Firuza and Dubov and drew the third one against Yifan. Ding Lijian on 9 out of 13. He drew his last game against Anish. Before that, he drew against Magnus and won his first game today against Salem. Artimev on 8.5. Artimev with his first CCT with 8.5 out of 13. So Wesley on 8. Magnus on 7.5 out of 13. Anish Giri on 7. Arjun on 7 out of 13. Arjun in 7th place and VD is on 8th place He's in top 8 right now, 6.5 out of 13, sole 8th place at the moment. Firuja on 6 out of 13, Duda on 6, Gukesh is also on 6 out of 13. So Gukesh also has a chance. He has 2 more games to go, tied on 9th, 10th, and 11th place. Peter Swidler on 5.5, Salem Saleh 5, Dubo on 5, and Adi on 4.5. Adi also had an excellent day today, and Yifan on 3. Wow, very, very nice day. And the next round pairings will be Vidit will be playing white against Salem Saleh. So he has a good chance to score in this game as well. Arjun is playing white against Magnus. So big day, big game for Arjun. And Gukesh will be white against Anish Giri. So we will cover this game a lot. And Adi, on the other hand, will be white against Daniel Dubois, the very, very creative Daniel Dubois. Again, maybe we'll get to see some piece sack in this game as well from either side. Let's see how this game goes. और आपका कैसा जा रहा है chat? Like, how are you feeling? I'm feeling really fresh and happy after seeing such nice games by our players. And Srinath is also back. Hi, Srinath.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
Soumya, I feel amazing, and the best thing, we have two of our experienced players showing exactly what they're capable of today, with some amazing chess, and two of our awesome juniors, Arjun Erigaisi and D Gukesh. What an amazing performance by both of them so far. Arjun with 7 out of 13, he has shown how solid he can be. He has two big games coming up, one against Magnus Carlsen in the next round with the white pieces, and with the black pieces against Anish Giri. And he needs to not lose either of these games, and he will have a very good shot at qualification because he's already in the top 8. And Vidit, on the other hand, he faces Salim Saleh with white, Magnus Carlsen with black. So, by the way, Soumya, I asked Arjun about yesterday about his game against Vidit, and Queen F3 was actually not preparation. He found it over the board.
So fast in 12 seconds?
Yeah. As you predicted, he calculated that when he played Bishop C4. So let me just quickly bring up that game so people know what we are talking about.
Oh my God, what a genius. What a genius.
Yeah, I know. It's this ability to find such strategic things instantly, which really struck me the moment I saw him. He's ridiculously quick. So he was out of theory as soon as Bishop E6, and then he took 4 minutes for short castle. Within this 4 minutes, he looked at this, and then Queen F3 with the idea of preventing short castle. He spotted it immediately while he was calculating Bishop C4 out here in his head. So
wow.
This is Arjun's USP. He has his ability to get into the strategic depth of the position almost instantly, and he can do this for a lot of positions. That he can't do for every position is basically why he's around 2600, 2650 level right now. Not yet part of the elite after 2750, but I think he has a very promising chance to reach it, given his existing abilities and his general work ethics.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a super chat from Rahul Pawar who says Gukesh's reaction after draw showed how much he wanted to win and qualify. I missed that completely.
I was watching it, but I'm not. I read it as mostly a reaction of relief, because Gukesh had been under such intense time trouble for such a long time, and I think it was relief at having survived that game without losing.
Wow, nice. Thanks, Rahul, for the super chat and bringing it to our attention. By the way, how much time do we have for the next games to begin? Because there were a lot of chats saying they wanted us to explain Vidit's game, but I'm not sure if we have enough time to do that. So if we can get a confirmation.
I think the game should start any moment because it's 7:32. The next game was supposed to start at 7:30. So I don't even know why we are having a delay so far. But yeah, I think the games are set to
Chat
kick off any moment now. And
chat
yeah, we
says
can
that
always.
he was completely unhappy after the draw. Aman Kapoor. Okay, maybe we maybe did not notice a particular moment.
Yeah, true.
Nice, yeah. Like all these kids playing against world champion and feeling unhappy after making a draw.
I know, right? The
I know, right? I mean, I'm like,
disdain.
what? It reminds me of this moment, in 2013 World Championship when Carlson Anand match was going on, and we had gone to watch the games. I was playing a tournament in Chennai at that time, so I used to go and watch the games every day after my game would get over, and all of us, like all the Chennai players, used to come and watch the games as well, and we were so excited to simply see them play, right? Carlson and Anand, like getting a chance to see them play. And now I remember there was Arvind as well. He was 10 years old at that time, and he played against him in a simul, and he was so excited that he got to play against Magnus. He was not yet the world champion, but he was his favorite player at that time. So he was very, very excited, and he was jumping around, running around the auditorium saying, "Yay, yay, yay, I played against Magnus," and all that. And to cut to present moment when these kids are getting to play Magnus in a one-to-one game and feel bad about making a draw against him.
Well, that's why they are playing in champion chess too. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
attitude that got them there.
they belong there. Then they are champions themselves.
Indeed. Again, that's exactly why they're part of the champion chess tour. Arjun's chances against Magnus. Uh, I think Arjun wouldn't mind. Arjun would ideally try to keep things safe for this game. He wouldn't try to take any extravagant risk. And in general, I think he wouldn't mind a draw and taking it till the last round, because although I have been repeatedly stressing that 8 out of 15 is required to qualify.
Hello. Srinath.
In the qualification as well.
I think we lost you for a bit there, but yeah, we are back. Um, it's not clear why the games haven't begun yet, but they will begin any moment now. So we are just waiting. Right.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
predictions about the opening? Let's predict some openings. Gukesh versus Anish. What do you think is going to be the opening?
London system.
London system. Okay. Yeah, London system. Very. Me too. Same prediction. Arjun versus Magnus. Arjun
Now
is
you go
white.
first
Chad
so that you
it
can
also.
copy me.
Arjun, I don't know what he plays, yeah, but he plays D4. So Magnus will play QGD, I think, against Arjun.
Okay, let's
And
see.
uh, what do you think?
Vidit versus Salim. Maybe Nimzo Indian. Queen C2.
Nimzo Queen C2. Ah, okay. I think, yeah, Nimzo Queen C2 looks like a good idea actually. But oh yeah, even E3 Nimzo is an option. Even Bishop D2 if Vidit has he wants to play very
No,
strategically.
I don't see Vidit going E3 Bishop D2 because it's so well explored. And oh, the games have begun. The games have begun. Oh, Gukesh and Anish is the Grunfeld. Okay, so we got one wrong.
Oh, it's a
And we
Grunfeld.
did not predict AD versus Dubo.
Bishop D2 C5, by the way. Let's come back to this game. But AD versus Dibov. Oh, I predicted B3 in my head, so it's okay. That's
But it's
counted. That's
2B3.
counted.
It's 2B3.
Yeah, but it's the same. I mean, knight f3, knight f6, b3, and b3, knight f6,
Uh,
knight. And it's the
it's so
same.
not the
Come on.
same. It's not.
Really? It
Yeah, it's not
okay.
quite the same.
Okay, fine. this. Oh my God, symmetrical. Like look. They have adopted a symmetrical setup, and white takes a break on d4, and
Yeah, I mean,
here
Dubo is
what do you
just
think? Knight
copying.
d4 is also knight
He's just
d4 will be a
copying, yeah. Dubo is
he's
just
just copy.
copying AD. Come on,
CD
Dubo,
knight
come on.
d4 and d6. Uh, Idea to play knight c6 next, kick the queen away. Even knight h5 was a possible. So he plays knight c3, knight b d7.
Yeah, I think a slight edge for white in these type of situations, but black is pretty solid. So I think black is pretty solid. Short castle played. Black will also castle short. You see this pawn structure. It looks like white has more space with something like e4. First of all, you can't play e4 directly because there's knight into e4. But even apart from that, it looks like white has this superior space. But on the other hand, I think it's not easy to make progress as white. So black would, typically try to play rook c8, try and get a6, b5. There are two types of breaks in these type of positions, a6 and b5, and the other one is d5. Both aim to take control of the center. The c4 pawn contributes towards white's control of the center. So both these moves, a6, b5 or d5, they aim to try and whittle away at white's center. On the other hand, e4 is also another option that white would really like to get, but it's not practically easy to implement this. So to get this, white has to usually go queen d2, queen c2, and try to get e4. But this will allow black to play a6 and b5. So summing up AD's game, I think AD has a nice position out of the opening, but black is also solid, so I think Dubo wouldn't mind this so much. So this is the opening sum up of AD's game. The other games, the VD game has kicked off, and it has started with the Queen's Gambit decline, which we predicted would happen in Arjun Carlson. So a bit of mixed predictions there. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6. Notice how white delays this knight f3, so the knight can go to e2 later. So VD takes the pawn, goes bishop g5, bishop e7, e3 short castle, and now after bishop d3, this is the standard setup for white in this opening. He goes bishop d3, the knight goes to e2. That is why white delayed knight f3 early in the game. So bishop h4, c6, and now queen c2, a very useful move in general, developing the queen and taking control of a few important squares. Rook e8, and now the knight goes to e2. So a common strategy for black in these types of positions is to exchange off one of the bishops. He can do this with knight e4 or knight h5. He prefers knight h5 because he wants to keep his pawn structure, preserve it the way it is, and the bishops are off, exchanged. And now this pawn structure. So pawn structures are basically the skeleton of any position. And if we imagine this position without all the pieces, you will find the skeleton. So this pawn structure is known as a Carlsbad pawn structure, with all the pawns symmetrical except the pawn on e3 and the pawn on c6. All other pawns are symmetrical. In the Carlsbad pawn structure, um, it has a very rich legacy and a very long and illustrious history. So one of the first exponents in this pawn structure was the Russian legend, the patriarch of Soviet chess, former world champion Mikhail Botvinnik, and he devised this plan with f3 and e4. So if you go back and look at all these games in 1930 and 1940, just before World War II, you'll find a lot of classics by Botvinnik where he devised different ways of playing against different openings. And one of them is against the QGD in this Carlsbad pawn structure, where he found this idea with f3 and e4 and used to crush many strong players, including people like Keres and other people. So Botvinnik was really well known for his innovations in opening theory, in the sense that he devised entire setups, how to play those setups from either colors. Of course, Botvinnik probably did not do it all alone. He had his team of seconds helping him. There were people like Grandmaster Ragozin, also his name named after one of the popular openings in the Queen's Gambit declined, and many other unnamed people. So this idea with F3 E4, it started from Botvinnik's times, and Black gets ready to react against this break in the center, F3 E4. So he's prepared with his rook on d8, the rook on e8. The moment white goes e4, black will try to play. I'm not entirely sure, but maybe black will. Black has to probably take this, and then queen d6 or queen b, probably queen d6 and knight e6, and move away the bishop. This is how he'll try to create pressure. So VD starts with a3. Apart from f3 e4, another important plan in the Carlsbad pawn structure is the minority attack. You go b4 b5, you weaken the c6 pawn, you exchange off this. In the end, the c6 pawn is alone, and then you bring in all your pieces and attack it. So here we see f3 e4 and b4, with it keeping both these options open and black facing pressure on two sides. So he has to watch out for both these ideas, and it's not an easy position to play as black. It's very easy to make an inaccuracy and slip into a worse position. So I think that this is a very nice start for Vidit.
Oh, very nicely explained there, Sri. I mean, anyone who wants to study the Nimzo Indian should definitely watch this part of you explaining this opening and this setup. You just explained everything that's going on in this position, and for white, all the plans. Yeah, I remember this F3 E4 game actually very well. I just don't remember who was black. I think it was Smyslov, and when he first employed this, and then he played F3 also. And then he plays e4 and like tries to control the center. Very nice game. And of course, Botvinnik Capablanca is a very famous example where he had the center control and he goes bishop a3 and sacrifices two pieces for an attack. So thanks so much for that explanation. Very nicely explained. And let's see how this game turns out. Meanwhile, let's do a quick overview of other games. Gukesh also has a very good chance. He's playing Anish Giri. And Anish, you know, against Bishop D2 Grunfeld, Anish played Bishop D fifth against fifth move Bishop D2. There are two main options here. One is to take on c3, and after bishop into c3, bishop g7. And other way is to play knight d6. Basically, after bishop d2, you're threatening e4 as white. So black prepares for that. But instead of playing either of these two moves, black played c5 immediately. e4, knight into c3, bc3.
Is c5 exactly well known, Soumya?
No, not at all. In fact, I play Grunfeld as black and I have hardly seen it. So I was extremely surprised to see this.
Actually, in this game, there is a... Yeah, sure. In this game, there was this very interesting point, chat. He played e4, takes, c into d4, bishop into d4. And now, Anish played e5, which is a very nice move. Not a difficult move, but a very nice move. Now, if white takes bishop into e5, then how would you respond, chat? Bishop into e5 and black to play. This is a bit of a trick question. Let's see how many of you get it right. Because, many times, like in life, what is obvious may not be the correct thing. Oh, he actually took bishop into e5. That was the game. I'm sorry. I was hoping to trick chat by, I thought chat will go queen a5 check and I'll say bishop c3. But this is kind of what happened in the game. Yeah, black has to go bishop b4 check. So,
Anish is coming up.
I'm sorry, chat.
That's totally okay, Shri. And Anish is coming with this very interesting opening.
Soumya, wait, they did go queen a5. So I didn't manage to. Aristotle of all people went queen a5. And Prachuria and Rohit Singh. They are retracting the messages. Come on, this is cheating. You can't do this.
Hey, is this our friend Prachuria? No, this is another Prachuria. Okay.
Yeah.
Aristotle, wow. His
They're
name is
retracting
something
their
like
messages, yeah. What is this? I saw it. I saw it. I have screenshot. Better luck next time.
oh wow. So much fun. Bishop C3, BC, Queen A5 was in the game. So this is a strategic concept. Basically, Black gave up a pawn for all these weaknesses in White's position. And Queen D2, castle, Knight F3, Knight D7, Bishop C4. Very, very interesting opening idea by Anish, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Anish has a niche for finding such opening ideas, and he shows it once again. So he has double
It's
the time of
amazing.
Mukesh.
It's amazing how much work he must be putting into chess, right? Like he's coming up with all these opening ideas, even for a rapid tournament, but when he's also preparing for the World Cup side by side. And also, I think there has been a huge change in his game, right? We saw him sacrificing pieces. Queen already has sacrificed the queen 3 times in this tournament, in the prelims already. So his game also has shifted and he's playing very dynamically. So I mean, I cannot imagine the amount of work he must be putting into chess each day.
Yeah,
He's just improving all fronts
someone
all the
in
time.
someone in the chat asked in one of the streams, how AG manages to keep track of all the chessable courses, and it's just that Anish consumes chessable, I mean chess content like how an average person consumes YouTube. It's just natural for him. It's just on autoplay, He looks at one idea after another. He looks at one idea after another. It just comes from that curiosity. And I think a lot of top players have this, in fact, this is one of the things I found which sets elite players apart from an average grandmaster is that they have such intense curiosity towards chess. They want to keep knowing new things, and this really makes a difference in who is number one, number 10, number 20, and number 500. This makes a lot of difference. Their rate of learning new things, and they learn those new things because they are simply curious, not to earn money or maintain their rating or anything. That's not the primary motive. They just want to learn more about chess because they love chess.
And they have an incredible energy for chess also. That also must be mentioned. Like Anish is like just everywhere. I mean, it's amazing. Like not just consuming chess content, but also, whenever we see him on the streams as well, he's so energetic, and no matter what the result, he's always so excited to discuss his game, and he has an amazing attitude. Amazing attitude. Hello.
Yeah,
Shri
yeah,
has
yeah.
no.
Sorry,
He just
Soumya.
completely ignored me at that moment for.
Hey, I did not. Okay, I can repeat exactly what you said. He has such amazing energy whenever he came on streams, the way he consumes chess content, uh, etc.
Oh God. Okay. Thank you for paying attention to what I said. Do you want to
But
have a
yeah, I
look
was
at
also paying
Vidit's?
attention to other things that I won't deny.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Sorry, Soumya,
Do,
you were saying something.
do you think we should have a look at Vidit's game as well? Because it's in a pure middle game. Salem has just taken a break with C5 now. Uh,
With its game is actually what we spent. Yeah, sure, we can have a look at with its game, but it's a game we spent a lot of time at the beginning, and we haven't looked at Arjun Carlson at all, which
oh,
I'm afraid
then
might
let's
end soon.
yeah. Then let's go to Arjun Carlson and see what they are up to. ये क्या हो रहा है? Knight on B5, knight on B4, rook C3 played.
I think Arjun is happy with the draw in this game. And Carlson, I think he will look to press for more because he has more time, and he probably senses that Arjun is happy with the draw. So when you do this out of a slight sense of fear, your opponent immediately senses it. And for Arjun, there are two things. Yeah, one is he's so close to qualification, whereas for example, someone like AD, he's playing without any pressure because he has no chances to qualify. But Arjun, he's so close. His first champion chess tour, it's such a spectacular thing. if he qualifies, and that can really unnerve you. Second, he's playing against the world champion himself, so I think it's not natural that he feels a bit nervous. And on the other hand, Magnus, he will probably, unless he's really tired or in a very bad mood, he will probably want to earn that bragging right over Arjun as soon as he can. Arjun, little kid, with these little kids, he want to try and beat them when they're as young as possible. I myself did that against Nihal quite a few times when I got a chance, and I owed not to play in the same tournament as him again, just to keep my score. And yeah, so the elite players, they, when someone new comes in, they immediately try to bully them. So they have a tough initiation, and they try to get that psychological advantage before they grow too strong. So I think Magnus will really try to press here. He'll try to play fast, and he'll try to create whatever pressure he can. How he would do that, I'm not sure, because the question looks really plain to me. But then, yeah, that is Magnus.
Yeah, I feel this position is very comfortable for white, with the bishop on e2 and knight on b5. All his pieces are well placed. So even if Arjun is happy with the draw, it's not like he has played very passively or something. Sometimes when you're playing for a draw, you play very passively as a defensive, but that's not the case here. White has played normal chess, put his pieces on good squares. He has ideas for himself in case black goes wrong or overstretches. So I think Arjun is completely fine here. Completely fine.
Yeah, in terms of question, he's completely fine. I agree with you. I'm just talking about the psychological aspects.
Right.
Psychologically, Magnus will try to create whatever little he can that the position allows him to get that early bragging right. I think this game is going to last for some time, so we can move on.
Yeah, and we should definitely move on to Adi versus Dubo, where Dubo has just taken a break with b5 on the queen side. ये क्या हो रहा है गेम पे? h3 खेला है अभी आदिबान ने, kicking off the knight on g4. Please, this is as usual crazy, Adi. And
it's what you expect between AD and DD, yeah. Adiban and Dubo. Or even Divya Deshmukh if she's playing.
That's very well put, actually. So, do you think he'll take on f3 first and go knight h3? He takes
no,
on
I
d4.
thought he would take bishop into d4. I was expecting this, but I was not sure whether he'll go knight h6, knight f5, or knight f6, because I thought from h6 the knight has scope to get to f5, but I think f6 is also quite natural. And Dubo is really pressing against Adiban the way he did against Vidit. He's playing very fast. He has a strategic advantage because these pawns are kind of breaking apart. Once black gets a successful break with b5, and if white is not able to respond satisfactorily, then black has really accomplished something strategically, because these pawns are too brittle. So ideally, you want to prevent it before it happens. Once it happens, it's too late. So yeah, I think black is pressing a bit. Evaluation bar shows equal, but practically white has problems to solve. It's not going to be easy for AD this game, and it's very different from AD's earlier games where he managed to successfully get the initiative right from the beginning. But in this game, he's on the back foot. It's been a more strategic game, and here Dubo has clearly felt more at home so far.
Yeah, very nicely put there. The initiative is what both the players are fighting for, and Dubo is the first one to get it. To show some lines, maybe like to illustrate what Srinath was pointing at. Let's say we take here on b5, then black takes on b5 now with the pawn, and now the a file is open.
But take on b5. Okay, got it.
Let's say we take on b5 with cb5, ab5. Now, not only has the c file opened up for the c7 rook, but the a file has also opened up for the queen. And even after we exchange on a8, let's say queen a8, rook 8, the rook comes on the a file. open a file. The bishop on a3 is super uncomfortable. And after, let's say we play bishop b2 or something, black can simply play rook c2, again attacking the bishop. So it's not easy to get out of this discomfort for black. If we go after cb5, ab5, queen a8, rook a8, bishop b4, then black can simply take the pawn on a4 with ba4, ba4, and rook a4. So that's those are like few lines to illustrate how uncomfortable this position is for white, and white needs to really make some decision here. Maybe a5 is a move, but then after a5, b into c4, rook c4, rook c4, b c4, his pawns are scattered in the live position. After knight f6, a5. Okay. But then pawn into pawn, rook c4,
but,
rook c4.
Without taking the queen, yeah, because AD has taken the queen.
Right, he has taken the queen as I speak. So rook a, queen a8, rook a8 on the board, and let's see what Adi does now. Maybe he goes a5 anyway, but then like basically the bishop on a3 is not doing anything for the moment, and this is his main problem. If it was on d2, he would have been completely fine, but on a3 it's just giving black a lot of options.
Yeah, and also this c4 pawn is a big problem. Yeah, takes, and rook c8. The c4 pawn will fall for sure. The c4 pawn is definitely falling, like Constantinople fell for Mehmed the Conqueror. So yeah, the c pawn is lost by force.
Hey, you know what I think Adi is going to do? I think he's going to take on b5, ab5, and rook c1. That's what he's going to do.
Okay. So keep. But if I go rook a7?
You can go rook a7. So I thought I'll go bishop b2 then. And after you take on...
Oh, he has played it. He has played it somewhere.
I know him so well. And after rook a7, you go bishop b2.
I'm not sure if that's a thing to be happy about, but let's continue.
So after pawn into pawn, like let's say rook a7, bishop b2, pawn into pawn, we take pawn into pawn or rook into pawn, rook into, rook into, and then bishop f6 we have. See? Oh God, I know him so well.
Yeah, I think this is equal, yeah?
Yeah, this is totally equal.
Yeah, I think this is what is going to play out, and AD will probably successfully hold this to a draw. All right. Move on then.
Who else we have? We have covered Gukesh's game recently or not? We haven't, right?
Yeah, I think it's been a while. Yeah.
Gukesh's game against Anish. Gukesh has a good position, yeah?
Yeah, I think Gukesh seems totally fine. Yeah, he has one pawn more, and only problem is his pawns are a bit brittle. D5 and C3 and F5. So that is the only problem. What do you think as a Grunfeld player? How do you evaluate Black's compensation?
I think Black has good compensation because this pawn on D5 is not is strong as well as weak, so it can be attacked as well, right? Queen E5 you can play. So yeah. Black has but White is completely fine. White has nothing to complain about in this position, and we can just say that Gukesh is all right. Meanwhile, chat is telling me Shreya Saraf has checked the Vidit game with an engine and says that Vidit has a better position. Do you want to have a look?
Yeah, sure.
Chat. Yeah, I can totally understand.
Please let us know your insights. Advantage gone. Advantage is gone.
Maybe we can ask her to join the Zoom call.
I'm sure she can join the Discord, Chess24 India. I'm not sure if she will join the Zoom call. But yeah, you're welcome, Shreya.
So Queen F2, Rook E5. Oh, Rook E5, very nice move.
Oh, now again, what's your yeah, this is a problem. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, Salem had a similar thing against AD, similar initiative, That kind of got extinguished, but here is a pawn up, and if only VD can somehow take queen into h4 and come back queen f2 without his opponent noticing, then
He,
his position would be
he
so
surely
nice.
has. No, but he surely has queen f4. So that's he can take on h4. It's just that it's a little
No, but rook
risky.
into e3. Oh, you're thinking.
Ah,
Oh, I understand. You're only thinking about mate, yeah, not really paying attention to pawns and stuff. Only the king.
yes. Yes. Yeah, but of course Salim will take on e3, not play rook h5. So
Yeah, this is the
yeah,
problem.
how do we evaluate this now? See, black is a pawn up, but white's knight on d4 is really strong. And does white play a move like rook a5 now? Just asking what black is doing, and then double on the a file.
But what do you achieve? Aren't you taking a lot of time taking
No.
your pieces?
Yeah. Actually, black is threatening rook e8 and rook into e3. Now I get it.
Yeah. It seems a bit too slow, and
Right.
also feels a bit wrong to take pieces onto the other side. Rook e5. Here, maybe you can kick this away with f4 with the idea of f into e5.
Oh, but then you're allowing knight g4.
No, I will take it.
What?
Knight.
Sorry,
Oh,
what?
you take with a check. No, I'll take this. Sorry.
And, uh, and then you'll give queen h7 check.
Yeah, maybe start with knight c6 first, and then queen h7, queen h8. Like rook into e3, I start with knight c6. You cannot take because of queen into d8 check. And why I give this knight c6 is because I take away the e7 square. So queen h7, queen h8 incoming.
Wow. Srinath OP. What a nice tactic there. So f4
I
very
just got
deep.
lucky, because first I didn't even notice you're taking with check. And then I saw queen into h4 and it fell into place. But yeah, f4 is I think a way to uh,
F4 is
keep
so
the game
maybe rook
going.
h5 is the only way to keep the or black can also go back rook e7, right? Black can also go
Yeah,
back rook.
from with its perspective, I think he just has to find moves that keeps the game going. He cannot really fight for an advantage here because I don't think there is any advantage in this position. If you go rook h5, maybe I'll go h3. Maybe
Right.
I'll go h3. So
Right. I'm not sure why you think that black is worse though. Matlab, I understand
no,
that
no, no. I don't think black is worse. I think the question is about
okay.
e1. I'm looking for ways
Uh,
to create chances for VD to keep the game away from liquidating.
okay.
Because if you exchange too many things, like queen into h4, rook into e3 is an exchange, it works
Yeah.
towards black's favor, I think.
Right. All right.
So that is my that is my perspective.
Evaluation. Right. Awesome. So let's. I think Vijit is taking his time. He has a lot of time, by the way. He has
No,
five
he took
minutes.
queen
So
into h4, so Salim is now choosing between rook
oh,
h5 and rook e3.
queen h4 on the board. So rook h5 will run into queen f4, and queen into f4, ef4, and the knight on d4 still very strong. Cannot be removed from that square easily. So white is fine here. Black will surely take rook e3 instead, and try to claim that he's a pawn up. How does that work out for white? Oh, bishop h7 is not happening.
Mm-hmm. Because
Rook e3,
d8 is
bishop
defended.
h7. Yeah, d8 is protected.
Maybe. Can you take bishop into a6?
Bishop a6 is nice. After bishop a6, we have knight f5 coming in. So this is the concrete problem actually.
So we missed this after checking. Oh, but your f1 is also hanging.
No, but
So
knight
I go
e3,
queen
you'll
e5.
oh, you know what I missed? Bishop, I saw knight e3, bishop f1, and I thought I can take back knight f1, but the rook on e1 is hanging.
Yeah. And if you take rook into f1, then there is queen into e3. But there is an intermezzo, yeah. You can play queen g5 here. And knight h7 is
Wow.
queen into d8 check. So what is going on here?
Wow.
Oh, okay. G6, knight h6 check. King here. Takes. Rook into. No, but this looks bad for white, no?
No, why can't you take rook a6? Rook a6, queen
Here.
f5, queen into f5. Yeah.
You can do this. Yes. Do I have some rookie one here?
Knight. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh
So
my.
you are. So this gets
No, I have
liquidated,
king
yeah?
g1. I have king g1. I have king g1. Wait, I'm not getting checkmated.
This looks very sus.
Yes, it
Queen,
does, but
queen
it,
e2.
it works. It works. Oh my god. You're just not leaving. Knight g3 I have. Oh, a6 is hanging. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, this looks sus. Yeah, so he has taken bishop into a6, and now the players have
Oh
to
my god,
calculate
what
all
is
this.
happening? Let's see.
But
Okay. Let's
I'm thinking white has to maybe take queen into e3 here, and we go to this position which is equal.
right. Yeah,
Now,
this
this
is
goes
fine.
into this equal position. It's fine, but it's not great for Viditya. Meanwhile, an update in one of the results, Gukesh has drawn against Anish. So Gukesh moves on to 6.5, but I think his qualification into top 8 is going to be very tough. But nevertheless, I think 6.5 out of 14 is an amazing score on debut. That's what Vidit scored out of 15 in his first champion chess tour, and Prag himself has scored 7 out of 15 in his first. So Gukesh at 6.5, he has shown that he belongs here.
6.5 is amazing, and actually, at the moment, even though the other games are going on, 6.5, he's on 8th place right now, Gukesh. But of course, the other games are going on, so that will change. And
Yeah.
Anish also good result for him. He's very safe. He's in 6th position. Arjun is still playing, by the way, against Carlson, and it's a equal end game with knights and equal pawns.
Yeah,
So
as I
this is
mentioned, I think this might go for some time. Magnus will try to create something. Position looks so dead though.
yeah, but it's very hard to create something because of the pawn structure, right? There a king has no entry into the whites or blacks camp. Neither of the kings have any entry. This is definitely going to be a draw. I can bet on it.
All right. We will
So
remember that chat.
um also, let's just have a quick look at how Adi is doing. Adi is playing against
Doing,
Dubov.
yeah, I think he's doing okay because black takes the a5 pawn and white takes the g6 pawn. In fact, I think black should try and. So he wants to go e5. Wants to go e5, e4
Yeah,
check, and rook a2 check. E5 is a nasty threat to deal with.
Ifa is very.
80 seems to be doing okay in general, but he has to be a bit careful. Maybe start with the rook c8 check, create this bishop c5 square, and then go rook g8. Maybe that's one way
Oh,
of doing it.
oh, he plays rook g8 with the idea that e5, fe, de, rook g6. But
It's a
isn't
check.
this? Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
check. Isn't this
yeah.
still good for black? Like, let's say
No, because
I
bishop goes to b6. Oh,
king
king
b5 I
b5,
play.
bishop b6, e4 check, king
Huh?
f2.
And then rook a2, our friendly checkmate, which we found in the previous game. That can't we try for that here as well?
No, you can try, but the thing is, the king is too far away. So king e1. Also, I have this
King
bishop covering all the dark squares. E3, the e3 pawn, the d2 square. I have this bishop covering everything. So
Oh, he plays rook d6. Dubov always going for activity. Huh? He plays rook d6, e4. Now maybe king f2.
no, the thing is, as
Uh,
long as this bishop on d4 is there, it's going to be very hard for black to create something. It controls so much. And these things, it took me a long time to understand, after losing a lot of games against these Russian grandmasters who came to India, who really understood these concepts well. But yeah, these are some of the things you learn to sense after playing for many years. That how a bishop on d4 controls so much, and because of that you learn to evaluate things, the level of danger and these kind of things. So I think for AD, the level of danger, it's quite low here because of this bishop.
Right.
Of course, other ways to use the evaluation bar that also works, but not always.
Actually, for AD, the chances are very good because now he can collect f5 pawn also after rook f6.
Yeah.
See, after knight b4, he
Yeah,
can
he
take
can
rook
win.
f.
He can win this. Actually, I think he also senses that Dubo kind of he kind of got over
Carried away.
optimistic. He overextended. Yeah.
And he can play
What a
g4
day it
now
is
next.
having. Dubois is also having a really bad tournament, by the way. He has lost, before this game, he drew in the 13th round. But before that, he had lost 5 games in a row. And he has 5 out of 13.
Oh my God. I didn't know that. And by the way, a very important point in this position is that rook a1 is not possible because the bishop on d4 controls the a1 square. So if he wants to give perpetual also, which he doesn't have because you always have rook f2 in between. But let's say, even if you want to give perpetual, you have to actually play one move, rook c2. And it's such a long way, to a perpetual. White can already start with g4 then and start
Yeah, I
making
think I
his
think
pawn.
AD is going to win this. Dubois on total tilt, and he also, I mean, he's on total tilt, and he also has a very bad position here. So AD, I think he will sense his opportunity and he will take it and move towards a
Awesome.
very respectable score um, in the champion Chester in his debut.
Oh, by the way, in the Salem versus Vidit game, Salem actually went queen e6 and not to e5. So after queen g5, g6, knight e3, bishop f1, he could take knight into f. He could take rook into f1 because, like, basically the knight was not pinned anymore, and this is the position we have.
Yeah, I think it's kind of similar to what we expected. Yeah, we had the queens off, but otherwise it's almost the same. This position, no, I think with its only hope is his advantage on time, which is actually quite
Yep,
formidable.
that's true. But the d4 pawn is also very formidable. As the more I look at it, the more I don't like it. Like,
Yeah, and
black is simply.
also what works against VD is even if you lose this pawn as black, it's still a draw. The 3 versus 2, because if he loses it, it's likely to involve mass trade of major pieces, and that is still a draw. So I think two hopes for VD. One is the time factor. Another is if he can whip up some initiative on the king side with some h4, h5. If he's successful at generating that, it can get nasty for Salem with just 1 minute remaining. But it's practically pretty hard to do that. Rook c8, the idea is rook c3, rook c2. In fact, it's a lot easier to play as black here. But VD still seems hopeful. He's leaning in and is actively trying to create something. So that's one positive for us. That's a nice thing. Let's see what VD comes up with.
Yes. Also, AD's game is now a draw, by the way. They have exchanged the bishop for the knight. Um, yeah,
How did
basically,
this happen?
Adi, maybe this
Oh,
rook
he missed
e5
knight
move
e3
was
check.
rook e5 move
Yeah,
was
he missed
probably
knight
not.
e3 check.
So after rook a5, rook e4, king d3. Now, basically, you can't take rook h5 because of knight e3. So white took rook e4, king d3, rook e5, knight into e3 check. A very nice shot. Rook into e3, king d4, king f2, rook f5, rook f3. But this will be a draw because the black will not exchange the rook, and h pawn versus g and h is a theoretical drawn position in rook endings.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's stick to with its game only, because I think Gukesh has already finished his game, and
Yeah, Gukesh has already
Arjun's
finished
game,
his
by the
game.
way. Hey, by the way, Arjun's game, I think something like Magnus managed to create something. Is it like now Arjun's pawn structure is not so good?
Yeah, Magnus has managed to create something, and I told you, yeah, I mean, he psychologically he will keep pressing. It's not easy for Arjun, and I myself have lost similar things quite a bit. Positions where you think it's impossible to lose, but it is possible. There is no such position. Uh, Arjun, since it's a rapid game, I think he will hold on to this. But in general, it's not a great idea to play like this with white, where you are the one trying to equalize. Your opponent is too comfortable, and they can play fast and keep trying to create something while you are just passively defending. It's like the dream situation for the opponent. So it's always better to try to make a draw from a position of advantage, but these things are always easier said than done. You kind
Sorry.
of get caught, and it's always better to try to make a draw from a position of advantage, but these things are easier said than done, because you get caught in such situations even before you realize that you're caught. That's how it happens. You don't voluntarily go and sit in such situations.
Right. So knight G2. Now the knight on G2 is very passive, but at the same time, it's doing a decent job of defending the H4 pawn. AB5, AB4, King B4, King D5 doesn't work out well for black because of King B5, King D4, King B6, and now the A pawn just is very strong. It cannot be stopped, in fact. So black cannot go for this idea. He What do you think
Yeah, I
he
mean, it's
can
never
do?
a good idea to get the a pawn, give opponent the a pawn against your knight. Yeah, it's like fire against a war elephant. It's that one thing which the knights fear the most, the a pawn, the passed a pawn. So a pawns are very powerful against the knight, because the knight doesn't have certain squares to defend against the a pawn.
Also, it's not easy for black to make progress now, okay? Because after knight G2, if you move your knight back, I have knight F4 attacking E6 and H5. So I wouldn't like say that white is doing much so badly now, because how does black improve his position? It's not at all clear.
Yeah, what you're saying is right. Black. That is why probably the position is, it's still plain. It's still equal, because it's so hard to uh, keep the game going as black. He has played f5, but still, it's so hard to keep the game going as black, because okay, white will also maybe just play f4. I don't know. I'm not sure about f4 though. But
No, why
maybe that's
play?
what you have to play.
Because otherwise black will play F4 and restrict your knight, is it?
Yeah, this is the difficult decision Arjun has to take.
Also, what waiting move can you make? That is another problem. So white has played F4 now after F5.
Of course, I
Um,
mean, if I could see it, Arjun would see it in half the time. Yeah.
right.
So
So okay. So this game, it looks like equal. It is equal, but let's see if Magnus manages to create more chances for himself. Meanwhile, let's go to Vidit's game. Very important game for him against Salem Saleh. The queens have come off. Uh, Equal pawns. This is most likely to be a draw now.
yeah, time is the only hope. Yeah, Salem has too
Yeah,
little
yeah, yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. Time. Oh, that's
10
actually
seconds is a
true.
lot of improvement, increment, but in this tournament so far, Salem has not shown such fluency and confidence. So he also has 5 out of 13, kind of towards the bottom of the standings. Um, Very thin hope for with it, but it's not entirely non-existent.
Yeah, but like, on the board, the position is such that, the D pawn, I mean, the D pawn is black strength, right? What is white strength here? Black has a strength with the D passer, but white doesn't have a strength as such, right? In
I
this
guess white
position.
strength is that the D pawn is also kind of loose, yeah. And if it gets blended somehow, these things can happen. Then white will try to press, but d4 is very strong. Yeah, I'm thinking rook d1, knight d5, rook into d4. There is knight e3 check, and now the king has to. If the king goes to g1 because you want to defend the g2 pawn, then after rook c1 check, white loses a piece. And if the king goes to e1, this is just ugly to defend this.
Exactly.
So
The four pawn is actually, I would say, an asset only, no? Because now actually knight d5, knight d3 is coming, huh? You cannot stop it.
yeah, so how does white even defend here? I mean, we are talking about win, but how does white keep? Maybe rook e5, yeah?
Rook d1 has been played and knight d5 will be played. I think he'll go for that position, yeah, after knight d5, knight g4. But what for f5? You want to take rook d4. Okay.
Uh, but this is just a dead draw, yeah? At the least. Meanwhile, we have an official result. Arjun has managed to hold against Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus
Ah,
hasn't managed to win a single game against Indians so far, and he faces Vidit in the last round. So that's a positive thing for Vidit. So far, Magnus has scored against Indians 3 draws, out of which in 2 of the games he was the one struggling and making a draw with the white pieces. Magnus has white pieces against Vidit in the last round. So yeah, it makes sense to have more of these Indian tournaments in Indian time zones. So unless you want Magnus to win each and every tournament.
wow, this is really, really good. Yeah, like, I mean, who would have thought that Carlsen uh, hasn't even won one game against four of the Indians and he's playing against Vidit, but he'll be white in the last round, but still. And we have news coming in that the last position of Arjun versus Magnus was a contender for Best Design Award. So let's just have a quick look at this very pretty King Pawn endgame where everything is blocked and no matter what you do, okay. um,
Yes, yeah, Soumya.
no, I was just imagining if White had a bishop, would he be able to win? But yes, he would sacrifice the bishop on b6 or a5, and he would win. No, dark squared bishop. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, very nice picturesque position there on the board. Uh, do we have
So
any
back
other
back.
games going on? I think Vidit's game is still going.
AD has drawn against Dubo, so that's also an official. So I think we are stuck with VD, whether we like it or not, for the rest of this round. Like a certain someone.
For sure. We like it for sure. So knight e5, king f6, and its draw has been agreed. Yeah. So
Oh,
it moves to how
oh,
many? It moves to 7 out of 14. No, it's a good score, I would say. He still has chances to get in. He's on ninth position, joint eighth position with Duda and Firuja. And of course, the tough part is that he plays Magnus Carlsen in the last round. But as we have seen, it's a rapid. We saw Anish's game against Magnus with the black pieces, how Anish managed to put Magnus under so much pressure. So anything can happen. And by the way, let's have a quick look at the standings as well before we go into the last
we have
round
the
of the
standings on the screen. We have the standings on the screen.
Awesome. So Aronian, wow, what a tournament Aronian has been having, man. He hasn't lost a single game. He's on 10 out of 14. He has won 6 games and drawn the rest of them. Amazing score, amazing performance by Aronian here. Ding Lijen on 9 out of 14. Artimev also on 9. And Wesley On 8.5, Soul fourth position. Magnus on 8. Magnus is very comfortable, and I think he's mostly in now. He's on 5th place. Anish on 7.5. Arjun on 7.5. I think they still need to play their last round well to ensure themselves of qualification. Jan Christoph Duda, Vidit and Firuja on 7 out of 14. All three of them have chances. Gukesh on 6.5 also has good chances. I think this is the place where you cut it off. Like, this is the place. I mean, Gukesh is the last one out of all the players to have chances after 11th place. Everyone is already out of the race. Salem is on 5.5, Dubo on 5.5, Swidler as well, Adiban on 5, and Yifan on 3.5. Nice. So we have like 3 Indians who are in contention to qualify actually, going into the prelim, the last round.
Yeah, indeed. We have 3 Indians in contention, and it's thrilling, yeah. And there's also a super chat from Rahul Pawar. No losses for Indians for the first rounds today. Hope that continues for the last round. Totally, Rahul. We also hope with all our heart. Meanwhile, do hit that like button and subscribe to the Chess24 India channel if you haven't. It has already made a huge difference. Your support to us, your likes and your subscriptions, and we have got that. That has really helped get 4 Indians in 25% of the field in the Gold Money Asia Rapid. Please do continue the support. Please do continue doing this awesome work, and that will also really help the Indian chess in general. So, what are your predictions, chat?
Shreya in the chat asks, how is the tie break counted? So the tie break is direct encounter. That is the first tie break. And the second one is number of wins. The third one is Sonnenberger. And the fourth one is a system called Koya system, which was named after the secretary of the All India Chess Federation, Umar Koya, who invented this system. It's a complicated system. But usually the tiebreak will be decided within the first and second points, which is direct encounter and wins, because no one really has everything equal. Very, very rare cases you have all the things equal, right? So.
Yep. What is the economic term for all others being equal? I forgot. It's a Latin word.
Things being equal. All things being equal, no?
Ceteris paribus something, yeah? Yeah, ceteris paribus. Yeah, ceteris paribus doesn't happen so often. That's why we don't remember the word. All right, so less than a minute for the kickoff of the last round. Chad, what are your predictions? All the Indians playing black in the last round. My first thought, will Anish make a quick draw with Arjun so that both of them qualify into the top 8? Or will Anish want to teach the young puppy some lessons so that he remembers it for his lifetime? And also punish me for my earlier tweet. And yeah,
I think
Magnus with it, what are your predictions? Sorry, Soumya.
I think Anish would be very happy to make a draw. No, he's comfortably in, and is he not comfortably in? I'm just now wondering, because he'll go to 8, and if
I think 8 is comfortably in.
No, but Duda, Vidit, and Firuja, all 3 of them are on 7 points. It's not clear. Actually.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, I think for practical purposes, all people at 8 points should be clear. I'm also wondering if Magnus might make a quick draw the same way, you know, if they will try to beat the previous record for the quickest draw. Because if Magnus wants to do that with white, it's going to be very tough with black.
No. Also, Magnus is surely in with a draw because he's already on 8 points. So 8.5 is for sure in. But what I was trying to say was there might be a few players tied at 8 points. So it's not clear actually. Then the tiebreak system comes.
Yeah, it's not clear. It's actually a mess. So why don't we just wait for the games and not do these complex calculations ourselves. There's a reason why we grew up and stopped writing exams.
Right. Artimev is, by the way, Adiban is playing Artimev in the last round. Quickly, I'll read out the pairings, Indian pairings. Gukesh will play Jan Christoph Duda. Arjun will play Anish with black, and Vidit playing Carlson. All 4 Indians will be black in the last round.
Yep.
Okay.
All 4 Indians black, and Artemia will be a tough opponent for AD because but okay, Artemia has 9 out of 14. I really don't know who's going to play and who's going to make a draw in the last round. I have to say, I'm missing Raja a bit here, because if Raja played against Arjun, I think he would have qualified for sure in the last round.
Come on, I think Anish also. Okay, I don't know how to respond to that, but no, I think Anish also. So you can just I think there are high chances that he will also make a draw. Actually, but okay, we'll see. We'll see how.
No, he's not in for sure. Yeah, and people don't make decisions based on these things. Yeah, they usually make a decision based on self-interest. So I think first of all, Anish will see what position he gets out of the opening. If he gets a comfortable position, there is no reason why he will not play on. Because if he doesn't risk much, if he doesn't risk losing, it makes no sense for him to end it early. On the other hand, the Magnus with it equation is a bit trickier. Yeah, again, Magnus, I don't think he would have been too thrilled with his earlier results today. Yeah, he hasn't won a single game, and he was struggling against both AD as well as Gukesh. So I'm not today. I mean, it hasn't. He hasn't found his mojo today, and he could well be happy to end it early. Magnus is also a tough opponent for Vidit. I think he's the toughest opponent for Vidit.
Let's make some opening predictions. Come. So let's say Magnus plays. I'm predicting Magnus will play English opening against Vidit.
Magnus will play English. I think E4.
Acha, E4. Yeah. What about Anish versus Arjun?
Anish versus Arjun also I'm this is tough one. But yeah, I think E4.
E4. Acha. E4 replied with E5, yeah?
Yeah.
And Duda versus Gukesh, I'm predicting D4 in their game. And King's Indian.
Mm-hmm.
And Artemia versus Adi. It's your turn now to make a prediction.
Artemia versus... that is Knight F3. That is pretty easy to predict. It's probably either Knight F3 or C4. So
Knight F3 and King's Indian, yeah, probably.
Yeah, it could. It won't exactly be King's Indian because I'm not sure if Artemia will commit D4, but it can be a King's Indian setup.
Mm-hmm. So people are saying Artemia will play E3. Anupam Kumar says Artemia. No, Artemia. This prediction I can make. Artemia will not play B3 against Adi.
But Artemia has played quite a bit of 1B3 in Blitz games. I think it's a pretty popular Blitz opening actually.
But Blitz and Rapid are different, no?
Yeah, true. Also, Artemia is a much more serious guy. Gabbar Singh is asking why are they going for quick draws? Because mainly they want to make sure that they qualify into the top 8 because that's not easy for anyone in the world. Games have kicked off. Anish Arjun starts with a Petrov, which no surprises there. Anish goes for a very aggressive 5 knight c3 setup. So this is going to be interesting if Anish manages to catch Arjun early in the opening because Arjun has been playing Petrov in this tournament so far. He played it against Ali Reza, and I think there was also one more game in which he played the Petrov. And Anish knows these things really well in general. So this is going to be interesting to see what Anish gets out of the opening.
By the way, there is already a result. So Wesley and Lev Aronian have already made a draw, and both of them have qualified. So congratulations to both of them.
It's like
Um,
these draws are like it reminds me of the fastest finger contest in KBC. These players, some of these players are like there is an award for making the fastest draw.
no, I think they're extremely tired. Sri, like they've played 14 rounds. Last round, they're anyway in after qualifying. They just want to like eat something now.
Yeah, I understand. But at least the most entertainment we can derive out of these draws is by making jokes out of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. By the way, Artimev, Adiban, it seems Adiban is not on his chair yet because Artimev has made his move, but Adi is yet to respond. So,
Yes,
Artimev opens F3, by the way.
that was one prediction, right? So we have this Petrov and Anish Arjun. It's going to be a bit of theory, and I think Anish has caught Arjun in his prep. So it's going to be a bit of a tough examination for Arjun. Meanwhile, the game between Magnus and Vidit, it has started out on this semi-Tarush. So semi-Tarush is what I'm not sure whether this is semi-Tarush or Tarush, but what's in a
No,
name?
this Dubo Tarash, right? Or
No, no,
like
that
we
is
saw
with
this
that is
times.
Dugo Tarash is different. It's with CD 94 Bishop C5 with the Black Knight on
But
C6.
we saw this exact position with FE6 many times in the CCT so far,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah. That is true. It has happened many times in the CCT, including the Magnus Carlsen Wesley So final in the FTX Crypto Cup last month. Magnus has quite a few games here, and it's actually
Raja also
I think
played this against Magnus actually. Raja played with this with white. So Magnus has played this position with white as well as black.
yes, and with correct play, Black makes a draw here. If Black plays accurately. Uh, but yeah, I mean, lot of quick draws in these variations.
Nubair in the chat, Nubair Shah Sheikh, International Master, he says Salem versus Firuja will decide how many Indians actually can qualify. Interesting analysis there. Thanks, Nubair. So,
No, I think there is going to be a draw in both Anish and Magnus game because what I see, Anish Arjun, uh, after Queen F4, Queen F6, the queens are off. The queens have been traded, and in this position, it feels like a really small advantage for White. Yeah, it feels like it's too small. Do you think White has much to play on with here? I mean, it's more pleasant for White for sure, and these kind of Petrov positions they can get very tricky very easily. But I'm I think one thing is this bishop on c8 is worse than this bishop on d3. The central pawns on c6 and d5 they limit this bishop. So the bishop has difficulty finding a place. There are very minute details like this, which gives white a very small edge, but it's not a lot to play with. So this is the situation in Anish Arjun game, and the Magnus Vidit game. I think we'll probably shuttle quite a bit between Anish Arjun and Magnus Vidit for this round, yeah, because I think these games are the ones which is going to mostly decide the qualification for the
also,
Indians.
Mukesh has a chance, I would say. Mukesh does have a chance if he manages to beat Duda. So I wouldn't count him out totally.
Yes,
But
Gukesh
yes,
definitely has a chance. He has an outside chance, but we can get to that if when something heats up in his game, yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So with this game, I think it's going to go on for a long time. By the way, this ending is very difficult for Black, even though Black usually holds it, but White always has this chances to press. So I think
Yeah,
Magnus
and
will like.
what makes it, I think, so incredibly difficult is that Magnus knows this quite well from as far as I know, because he's played this extensively. He's played this a lot. But the very fact that Magnus went for this line, so King B1, I had checked this out a bit, and I think Vidit is also trying to recollect. After King B1, you go Bishop to B4, natural move, right? You want to take this. You're a pawn up as Black, by the way. So you want to try and
Mhm.
take this. So white will not allow this. He will. So Vidit has played bishop b4. White will not allow this. He takes this. He takes this, and knight into e4. And here we have this position where black plays f5. White goes knight g5, king e7, and here white goes a3, bishop a5. Keeping control of the e1 square. So rook e1 and attacking your e6 pawn is not that easy. And if he insists with b4, then you go bishop b6, rook e1, knight d4. Here there is quite a bit of theory. White takes rook into d4, bishop into d4, rook into e6 check, king f8, rook d6. Here you have to remember all these details. Yeah, it's crazy, but in the end, it's a very equal position, and it kind of gets equal forcibly. So this was one of the first lines I checked after I recovered from COVID. I wanted to get back and see what are the updates that happened when I was away last month. And this has already happened in Dubo against Anish. So b4 is one of the options. Apart from that, White has played f4 in some games, and the Magnus Wesley So games in last month, they were all quite interesting. So there are all these little tries that White has, uh, which can test with its memory. But I think Vidit knows all these things. So knight g5, king e7, all these things on the board, and probably knowing. I mean, predictions are always there's a chance that you can be wrong, but I think Magnus chose this line because he wanted to make a quick draw.
Yeah, and actually, to be honest, I'm a little surprised that Vidit went for this line as black, because um, I just feel like white is the one who's always trying in this variation. But on the other hand, what to choose is also a question against Magnus.
No, I mean, if Magnus wants to draw, it's very hard to. And this is what VD has prepared against D4 as his main line in for this tournament. Yeah. So F4 is on the board, the line with F4. So he did not go for this B4 line. He goes for the F4 line. And yeah, so this is what VD has prepared as his main line for this tournament. And now after f4, black can kick this knight out from g5. So it goes to f3. And now you play rook d8, and it's sort of equal here. Although there's still some play remaining, but it's sort of equal. And I think Vidit will not mind getting this question. He would have prepared this. Rook into d8, you take with the bishop. And this endgame is equal, but you might have to play a bit. It's very hard to adapt suddenly. Yeah, you have prepared something as your main defense, and if you don't have a backup pre-planned, especially against Magnus, especially in the last round, there is also a 30 move rule for draw. By the way, you have to play, I think, 30 moves, or you either you have to make 30 moves, and I want to be there for the draw of Anish Arjun, which is going to happen in a few more moves. So let's please bring that up, and Arjun's camera. So we have the moment when he makes this draw. Knight e3. What do you do, Soumya? Do you play knight d6 or knight into e3? I think both are draws.
I think I'll take on e3.
Yeah, I think I would also take on e3, and then king e7.
King e7, king e6. Just sit.
Something like h5 is not too worrisome, yeah?
King e6?
No, I'm just
King
asking. I'm not really exerting my brain here. It must be quite nervous for Arjun at this point.
He doesn't look so, at least, even if he is. He's very good at hiding his emotions in case he's nervous. But he's taken 90.
He's very good at hiding his expressions, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Because he doesn't look nervous at all. Even his body language is so calm and ऐसे आराम से बैठा है, ऐसे नहीं कि ऐसे, tensed होके बैठा है. He's very calm.
Yeah, but that's common to a lot of chess players, no? We usually have this poker face. No, I think the 30 moves are over. So couple more moves and sorry.
I think in we, you mean you and other people, right? Because I'm not part of this we gang.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, King
True,
E3,
true.
King E7, and yeah, it should be a draw. I don't see how white. Oh, he's played G5 also. He's prevented King to come to F4. Yes, please.
So takes King F3, King E7, King G4. What is this?
King F6,
King H5.
King F6, King H5, King F5.
Oh, he just goes F4. So then why not just press the draw button and get it done with?
So he'll play
I
F6.
Yeah, he'll
He'll
play
play
F6.
F6.
I think that's kind of what
So F6 you can play King F3. F6 you can play King F3.
King F7.
Yeah. Oh, he's taken on G5, F3, King F7, King G4, King G6.
Yeah. So Aronian is in and he has made a draw in the last round against Wesley So. Ding Lijen is in. Wesley So is in. We have 3 qualifiers for sure. And Artemiev is in. So we have 4 in already. 4 in 4 in the hand and 4 in the bush. I guess Magnus Carlsen is also in. So that's number 5. Okay, I wanted to capture the moment when they make the draw, but this is taking a bit longer than I
No.
expected.
Let's stay, no? I think they will make a draw now. I have a
Yeah, I
feeling.
would be happy to stay. I would be happy to stay.
G4, King E7, and this is like King F6, King E. They'll just repeat now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it has happened. It has happened. It has happened. And
Congrats
Arjun
to
with a
Arjun.
rare smile.
I'm very happy.
Yeah. Today, I told him that he should be on the stream regardless of what happens. So
Yeah, I was just about to
do
ask you.
expect
I think
him.
we
Yeah.
can ask him. Yeah. That would be nice if he can join us.
Yeah, but I
Oh.
think there might be other people after him initially, like the global. So I think we have to wait. Now it won't be easy for us to access him anymore. A lot of people will
How
be
are you
after him.
feeling, Sri? By the way, there is a question from Nubair specifically for you. How are you feeling about Arjun qualifying proud coach?
Oh, I feel so happy. Arjun especially. I've always had a bit of a soft corner for him because I know that he's so incredibly good, but he hasn't got as much recognition and opportunity as some of his peers. And for a long time, it was just me going around telling people, Arjun is so incredibly good. You have to try him. Arjun is so incredibly good. You have to try him. So now that the world knows what I know, that's an amazing feeling. I'm really happy for Arjun, and I really hope this is just the first step in a journey of 1,000 miles for him.
Oh, absolutely. And just yesterday we were discussing about how he has made the most of his chances despite, he first won the Vidit Tour, then he won the Indian qualifier. I mean, he got qualified for the Indian qualifier through the Vidit Tour. Then he won the Indian qualifier. Then he's now in the CCT and he's made the most of it. Now he's in the knockouts. And there were a lot of questions in the chat about why was Arjun not a part of the Challengers Test Tour, let's say, or why are not other players who are also very strong not part of the Champions Chess Tour? But you have to understand that only so many people can be invited, right, from one country, and that is one of the reasons why it's very important that we also have tournaments within India so that all the talented players of the country get a chance to play these tournaments rather than just 2 or 3, because it's so competitive. Like, it's so competitive in India. There are so many strong players at the same time, so how many players will get a chance? That is the real question. So I'm really glad that Arjun made the most of his opportunities, and he's through now. Wow.
Yeah, and when all these things happened, Arjun was of course naturally disappointed because he was not. Uh, uh, someone I know used to make this analogy. Like there used to be a lot of amazing Soviet players in the 50s and 60s. So when the qualification for the interzonal came in, some very strong grandmasters from Soviet Union used to miss out just because they were from the Soviet Union. And there were so many other strong grandmasters, whereas if you're from another country, you could be much weaker and still make it to the interzonal and the candidates qualification cycle. So somehow Arjun seemed to be that boy who was, just the first person on the waiting list in everything. And although he felt bad about it quite a few times, he never really let it make him bog down about it or complain too much about him. He just took them all in his stride and just kept playing chess because he loves to play chess, and that's what he kept repeatedly doing. And even now, after this tournament, I think he's going to Serbia, and he's really trying to uh, get to play tournaments in Europe, which is not easy because the visa and technicalities are not easy to arrange right now. But yeah, um, I think his
Yeah.
attitude is also amazing.
Kudos to him. Rahul Pawar sends a super chat. If Duda and Firuja, he's sent us some calculations apparently. Duda and Firuja win, Arjun, Anish draw. All of them have 8 points. Arjun, Anish, and Duda qualify because Firuja has lost to Anish and Duda. Okay, thank you. That's very sweet. By the way, he probably doesn't live in India, Rahul, because he's like the super chat is in dollars. So if he's from US, then I think he's watching the stream at a really early hour. So thanks for that as well, Rahul, for being up so early.
Meanwhile, something seems to have gone a bit wrong with the Vidit's game, Soumya, because I was showing this variation here with rook into d8. And here, as far as
Right.
I know, black is supposed to take with the bishop. So this is the correct
Okay.
way as far as it is there in my notes. Rook c1, a6, and it goes on. But black is okay here. With it took with the knight, and now after rook d1, rook c7, knight e5, he seems to have gotten under some real pressure in the end game. So knight e5, and after knight f7, Magnus just went knight to c4, kind of trapping this bishop strategically because the bishop is not lost. But after bishop b6, knight into b6, a into b6, and now bishop e2, knight d6, rook d3. Here only white can try. Two reasons. One is these pawns very weak, e6 also a bit weak, and second is this knight which looks very nice and centralized. The outpost for this knight on e4 can be controlled by white's light square bishop. So it's not like black gets a firm hold on the e4 square either. So for all these reasons, white has a very nice edge, and the clock difference will not really be helpful for Vidit at all. And out of on top of all that, I think Vidit also has the scoreboard pressure. He has to win. I don't think a draw will cut it for him. So this looks a bit grim for him. And there is also the game between Duda and Gukesh. Do you want to have a quick look?
Okay, let's have a quick look at Mukesh's position. Wow. Bishop b4 on the board.
Yeah, I'll tell you
Wow.
what happened. So we had this position, yeah, knight f3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e6, and after e3, I think something went wrong with Gukesh's opening here. He played c4, and Duda played queen e4 check, and I'm not sure if Gukesh knew exactly how to respond. But in any case, the position is already a bit tricky, and knight c6 is not the way to go. The reason, it's well illustrated in the game. White to play. Soumya, what do you do here?
I saw the game, so let's ask the chat.
Okay, Chad, what do you do here? Although I think Chad would have also seen the game, but it's still not a bad idea. It's still not a bad idea. Something happening in the Vidit's game.
I'll have a look at it. Meanwhile, no, it's going on. It's in normal position, no? It's almost the same position that we left it at. I think, you know what I think is going to happen with this game? Can I make a prediction? After rook b3, I think he's going to play knight to c4, okay? Bishop into c4, rook c4. Okay, no, he hasn't. He's
Uh,
playing rook
yeah,
g8
so
with
rook
bishop
g8, bishop f3,
3.
knight c4. So I'll play g3 now.
G3 on the board.
Yeah. No,
Nice.
yeah, it's on the board. Okay. Magnus is playing incredibly fast. Yeah.
Oh, h5. Nice. h5 is a nice resource. After rook b6, we have h4, and after bishop h5, we have rook h8. I like h5. Oh, but h5, h4, rook b3 back, is it?
No,
No, no,
bishop into
no.
h5, rook h8. Let's say I go bishop f3, rook into h2, and rook into b6. How does this go? Ah, you have knight c4. No, I take with check.
No,
So what do you do here?
no, I thought I'll play rook h. Oh, but that's very bad, is it?
Yeah,
Is
this
is
looks
that
bad. No, if I take this, then the pawn just queens, and this is coming by force because bishop into h5. Uh, yeah, this is the position. Bishop into h5, rook h8. I can just go bishop f3, rook into h2, rook into b6, and here knight c4 unfortunately gets hit with check. And then the king goes to a2.
but I have a way to defend. Like I can go. Oh no, that's also not good. I had a very passive move to suggest, but that also doesn't work. The idea was, oh, he takes rook b6. He allows this h4 idea. So rook b3, hg. Now knight e4 doesn't work because rook b7 is checked, but maybe king f6.
Yeah, king f6, rook b6. Oh, king e7, rook b3. Okay. King f6. King f6, maybe just king a2 for. Yeah, king a2 for now because I want to play a4, but if I do it directly, but a4 should be better actually. A4 is my move because I want to.
King
Oh,
d7. King d7 is better.
meanwhile, we have the boy of the moment who has already joined us, Arjun Erigaisi. Welcome, Arjun.
Yeah, hi, thanks.
Hi,
Hi.
Arjun. So glad to see all your teams in this tournament. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's a wonderful feeling. I'm glad that I'm in. I hope.
So, we are actually following with its game right now, but after that, we would love to see your games with, and we would love it if you could.
Sure.
Sure. So
How was the
what's
feeling,
going
by the
on?
way? You were playing
So,
against Magnus in the last round, Anish in the last round, and Magnus before that. Were you very tensed or were
Yeah,
you calm?
against Magnus, I was really nervous and psychologically, I was down that from the start. Thankfully, I didn't go down in the game.
And against Anish, you were feeling confident, is it? Like,
Yeah, against everybody else, it wasn't such a big pressure psychologically.
what about against Ali Reza?
Well, I was happy to get it though, but I wasn't really scared or something.
Yeah.
that's very nice to hear.
Also,
So
I have
let's have
played
a
him for games in the past.
what did you
Also, you
say?
have.
Also, I have played Arvivid several times in the past.
So that experience helped.
Chat is going like he said the same thing on Chess 24. Is this also part of your preparation, Ajju?
Not really.
There are many, many hearts for you in the chat, Arjun.
Thanks, everyone.
So
Awesome.
let's see with this game, and because he has some chances to qualify, but Magnus is putting a lot of pressure on him. What do you think?
Yeah, white is just better. Right?
Yeah, but how do you evaluate the saving chances for black?
Mm, maybe very less. I'm not sure. Not an expert.
But you would much rather prefer to play white here, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
How would you try to convert this as white, the extra pawn? To be honest, a bit earlier, what I felt was at this point, at this point, I thought it was simple to take bishop in h5, rook h8, bishop f3. take this and rook into b6, and I thought this is winning because after knight c4 there is rook into b7 check. But Magnus preferred to just take this and keep his pawn, and now
It could be
he's in this.
similar, you know. In the end, there was rook h8, so probably it's the same.
Okay, rook h8, bishop into b7, rook b8. Okay.
No, but
we
rook
did not.
h8 we have a4, no?
Yeah, king
The game
d7.
goes.
King d7, king c7, and it's similar. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, and it's similar. So white tries to get an a parser with this, and there's also a huge time advantage. Talking about the time advantage, did you have any conscious approach towards managing your time in this tournament?
Yeah, I was just trying to play white first and not to lose on time or because of time.
So basically the same as your Bago strategy, yeah?
Yes.
Just play fast and don't blunder. Right. Bishop c2 on the board, and I think bishop b3 is coming up next. So there will be one.
Shri, look at Gukesh's board. He's trapping the queen with rook a5 next. How do you save it? Because the knight on c2 also supports the rook on a1,
Wow.
so you can't move
This is a massive moment, Soumya. This is a massive moment. What a nice spot. And yeah, you cannot move this knight because the rook is hanging.
But still
and
king g2?
King g2, rook a5?
No, knight
you
d4,
mean...
queen a1.
No, I just wanted to show an example, but I think black would take first, yeah?
Probably, but still not
on
bad.
Because of rook d1. No, but I have rook a5.
No, just knight d4, queen a1, king g2, then take on a7. But yes, black should be better.
Queen into a7, queen a5.
Okay.
The queens get exchanged, so this compensation is not possible.
Wow, this case is so slippery, yaar. He was a piece down. He was a total piece down out of the opening.
Yeah, I checked I saw the bar, it was showing full white.
This changes a lot. Yeah, Rahul, how does this implicate, how does this, oh man, how does this change the standings, if anyone in the chat can give us the calculations?
Yeah, I guess if Duda doesn't win,
If Duda what?
I guess if Duda doesn't win, I'm in. Maybe.
I think you're probably in regardless, but yeah, let's count it at the end of it in your case. So what's going on here? Knight into d4 first, right?
Yeah,
Knight into d4,
Why
knight into d4, queen into a1 check, king g2 and queen c3. Why knight into d4 first is because if you start with queen into a1 check, then after king g2, both the queen is attacked and knight into c6 is incoming. So because of that, you start with knight into d4 first, knight into d4, queen into a1, king g2, queen c3, and after queen into a7, this queen a5 move is important. One of those rare moments when I outcalculated Arjun. And knight b5, queen e5. Actually, this there should be Arjun's face cam should be on permanently, because 90% of what he does is simply smile, and people can only see him when he talks. Okay, that he goes again. Arjun, look at the chat.
Adiban played very well today.
Sorry?
Adiban played very well today.
Yeah, Adiban played very well today.
But he lost today. We couldn't cover his game at all because we were focusing on the games which had chances to qualify. But he has lost the last round against Artimev. But he had an incredible day as well, yeah?
No, I think the game which should have been covered, we did cover, and everything else doesn't matter anymore. I think even for AD, that's like the one game that seals his legacy in chess. And so Arjun, while you were away playing the Champion Chess Tour, a lot of things happened.
Oh, we talk of the beast and the beast is here. Hello, Adi. Adi's earphones are probably not catching our sound.
Yeah, so Arjun, I have made peace with 1b3.
Oh, okay.
I have converted because of AD's win over Arjun. Anish.
In fact, yesterday you were playing a lot of 1v3 in your tournament, no?
Yes, I already mentioned that. So, nice try. Trying to
you had time to follow Srinath's arena tournament also yesterday, huh?
No, he shared the game. One of the games.
I tried to inspire Arjun by showing him how to win in 20 moves. It didn't work out though. He made 5 draws today, but because he's so close to qualification, I'll let him scot free.
Why is Adi so quiet? Realized he's on the call, or like what is happening?
AD is giving us the silent treatment. He's upset with us for some reason. I don't know why. But AD, whatever it is, I'm really sorry for dissing your 1b3 course the way it was deserved to be dissed earlier, and appreciating it the way it was deserved for a very temporary short time. So please talk to us.
Please talk to us, Adi. We don't like being ignored by you. Okay, let's get back to.
Yeah, let's get back to Vidit. Yeah.
Yes.
But this is lost, no? The A pawn against the knight, as I mentioned in the previous round.
Oh, yes.
Why is the chat saying Magnus blended?
Knight e4 now, for example.
King d4?
Hey, no. Can I play king d? Yeah, he plays king d6, a6.
Sorry.
King c7. Bishop e6. Knight e4.
Knight e4, I'll go king d4 whenever, because knight e4 is maybe not a good idea, because if you lose this, I'll defend from here, from d3. On the other hand, maybe you want to start with king b6, yeah, so that you force this bishop and then get the knight.
Yeah, but so probably lost any king d4, king d4.
Yeah, it's probably lost anyway, but this is a better defense.
But maybe with the knight on g3 there could be something.
Yeah.
Why is it?
Soumya,
sorry.
You're saying something.
Can I play knight h5 here? And you'll play king e3. Is it lost for sure?
Yeah, actually, that could be fortress. No,
yeah, like how will you move your
because you cannot. You will be in Zugzwang, yeah. Okay, you go king a7, bishop e2.
No, I play knight a.
Knight what?
So yeah. So okay, knight bishop e2, right? Knight g3 now.
Knight g3, bishop f3, king f2. You just say. But there is knight. But there is knight.
Arjun, you're defending for black and attacking with white.
No, king e2 now, no? King e2 is the problem.
Yeah, king e2 is the problem.
Knight g3, king f2, and knight h2, bishop b7.
Yeah.
No, knight h2, even king f2, does this work? Knight h2, king f2, king a6.
Oh yeah, that works.
Bishop e2.
Yeah, and then king comes to g3. It's actually how the game is going right now. And Vidit is down to just 21 seconds. So king e2, knight g3 check, king f2, knight e4, takes, and f5 will win. Oh, knight h2, he goes bishop h5. Just, yeah, this loses some moves, but it still wins. King b6, king g2, takes, king g3. And black king is too far. Okay, that was a valiant effort from Vidit.
It was very close actually, but Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah,
Magnus. Magnus, what to do?
Yep. In the end, it's Magnus himself.
Gukesh, on the other hand, is winning. So
Yeah, let's
Vidit
quickly
finishes
move
on
towards
7th, right? Vidit finishes on 7th. Gukesh has a chance. Gukesh, if he wins this, he's winning. If he wins this, he's on 7.5.
Yeah, if he wins this, he's on 7.5, and but he still has
What
some
about
technical issues. Firoja is he's better against Salim. The game is going on. I think Aliza will win because he usually wins all these clutch games. So let's just assume that he will win this and join you at 8 out of 15.
Okay. But if Firoja draws and Gukesh wins, then also Firoja is in.
If Firoja, actually it depends. It depends though. If Gukesh wins, we have to wait for Firoja. If Firoja wins, then Gukesh is out because only 8 will qualify.
Even if Firoja draws, he's in. But if Firoja loses, then Gukesh is in. Because
and
Firoja
what happens if both Duda and Firoja win? But Duda is not winning this, yeah?
No. Yeah, it's below.
How will... Okay, he could win, but like... I mean, basically he's losing. So...
Yeah, so I think we can quickly move on to the Firoja game after this one ends and see who is the top 8. But this is still a fantastic debut, Arjun, because 8 points on debut. That's the highest score for any Indian in the Champion Chess Tour. So that's impressive by itself, regardless of what happens.
Thanks.
Rook b5. How do you continue, Arjun? We are tired, so please take over the analysis.
b6 and king b7.
I was thinking queen d3, but you don't want to move away your king.
Yeah, keep the
queen. So you want to get the king secure first and then
go then look d3.
Gukesh goes a6. So do you think he's coming with the king to a7?
Maybe, I don't know.
Rook e5, queen d3. Yeah, he's got the queen to d3, but isn't this simple? c3, c2, c1? There's some rook c5.
But there's queen d3. Rook c5, queen.
c3, rook c5? Maybe you can just take this and go king b8.
Yeah, even simpler.
Yeah, queen e4 and rook c8 coming in. So he has gone for c3, knight d2. Now if c2, now rook c5 could be potentially trouble. So now you have to watch out. So I think this game is still on. You know, anything can happen with under such pressure and the last few seconds. I think you have yourself managed to get out of Gukesh in a similar situation in the Indian qualifiers.
Yeah.
Now it's
C2,
not even
the problem is c5, right? He has played c2. Rook c5 has been blitzed out by Duda.
Queen e4 check. F3.
Queen
e7, right? Queen e7.
Yeah. Knight e6. No, just rook into
very
c5.
Good here. He's very good here. Yeah. I don't see any problem.
King h3 play. Do you think he'll just repeat once and then think? That's what I would do.
Yeah, possible.
But he has taken 5 seconds already, so I think he has to play what he intended. No, queen e7, there is rook into c2 now. So what's the move there?
Why is the bus so high?
Rook c2 was happening even after f3. So rook c5.
No, he just takes this. He just takes this. So knight into c2 is rook c8 a problem? No, queen d6 check.
Yeah, maybe the
But now the king is awkward, no? Let's say I play king. Can't I checkmate you now? Rook c8, queen
Rook
d6,
c8 is what
king
he played.
a8.
Queen d6, king 8, knight d4.
Knight d4.
No, the game is kind of slipping away from Gukesh. We have to hang in here, and we cannot pronounce anything prematurely. After knight d4, it's already far from clear. Because the black pawns are quite weak, the momentum is changing, and it's not a good change for Gukesh in general. H5, so he tries to continue to attack the king, but if Duda starts picking up the pawns, it can actually reverse. The whole thing can reverse. The momentum can go totally out of control for Gukesh.
But he can play queen g4, queen e4 now, right? Or he can't?
No, of course, he can take a draw anytime he wants, but then he doesn't qualify, so he has to try and win. And he probably, that's the mindset he has, that he has to win.
Also, in general, it's just a better position.
Yeah.
Knight e6, queen. Oh, this is tough. Rook g8. Rook g8 has been played. If
h4 is threatened. Knight c7, there's king a7, so that's not an issue for now. And queen f7 or something like that, there's queen g4 and h4. And queen e4 check incoming. So I think that is also fine.
By the way, seems like Alireza has blundered.
Really?
His computer is equal.
Arjun, you're also like our chat. What is this? People would think that a player, a champion chess tour player, would be different, but turns out we're all the same.
Yeah, bar is everything.
Bar is everything. Guys, please quote that in the name of Arjun in 2021. But yeah, Salem Saleh has blended back. This we can say even without the bar.
But knight d3 is the move which is very tough to find.
What? Knight d3 here. But why not just queen e4 check?
I don't know. Computer.
Arjun, we don't use engines here,
I thought
but it's completely how are you? Okay, I understand that bar doesn't have feelings, but how are you calculating? Like, this is completely
He's
crazy.
just looking at Stockfish.
Queen e5, queen f3. Oh my god, like what is happening? This game is full crazy. Knight d3 now? Now knight d3 with the idea to play knight e1. Nobody cares, yeah? He played knight e4. He wants to take on g5.
Yeah, probably
look at Salem's time. Look at Salem's time.
Yeah. I think Alireza will just outplay him here. Just based on the time
now
situation.
d5 is also hanging actually. Now d5 is also hanging.
Yeah.
Now queen into d5 coming in.
Yeah, also one thing I noticed in Gukesh is like when he's winning a game and it slips away, he doesn't stop and make a draw. Many times he just lets it carry forward into a worse position. And
but is this worse? He has 2 pawns for the exchange, white. It should be normal, no? This position. Both players have chances.
It's not yet worse, but he has just lost his f5 pawn. He lost it at this point. He played queen h6 and let his opponent take queen into f5. And now the game has shifted into a zone from where he was completely winning to where it's actually equal, good counter chances. So
it could go either way from here.
Yeah, it could go any way from here, but I think Duda has a big advantage psychologically because Gukesh has slipped from a position of complete advantage. And as I said, his tendency in these situations, he doesn't he doesn't take a break and adapt to the situation, but he tries to keep finding ways to win, from what I've noticed. So that could be counterproductive in this situation.
But I feel black is like totally comfortable. Like even rook c1 here.
So I just looked at the earlier super chat. So if Duda and Firoja win, in that instance, Arjun, Anish, and Duda will qualify because Firoja has lost to both Anish as well as Duda. So I think based on mathematical calculations, Arjun is in the top 8 regardless, although we will wait for the confirmation before celebrating. On the other hand, Duda, Duda is in the attack now.
Duda is getting under fire as well, no? King f3, queen d1.
Well, Duda has been under fire the whole game.
He has the queen h1.
But queen d1, there's king g2.
Queen maybe h1 queen e1.
No, queen e1,
but
okay.
Even there is at least queen d at queen b6, so...
Yeah.
And then e4, if white wants to.
But maybe only that. Okay, e4.
It's very tricky.
Queen h1 on the board, king f4 is, or king g4 also is possible, king g4. Now queen h8 maybe. Just trying to keep the game. Queen d1. King g5, what happens?
King g5, there's no more checks. Yeah, the game is slipping away from Gukesh.
Maybe queen
d2 is always there, but I think e4. And it's very hard to give checks from here.
Maybe queen f3 instead of rook d2.
Instead of?
Rook d2.
Queen f3.
Maybe. Probably now white is the one place.
Duda also has to win, yeah? Oh, he just goes
f3.
Smart.
But rook c4? King g5 he wants.
Oh, he wants this knight b6 check. Okay, this is Duda. He's so incredibly tricky. He probably saw this in an instant and decided to play f3 just to bait Gukesh into this trap.
Okay, king g5. Is black losing? Okay, king a7.
How is this still equal?
King a7. King a7. Yeah.
He has to find king a7. He has 3 seconds. Gukesh!
Oh, he finds it.
Oh, with 1 second remaining.
So good, yeah. So Duda is also trying to win this, right? Duda doesn't?
Yes, Duda also has to win this. Meanwhile, I had just texted Anish wishing him for his birthday, and he replied saying thanks and the things I do for Indian chess. And both the beneficiaries are here today with us.
Yes, finally. I don't know. I have some stupid issues, so I solved it. You guys can hear me, right?
Welcome, AD. AD's entire life explained in today. His 1b3 success, his OBS boomer moments, despite not handling OBS.
Yeah, I mean, I have like, oh my God, I have like 2 webcam and none of them were working. Like, I mean, seriously. But okay, the topic of the day is like,
Arjun qualifying to the CCT?
No,
I mean, Arjun qualifying to the top 8.
Hey, Arjun, like, so what did you do? You qualified, right?
I believe so.
Okay, awesome. Congrats.
He has been led to believe so.
So how much did you score?
I scored 8.
Okay, not bad.
They are still fighting. Gukesh's game is still going on. It's still fight is going on.
Probably white is taking.
What is happening?
F7, what F7? F7 rook e4.
F7 rook e4.
Yeah, but just queen f5, no? It's over, right?
That's how it looks.
Yeah, it's over, no? Queen f5.
Queen?
F5. Okay, too many queens.
You're talking about the chessboard, AD?
Sorry?
Never mind.
Yeah, right. Queen A3 is from no. Queen A3 will just take the rook. So yeah, no, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, he's yet
Maybe
to play.
just
He
queen
has
also.
15 seconds left.
No check. Oh, queen h4 is there.
Yeah,
No
okay.
checks.
Even this should be okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
but Queen
checks.
E4 is simplest. Yeah, just no
He
chance.
plays Queen E6. He plays Queen E6. Now Rook E4 means.
Oh, come on. No, wait. Who is Duda is white. I thought Gukesh was white. Okay, then Queen E6 is good. Queen is
Oh, I saw
brilliant.
an insane variation. Okay, queen d8, king a7, queen a8 takes knight b6, and this is winning.
Oh my God.
No, F7. I saw this as well. I didn't realize it's winning. But Rook G4 now?
Huh?
Oh, Rook G4, King H5, no check.
Huh?
Sorry. How?
Rook g4 when? Where?
Yeah, when Rook
Oh, he
G4.
played
Oh, he
F7.
played f7. Okay, he didn't play
King
queen
H5.
d8.
Rook G4. Oh, also King F6.
Yeah.
No
This
checks.
is
Oh, Queen A1. Okay. No, King F6 is also winning actually, but King H5 is simple.
King
Yeah.
H5. Yeah, just.
Wait,
Oh
Duda
my
winning
God.
is good for Indian chess or not?
No, because although it doesn't affect the qualification, it would be nice to send off Gukesh with a win. And a score of
Oh,
7.5.
yeah, Queen A3 idea is Queen G3 check. So Queen D8, King A7, F8, Queen G3 check coming in.
Yeah, but King.
This is
Okay,
not
yeah,
at all
this,
clear.
this is not clear.
yeah.
To Duda. To Duda.
So maybe G4 now, Queen D8 and G4. No, but then Rook E5 check.
These two guys, so tricky, both of them.
Wow.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, he gave Queen C7 check. Okay. And maybe. Oh my God, so much pressure. Bapre. Knight F6. Knight F6 on the board. This game can go anyway.
Hey, did Anish tweet something after that game?
What are you talking,
Yes,
Eddie?
yes.
What question are you? It's like asking if sunset in Chennai.
Yeah, but I thought he cannot show his face again after that game. He's still
Eddie, do you
so
even know
shameless.
Anish?
What is this? Very shameless of Anish Giri. I thought I
Eddie, you
ended his
merely
career.
adapted to the shamelessness.
Yeah, I thought I ended his career.
He was born into. Okay, never mind.
Hey, Rook E7 is a. Oh, Rook E7 F8 worth. Yeah, no.
F8.
No, Rook
F8, we need
Queen E3, Queen F4.
Rook E4.
Rook E5. Nice.
No, but oh wait.
These guys,
Wow.
how tricky they
Yeah,
are.
what
They
are
are
they
so
doing?
good. Yeah, they're so good.
Not so bad.
So,
Like,
oh my God.
I mean, just Queen Affair was over there. I don't know why they're doing this.
F8 queen. Oh, no. That would be a blunder.
No.
No, that's a
No
blunder.
please.
Now Queen C8, but then Queen D3. Yeah, Queen C8, Queen D3.
It's still not over.
Yeah,
Queen
it's-
F4
it
simply.
Never is over.
Queen F4. Now it's over.
Yeah, okay, now it's over probably. Just King G7 next. Yeah, okay.
Just take this, no?
Yeah, okay.
Queen
King
D3.
G7. Oh, Rook
Seven
E7.
he'll play.
E7.
Okay, King. Okay,
G-
G.
Not
Oh,
King
G6.
G8, but
G6 is coming.
yeah, he wants to play G.
Insane way to end the league stage of the Gold Money Asia Rapid.
This game is
This is
definitely
the last
going to
game,
get.
yeah?
Yeah, this is the last game. Ali Reza has won against Salim Saleh.
Oh, okay, yes, fine. Okay, what is this pawn doing now? It's too late. Little bit too late to be pushing the air pawn now.
Yeah. Too weak, too slow.
So wait, how are we queening? King?
King G8 and F8, no?
No, King's here, Queen G6 akka.
Oh, sorry. King H. Oh
That
my
was the
God.
only trick.
Oh my God. Then Queen, what do you play? Queen G5? King H6.
Yeah,
he
King
plays.
H6,
But Queen
I guess.
H3, no? Queen H3 check.
Knight H5.
And
Yeah,
knight
there should be a million ways to win now. I mean, 2 pawns. Yeah, it's Yeah, Duda has been playing crazy games. Yeah, with me also. It was like complete mess. Then suddenly, it was like
Yeah,
And Gukesh has been like a younger version of you, right, AD?
Now
For
night.
what?
He
Wow,
plays
what
the
a
King's
nice.
Indian. He gets into worse positions all the time, and he tricks his opponent somehow.
By the way, what was that game with Vidit? Like, it was like he just blundered piece, yeah? Like blind spot something.
Yeah, but
Knight G3.
Gukesh reversed the game by defending very skillfully, and then VD under pressure. He was under a lot of pressure, and then he slipped.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Duda
Cool.
won. That's one.
Ooh.
So
All
Duda has
right, all
won.
right. So Duda has won. That's the last game, and as soon as possible, we'll have the standings, the final standings, the official standings on the screen, and
have
there we
them.
have it. And Arjun in the top 8, edging out Ali Reza Firoja.
Wow.
Oh, this is
Congrats.
awesome. Congrats. I mean, on your debut, yeah, this is awesome. So, anyone else made it, or it's just Arjun?
It's just Arjun because you had to have 8 points. The people who finished in the top 8 all have 8 points. So Arjun, the first Indian in the history of the Meltwater Champion Chess Tour to get into the quarterfinals. What an
even
amazing
that, yeah.
achievement!
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, sorry, go on.
Fantastic achievement, Arjun. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, this is historic. Arjun, your thoughts on this? How do you feel?
It feels great, wonderful. No words to describe the moment.
And you will play against Aronian tomorrow.
Oh wait, didn't you beat him in some speeches?
No, I lost. I was better, but I missed it.
Oh, okay. No, someone you bet in speeches. I remember you beating someone.
Yeah, he played extremely fast.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So, Arjun, do you want to
dedicate this victory to someone? Or
I know the answer to that question.
No, he's not going to dedicate anyone.
I would like to thank Vishy sir for helping.
Whom? Sorry.
Vishy Anand sir.
Oh, Vishy Anand sir. Wow.
Like, why out of nowhere?
Very nice.
He helped me a bit for preparation.
Okay, that's awesome.
Very nice.
All right. So Soumya, you have the stage.
So Arjun, I thought we could go through some of your games, beautiful games in the tournament.
Sure.
You won against Yifan today, right? Which was an important win for you.
Yesterday. Yeah, that should be my best game in the tournament.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. The rook, the queen on e4 got trapped basically. Like it was like all her pieces were undeveloped, right?
Right.
Was it like so that would you say that was your best game of the tournament?
Yeah, I think I played it the most smoothest.
And your game against Adi also was very interesting. So since you and Adi both are here, maybe we can have a look at that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, actually, me not winning that game helped Arjun. Yeah, so like I think you should dedicate this qualification to me. Actually.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, by that logic, me not qualifying to the CCT also helped Arjun.
Yeah, like also
by that way, me, Soumya, all the chat can get all the credit.
And after, if you had not gone, I was just winning. Oh my god! But okay, I was also worse for some time maybe.
Yeah, I thought there should be some
worse,
finish on the team set. Oh, sorry.
Was it ever worse in this game?
I was worse, right?
Yeah. That
before you played A6, I think I was in deep time.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this was a very good chance. Cool.
So can you show us like the important moments of the game? So first of all, your opening was.
Yeah, first of all, I made a mistake actually. Like if we had played B3, we know what the result would have been.
We saw that in the Indian qualifier.
Yeah. After this, no chance. Like even there, I didn't play B3.
But AD, you know the official news, right? So after your win against Anish, I officially converted to the cowboy gang. What do you call it?
Sorry, who?
I officially converted.
Yeah, like so Sri messaged me. They're like, oh, Eddie, I was playing B3 in titled arena.
It's the San
Only
Fermin
B3.
Arena.
Huh?
It's a San Fermin Arena on the Chess
Hey.
24. It's
That
3
I
plus
saw,
2.
no, of course. San Fermin arena. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. It's not the same. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. Yeah, Arjun, take us through.
Yes. So
yeah, I
this
got my
whole
prep in the opening. And I got a quite comfortable position.
exchange sack position, yeah, you were prepared for it, huh?
Yeah, I thought you would not know Bishop A3. If I knew, I would have played probably Rook B1. I thought he would be surprised.
But he
was
okay. Yeah.
But you were really well prepared for it, and
AD,
then you found.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm still not used to this Arjun who is like blitzing out his opening preparation. Yeah, like I'm still like living 2 years back or something. Yeah. Like after the second move, you will start thinking. So, but this Arjun, I'm not used to at all. Yeah, it's just like this game. Also, yeah, Arjun, I don't know what is happening in this opening. Like I played this opening against Raja Ritvik. He also had like some 17
we actually
minutes.
checked the line together.
Yeah, like he had 17 minutes. Yeah, at some point, I was like, okay, why am I getting like out in this line? But and yeah, Bishop A3, that's why I thought, okay, it might be a surprise. Yeah, but okay, just took.
Yeah, I had checked it.
Yeah, cool.
Point
so
being,
he knew what to do. So takes. Bishop E6, Rook B1.
here black is basically ready to sacrifice all 3 points to just castle.
Yeah.
So black wants to play like b6 and c5, but b6 there is bishop b5 check, so he starts with a6.
Oh, yeah.
And rook b7, the point is queen c8 and c5 next. A c5
No, not
just
castle.
Sorry?
Not
c5
c4,
and
but
castle is the point, not c4.
I don't understand.
no, he doesn't want to play. Yeah, like the arrow is on c4.
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, it just got its arrow slipped.
Arrow slip. So yes, Arjun, tell us then after rook. So you played this rook a7 move, right?
I played queen c3 instead.
Yes. Can we
Yeah,
go
queen.
back?
Yeah.
Here rook a7 and white is more or less forced to take on b7. Otherwise black gets
It's
b6.
something like f4 not an option?
f4 just g6, it doesn't change.
No, f4 I also thought you can play d4. No, I didn't like d4 actually.
Yeah, but that's subjectively equal. G6
Queen
and it's
c5,
minus.
queen c6, queen d7,
Queen f3.
No, d4 I wouldn't go queen c5. Not sure. But...
So what are we supposed to do? Queen b4, yeah, or something like that.
Maybe.
Arjun has just memorized Stockfish and
Yeah.
compare. It's like he's gobbled Stockfish and okay, so back to the game.
Yeah, anyway, f4 g6 is only in black's favors.
Yeah.
So rook b7 is the main option which Adi anyway went for.
Yeah.
So Adi, you were figuring this out over the board, right?
Yeah, like I had no idea. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, probably the last person to play Bishop A3 without any preparation. I just vaguely remembered something. Yeah, I could not remember the details.
Okay, so rook into b7, queen c6 check, queen d7 takes, c5, an important move to enable that to enable black to castle.
Yeah.
And queen into a6, short castle, takes rook c8, bishop d4, bishop f5. Until this, it was your prep, Arjun?
Until c4, it was not clear.
Okay.
But castle, rook c8, bishop f5 are a bit too obvious.
Yeah, here I felt if I exchange the bishop, I am completely gone. Yeah, like it would be very difficult to defend this position.
Yeah, it would be very.
Yeah, so that's why I just thought.
You can't even play c3 now.
Yeah, I can't do anything. Yeah, so Also, it will let you take on d3 also, it was horrible. So yeah, my only chance was keeping the 2 bishops. So this was probably the best chance, bishop b5. It looks scary, but I have to go for this. Like allow this queen g5 ideas.
Yeah.
Right. Queen d8, c3, queen g5, queen b7, h5, and bishop f1. I think by this point, it looked very scary, but white seemed to have things
Yeah,
under
slowly
control.
I'm taking over, no? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
actually,
was
here queen d1 is better for black, apparently. Queen d8.
Oh.
Bishop f1.
But what is the logic? Queen d8 instead of
rook
queen
b8,
and
yeah, rook b8, rook b1. You want that.
But this is so hard to find, no? Did either of you see this during the game?
No, I didn't
No,
even.
I think it was a valid point, no? The point where I think I saw maybe without h5, yeah, I think I saw directly. Not after queen b7, maybe.
Oh,
Okay.
Like, but yeah, the point is you protect d5 and also you want to get, no, if you get rook b1, then it becomes very dangerous for me. So that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Right. It's just that black played queen g5 right here, yeah, and then 2 moves later you're going back, playing queen g5, bishop f1, and then going queen d8 after inserting h5.
Yeah, after bishop f1, the b file is free file, so you can get jump to b1.
Queen b8, trying to remember what I want. Yeah, it's not easy, yeah. I'm not sure what I want. Probably I'll come bishop b5 again, I'm not sure. But okay, this should be bad, no rook b8, yeah, no, this should be bad.
Yeah, and then bishop d7.
Yeah, queen b8 was probably good, yeah, queen b8.
Yeah.
So he played queen c1 instead, and you got h3, queen b1, because after bishop d3, rook c8 is hanging. So rook e8, queen b5, rook e6. It looks like black was, able to was threatening some checkmate idea, but somehow nothing is working. Yeah, after
Yeah, I also
a4.
thought this is so dangerous for white, but apparently there was nothing.
Yeah, but at first, yeah, I was also very concerned. But then I realized, like, I mean, that it is actually possible to just hold on. Yeah, I mean, it's like some fake thing, no?
Yeah, I
Some fake
seriously
attack,
wanted
yeah.
to take on h3, but at some point, but it was never working.
Yeah, it was never working.
You can just push
yeah.
f3 and
f3, yeah, exactly. And the bishop d4 covers g1.
Yeah, I have nothing more than a perpetual.
And instead of bishop e4, like on the next move, you played bishop e4. You did not want to go h4 and queen f4. This stuff.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
h4, bishop e3, yeah.
Oh, okay, h4. I thought just a5.
No, black plays.
Wait, what?
King
h6 now what?
King h2, bishop h4. I think she was asking.
Black plays.
Hey, no. H4, yeah.
Yeah, H4 we are looking at something.
No, your F1 is hanging, Arjun.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Soumya was suggesting this very strongly.
I thought just A5 here.
A5 is now queen F4 check, no? Now some bishop F3 will come. Yeah, bishop H3, now it will come.
Context, and I couldn't find anything.
Wait, what?
Actually,
okay,
just make a draw,
you have a draw.
Yeah, but...
And queen G5, probably some F4, yeah? And this is the point he was telling. Like suddenly, like everything is covered, yeah, with this 2 bishops.
Yeah.
You can't do anything.
No, but it's okay to make a draw here, no? I mean, because otherwise you're just getting worse, right?
No, but I'll play bishop E3, no? I thought I'll continue the game. I'll play bishop E3, queen C3, queen takes D5. This is what I wanted, not here.
Yeah. This was strong. Yeah.
This is what No, at this, I don't know. At this position, I was not sure what I wanted. Like I just, because I think I was probably happy with the draw here, but then the, like, wind was going in my direction, so then suddenly I was like, okay, maybe I'm playing for a win now. It was like a huge surprise.
Yeah.
All right. So
if we had felt him, probably I would have tried harder to find the right way, because I was defending for so long that I didn't realize that I was actually better at some point.
So where do you think the win, like the advantage slipped away?
So bishop e4, bishop e4, queen e2. This was all okay. Queen f4 check, G3. Here actually, now it looks so simple. Like, queen f4 check, G3. Because, you cannot go queen f3. Queen f5. Now he has just one threat, yeah. So if he had played h4, it was just apparently very good for
Yeah,
him.
you could play h4.
H4, no, yeah, Queen f4, h4.
Yeah, and Queen on e2 is perfectly
Yeah,
placed.
like everything is protected. Yeah, I didn't
yeah, the older pawn
and
to
then I
a4.
start pushing the a pawn. Like it's gonna be very difficult.
Yeah.
So only after he took on a6, I was like, okay, maybe I'm playing for a win. Yeah, because all this time I was just planning on defending, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, yeah, I didn't realize I was actually the one playing.
Oh.
Right. But AD, it's always you playing for the win, no? In any situation.
Yeah, but okay, at this question, like I didn't know, yeah, generally. But after this game, like maybe that's why I was doing horrible at the beginning, yeah. I was maybe too passive.
I thought you were a bit taking things a bit under pressure, a bit too much in the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know. Too many things are not working. Like so, and also I was playing so slow actually. I had very less time. Probably if I had more time, I would have probably realized that I could play for a win. Yeah, this was the issue at the beginning for me. I was playing very slow, and that was getting me into trouble.
Yeah,
But
also
once I
the
figured
fact
it
that you
out,
did
yeah.
not start with 1b3 from your first games, I think that was the biggest mistake.
Yeah, that was the biggest mistake, yes. As a fellow cowboy, yeah, you understand, yeah.
Of course, Eddie.
So I think we want to go through the B3 game with you against Anish. But before that, let's thank Arjun for joining us, having joined us. And so congratulations for qualifying. We wish you the best for the knockouts tomorrow.
Yeah,
Great job.
Thank you. Bye.
So
Thank you so much, Arjun.
Bye.
Congratulations again.
Bye.
Bye. All the best.
Yes, Adi. Now we want to see your epic win in B3, and we were all like super excited to see that.
First of all, I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts on the birthday gift?
Yeah, actually, that's the worst part. Yeah, I didn't even realize it was his birthday.
What about friendship? You didn't
I didn't
know
realize it was his birthday. Yeah, otherwise probably okay. Anyway, I would have won, but I would have. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Yeah, okay. It's like it had to happen.
When did you know it was his birthday?
No, suddenly I opened Twitter and I realized everyone was wishing him. I was like, oh my God, I did not beat him on his birthday. Yeah, with B3, is that too
No, but we all signed up for this long ago. Like, I think you signed this pack long ago and you couldn't go back.
Yeah, like, okay, there was no other way. Yeah, like, no, but he even bought the course. So I was not sure actually. But thankfully, I was in a situation where I was like, okay, I have to.
But okay, AD, he buys all the courses, yeah? So.
No, I mean, the point is he would have checked. No, that's the thing.
Yeah, that is true, but there are a lot of lines within 1b3, yeah?
Yeah,
the
that's
thing is,
why,
1b3 is also like 1b3 is also a bit like one knight of 3. You can transpose it into so many different systems.
Yeah, it's like I mean, even you can transpose to e4 sometimes. Like b3, b6 is e4. Yeah, b6, no. Like c5
I
also
went through
e4.
the entire course.
Sorry?
I of course went through the entire course.
Yeah. But except like some bishop g4 lines, right? That's
hey, I couldn't play that lines given in bishop g4 in Banter Blitz. What crazy lines.
So this game, I actually thought I could reach the same position with knight of 3, d5, b3 also. But okay, I was like, okay, I'm starting with b3 at any cost.
I did the same against Bartel, you know. I could have started with knight of 3, d5, b3, but b3, d5, I went knight of 3.
Yeah. So
yes, it would have been a full disappointment had you started with knight f3, knight f6, and then
it was not the same. Like Anish would be like, okay, knight f3 is a good move. Yeah, now he has this tweet, but okay, before that he could not do that. Yeah, so
exactly, you would have cost him a tweet. So
yeah, so now I think our friendship is over. Yeah, like we cannot copy each other anymore. This game is the end of it. Yeah. Like,
I don't think so, Eddie. I don't think so.
So
you won't take it so personally,
yeah? He would be happy for the extra retweets and followers.
Yeah. So
okay, he lost one game, but the retweets gained.
Yeah. Like followers are very important too. Okay, so
yes.
Yeah, so knight of 3, like eventually we'll reach that. Knight of 3. Bishop
Bishop
F5.
B2, E.
Yeah, E6. No, he did
So you
some
got
more.
this E4 in, right? Because he plays Bishop E7. Now you get E4.
Yeah. Like maybe he should have played, I don't know, Knight F6 or something first. I don't know what.
Like here after D3 or before
maybe,
E6?
not sure. After that. Knight F6, we still transfer to my course. So I is toast here. Hey, okay, Sri, now since you said you have checked the course, tell the move forward here.
D3, no?
No. Okay, you didn't check it properly.
G3.
No. Okay, only one more move left actually. Now say.
Yeah.
Aka, Soumya, you will find it.
C4.
No, bit crazy.
Oh,
okay,
crazy.
Chat. Anyone who has bought my course or seen my short
I don't think
and
we'll find anyone here.
Oh, come on, guys. Like, chat, anyone find it, please.
Crazy, yeah. We have to go
Knight
crazy.
H4.
Yeah,
Knight
finally,
H4.
okay. Yeah, now that you are a cowboy, you can think of this.
I vaguely remember seeing this. Of course, these lines I didn't pay attention, yeah, because I was not going to play this in the banter blitz.
You wanted some C4, yeah?
I wanted simple positions where I can get a game. Not,
no, the concept is actually very simple. You push the bishop and then you go E3 or C4. And once you commit E6, you come back. That's all. You basically like avoid this bishop of a system, which is very solid, yeah, for black. That's the whole point.
Chat, I got it right. You can stop trying.
Ishan is like E3. Okay, go on. Yes, okay. So let's go to the game.
Yes.
He chose a order where I actually got E4.
Right, exactly. You got this E4 very in time,
yeah,
right?
You are not supposed to get it so easily, actually. You have to waste Queen E1, Queen E2, but I got directly. Guys, this is what happens in B3 course. Even the greatest opening expert ever to have been born is out of prep after B3. Okay. Yes.
And after Queen E2, A5, A3, A4, B4, we were discussing this position on the stream, and Srinath said that C5 is a huge issue, but you played B5 here. So you were comfortable.
Because actually, sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, so you were comfortable with this, allowing this C5 and B5?
No, actually, right? I didn't have a choice. So Sri was right, actually. The point is B takes C5, he will take bishop takes C5, or even D4, I think, first. No, I think D into E4 first. That was my issue. Like, if I take B takes C5, we'll take D takes E4, and now it doesn't matter how I take, he will take bishop takes C5, and I am stuck with this pawn, weak pawns.
Right.
After
I'm not sure,
this
is good. Like, this pawn structure I didn't want to play. And B5,
I know.
C4
I had this exact
coming.
same.
Sorry,
I had this exact same pawn structure against Pichot yesterday. I took B into C5 and I suffered, but
that's how you know. I was surprised, like how come you knew about this position actually.
Yeah, I played so many games in one B3.
And okay, now the point is after B5, he's forced to go C4. Because otherwise I go C4 and he's toast almost. Like he will be suffocated. He will have no play actually. Because all the squares are controlled and so he has to go C4. I was kind of concerned about it, but then I found this D takes C4. Because if I play short castle, he takes and he will just anything. He will take. He can play takes this is not even necessary. Something like maybe knight D7. And I was not at all happy with this position.
Take what? D3 or E4?
Sorry?
Take what? D3 or
D3,
E4?
D3. Yeah, take on D3 and then the bishop becomes alive. Yeah, that's what I don't want.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So,
that's why I took this.
And after knight E4,
short castle.
Knight D7.
Rook A1, bishop F6.
No, maybe. Okay. Let's go for the.
How did you evaluate this position, AD? Do you think?
No, I thought it was equal. Yeah, roughly around equal. But then I found this very nice plan, knight into E4.
Yeah,
he can't take with the pawn.
Yeah, he can't
I
take
don't
the
know,
pawn
something
because
was
of bishop
happening
into
to me.
f6.
I was
Yeah?
like feeling so much high on energy, even without drinking like something. Just maybe it
But
was
AD,
the
isn't that
B3.
your default state?
Yeah, also true. No, wait, what is bishop of C? EF3?
Really well after this bishop f6. No, you played for initiative throughout, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
never
no,
mind.
this is not
Knight
what.
e5 here, yeah?
Knight e5, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, this I get something, yeah. Yeah, I was like playing for initiative, no? He was probably expecting me to like chill a bit, but I was just going completely crazy. Like I thought he would take bishop e4 actually. That is
Where?
the move I was expecting. And now I wanted c takes d5. Of
Yeah,
course,
this looks
not
more
taking.
natural. But bishop f3?
Yeah, so bishop of 3 you can't do because of this trick, yeah, d6. And then
Nice, nice. If I
queen
take
e6
this
is
and
coming.
you take with a tempo,
And
attack the
rook
queen,
d7, yeah,
so
just.
f3 is not a
Very
good.
VD
nice.
would be very happy here, 2 pawns up.
But I'm still not sure, yeah? Queen f6? But okay, b7, everything is lost. Okay, fine.
No, but b7 is hanging, no? Yeah, everything is
that
hanging.
the point. Yeah.
So it's just 1 pawn, yeah? I think it's about the momentum.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, he can't do this, but he can just take bishop e4. And there I just go like, takes and c4. Like only once I saw this move, I was like, okay, I have something maybe. c4, yeah. Once I saw the move, yeah, okay, I'm like, okay, maybe. Because otherwise, if he gets some knight b6, I thought he might be he's doing slightly nice. Like,
yeah, good strategy.
yeah, like I was not. Yeah, this pawn structure, yeah, and also I kept rook d1, so the a3 pawn will not have any support.
But I guess c4
but
should
after
also
c4,
equalize,
I
yeah?
keep,
Takes, queen f6.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know. I guess I was fine with because I was not sure how to evaluate. He was playing very fast and things.
And then you got this CD5. So he took bishop into
Yeah, he should have
D2.
played it for this for sure. I don't know, like what happened. Like I don't know. Maybe he thought this a pawn will be very strong, but I think he misevaluated my.
Yeah. I think he was trying to beat you. Yeah, beat you one b3.
Yeah,
and,
probably
why
he got
not?
desperate.
That's what anyone would try to do.
Yeah,
so,
but you cannot. That is the whole point. Yeah, you can try all you want. Right, I did not lose a single game here in b3.
Yeah,
I was winning with Dubo also.
True.
So yeah, Akka, you were telling something. Sorry.
No, I think this knight fd2 move was really strong. No, because you also have option to just equalize after knight f6. But then you decided to go for this knight fd2 and give this pawn on a3 and knight c4 and basically kick his bishop out on out of play.
But black maybe should have played queen c7 instead of queen e7. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the thing. No, it is very funny that queen e7 looks like the most natural move because you attack the knight, you get him in a pin, but actually you can do nothing with the pin. That's what I understood. Like the
you can do nothing with the pin. True. And the point of queen c7.
Because if he takes a3, I'm gonna be in trouble. Yeah, it's not easy at all.
Yeah, I think white is kind of in trouble here. Yeah, but of course, knight of d2 doesn't make sense here. But I think black is still slightly a bit better here after queen c7.
Yeah, he had so much time, so I had to like pick up the pace. So like queen e7 after knight of d2 suddenly I realized it's suddenly not easy for him at all.
He played this in just 14 seconds, by the way.
Which one?
Queen e7.
Yeah. No, he was playing really fast.
Yeah, and by this point, we all knew that you were going to win.
Instead of bishop a5, he had this move like bishop e4, which is crazy, but it probably works.
No, yeah, I was expecting this. Bishop e4.
And rook e8.
Now rook f8. No, yeah, I was seeing this. But I wanted to do like probably some, I don't know. Pawn is on h6, really? No, pawn is not on h6, no. Okay, in the opening itself. I was thinking some bishop h7 check here.
Wow.
Okay.
So queen d3. No, queen d3.
Oh, okay.
Queen d3 and I take on d7. This was the plan. But yeah, I don't. Probably some rook. Yeah, I don't know if it's. Probably you don't take. Yeah, probably you just go king h8. I think. It's a complete
Also, can I play queen e4 here?
exactly.
Queen e4. Yeah, okay. Then I just take rook d7. And but this queen d3, rook d3, bishop c5 are probably better. Just winning maybe one. Yeah, I'll say a pawn like rook of e8. No, actually bishop a5. I think no, he had the time, but I think he missed his b6 plan. Yeah, like he had to spend the time here and figure out like what to do. Like he just probably just completely missed bishop a5, b6. And it was already building up for that, yeah. So I don't know, like it was very natural. I found it immediately after I found c3.
Yeah, b6 was very cool. I mean, you can take the pawn with both the pieces, but neither of them work.
Lose a piece, no? Yeah, it was very cool. True.
So f5 was a blunder because of this. Like f5,
so
then
what it was okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was good only. No, queen f6 and rook d7.
Yeah. It was good. It was good. It was good. Yeah. It was ridiculously.
Yeah, it looked like the cleanest. Yeah. Otherwise, I was not sure.
You know, chat was saying that you are finding moves that even the computer took a while to understand here.
Oh, finally, yeah. This is the form I wanted to be at the beginning of the tournament, but yeah, only at the last day I got this form after so many losses. But
better late than never, AD.
Yeah,
we win some, we lose some, but I think...
now it's all good for the World Cup.
This win against Anish with 1b3, I think it's more satisfactory than anything that could have happened.
Yeah, it's like almost like winning a tournament, yeah? Like people are messaging me, it's like, oh, you won a tournament. I was like, what?
I mean, how many people in the history can, announce which opening they are going to play against Anish and manage to defeat him?
I was so tempted today also, to tweet that, okay, Anish, are you ready for 1b3? But I thought, okay, it would be overkill. So
first let me win some games and then tweet, yeah?
No, but I have already told, no, I knew it was going to happen for sure.
Yeah, I know.
But okay, but it was just surreal. Yeah, still I cannot believe I pulled this off. Like, at the end of the day, the course has to sell well, yeah, like even with my bad performance. So I have to win with b3.
Is it on sale right now?
No, it will start tomorrow. Tomorrow the sale is starting.
Awesome, guys, awesome. Do pick it up.
So finally you'll buy, no? Finally you'll buy.
Why should I buy now? You already given it to me.
My course. Very bad.
AD, you have already given it to me. Why should I buy it now?
Yeah, because you said you will.
I was hoping that you want to remember that.
I found this very nice plan. Bishop b7. And the point is, if he goes rook e8 or something, I just go queen a2. And I thought this is simplest. Like, just take the pawn.
Noish.
So take on a4 and okay, yes, no play. Yeah, but this was so, I was happy, so exciting the rest of the game. Like, I mean, even the end was so pretty, to win a game like this against
gorgeous.
I know. I was pretty sure you were like waiting for it.
So queen e5, this was the point. Now he cannot play rook f6 or something. No, here I thought he can just play a3. I was trying to find like how to win. After rook g8, sorry. Rook g8, rook c1. Now I thought just push the pawn, because there was something I was not happy. Yeah, I'll show you the line. Yeah, this was hilarious. So rook c7, a2, rook g7. So a1 queen's check, king g2. But here queen to d5, like everything is falling apart. Like queen d5 and king h3, then even like, okay, anything, so even rook into g7, like nothing is happening. I lose all the pieces.
Wow, this is such a nothing will happen position.
Yeah.
This is as nothing will happen as it ever can get.
Yeah, that was just a hilarious line which I was seeing. So I thought in a3 was more, it was not easy to understand what I should do. Probably I should move the queen or something, just to queen d4 or something. Yeah, but it was very difficult.
Rook g7.
Rook g7. Yeah, I wanted this, but rook g7, queen b8 check. I could do this with the rook on f1 also, but I thought I'll put the rook here first. Queen c7, queen b8, sorry, bishop g8. But how to continue here? This is what because this a pawn was very annoying. Maybe just bishop g8 and queen d6. Okay, this should be just lost. There's no chance. Bishop g8 and queen d6. Now I see it's just queen h6 made his threaten, and his king has Probably king h7. I guess, yeah, king h7. Yeah, rook c7 is rook g7. Maybe just there should be something like maybe rook c6. What is happening?
Yeah, rook c6 wins, no?
Yeah, rook
So
c6, queen e1
e4.
check, queen e4, yes, f3. Yeah, queen e2. Yeah, it's like always this king is going there.
Yeah, GG, no checks.
Yeah, he could play queen e3, I guess, but should be lost somehow. Like instead of this queen e3 or something.
Where? Okay, yeah, queen e3.
Yeah, somewhere like here.
But just b7 now, yeah.
Yeah, this should be like winning in 1,000 ways.
Yeah.
Queen f6 also. Here, queen f6 and rook c7. Queen f6,
queen
you're threatening queen f5 and rook c7 both.
Queen f5, yeah, rook g7, yeah, this is very strong. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And queen g5, yeah, somehow.
Rook c7.
Yeah, no, just take everything. Yeah, queen f5 and just.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be winning, sure.
I'm sure we are missing a million other.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, a nice variation after the rook c7 variation. This is of course winning, but after the rook c7 variation, that is also winning. Because a2. Now we have a nice move here.
Oh, okay, wait. Yeah, of course, simple. Yeah, just simple.
Chat can find.
Chat, come on, show us what you got.
Chat, are you still awake? Are you still here? Or have you slept after all this 1v3 boasting?
Chaos.
Prasenjit Bose has sent a super chat to AD. Congrats on your win against Anish Adivan.
Yes, that is the talk of the town. Thank you.
True. What?
Queen g7 doesn't work.
After all this b3, if I don't play, it would have been hilarious, yeah. To now after all the promotion, like to troll Anish. But I thought, okay, yeah, if I just play and pull it off. Although Anish kept asking, like, why are you delaying this release of the course for so long? Then, like, Geert was like, no, we were waiting for AD to win a game against like a super GM in 9 moves. And then it's like, okay, that's putting a lot of hope, yeah, in one basket.
Yeah, but with AD, we can afford to do that.
Yeah, we can pull it off.
I mean, with AD, you don't expect average things, but something spectacular and out of the world.
Spectacular, yeah. It's like either you go out to the bank, something like that, yeah, or you don't go at all.
Yep.
Okay, guys, this is simple. Just
some of the chat did find it. Catherine, Sunil, and
wait, I didn't find it then. Queen a1, yeah.
Yeah, Queen a1.
I thought just rook a7, but okay. Oh, rook a7 probably also.
I wouldn't have found this.
Yeah, Queen a1 is so pretty. Oh my god.
It's gorgeous.
Is it pretty though?
It's very pretty.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just. Oh wait, Queen. Again the same trick. Yeah, Queen into b6. You just take rook g7. Again the same trick.
Exactly, and for rook e8 also you can play rook g7. Rook e1, king g2, queen d5.
King h3. Yeah, again. Yeah, this trick was just epic. Yeah, what a pattern.
It's very nice.
Yeah, just playing for the kids to inspire the next generation that you can actually attack and finish. You're just boring with some positional strategy.
Let's see the end of the game because it's really pretty.
Yeah.
So rook e1, queen b6. Played rook c7, right? No, you took on g8.
I thought first let's just be greedy and rook c7.
c7, f4.
Yeah, f4 was a very nice trick because I was expecting it. Yeah, I thought he will go queen b1 check and f4. So I was already predicting it. Yeah, but yeah, this is just nice that it works anyway. Yeah, it doesn't stop it. Probably queen g6 or something was a better try now that I see it. Queen g6, yeah, maybe. I'll probably just go some rook a7, just take the pawn. Yeah, it's horrible, yeah, this question. Even f4, just kill it, yeah. Yeah, but F4 weakens our king, no? Queen G4 something. I just thought go for the pawn, no?
Yeah, maybe you can just take that pawn, no?
And black is always going to have this problem.
Yeah.
No, but F4, yeah, what's necessary.
So F4, and you got this nice rook G7.
Yeah, so
wow, so pretty. So queen.
And he already saw it, yeah, that if we goes queen e4 check, yeah, maybe chat can find it now. Queen e4 check.
No, we are
Chat.
Okay, but we already showed the game.
I showed them, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's the same concept. So just F3 and yeah, it's over.
No, I think Srinath is on mute, so he's like talking to himself probably.
Sri has a secret admirer.
Since when was I talking on mute?
I don't know.
When was I talking on mute?
So Sri has a lot of secret admirers. Yeah, I didn't know this.
First I thought maybe you're on a call, and then I realized you're talking to us.
But since when was I talking on mute?
No, just a few seconds, I think.
Okay.
Sri, tell us, who are you talking to? GF reveal.
I wish.
Oh, yeah, can I tell this dream I had?
Yes, but guys, can we finish this game? It's like we have to show the end, no?
We'll put the final position.
I thought we were done. Okay, so yeah, let's put the final position, which is one of the greatest things I've ever seen in modern chess literature.
Modern chess literature, ancient chess literature, chess variants, everything.
Puzzle.
I even posted a screenshot, AD, during the midstream actually.
Oh,
and tagged you in a story.
Yes, now that
such was the day today.
You are a cowboy, you can do such stuff. See, there are good things from becoming a cowboy. Yeah, this is just awesome. Like, I was so happy after this game. I wanted to do stuff like, shooting something like this, I thought I'd do. But then I was like, yeah.
And also, no need to feel too bad, no, because AG qualified, which is the main aim of the project.
No, he should feel bad, but yeah, he qualified also. So, okay, I told him what I'm going to play, and it's still better. So basically, he should be feeling.
He has a million reasons to feel bad. Yeah, one is losing against AD, another losing against 1b3,
and losing on his birthday. Also that. Yeah,
I think those are two reasons enough to feel bad forever.
Yeah. Actually, that makes me happy. So I will let that go.
Oh yeah, AD. By the way, since you won today, your course is actually back on sale. chessable.com/1b3cowboy. So guys, if you want to pick it up, that's the link. chessable.com/1b3cowboy.
And AD, I wanted to ask you, how was your feeling of playing in this tournament? Because it was your first time in the Champions Chess Tour, and you played all these really strong tournaments. How was your overall feeling?
I figured out, what was happening. I think I was repeating the same mistakes from this Indian qualifier. I was just playing too slow. So, I think if I had figured that out fast earlier, then it would have been a completely, even on the second day, it's playing better, but it was still not enough. So still not so happy with my debut, but very happy with my last day that finally I showed that I can play with these guys. And also I was almost so close to beating Magnus. It would have been just epic to beat both Magnus and Anish on the same day. It would have been epic.
Did you have chances against?
Sorry?
Did you have chances against Magnus?
I was just winning. I was just winning.
At which point maybe we can just have a look at that.
At the end actually, after some rook into e4 or something, I suddenly got a chance because it was probably better for him for a long time. And then I don't know, there's something happened. Suddenly this Microsoft Teams just collapsed, and we had to rejoin the meeting. And I would have blamed that on the result. That's why I drew or something. But he was anyway thinking when I was doing all that. So I didn't lose any time also. So I can't really blame them. Yeah, here, yeah, just I think just A4 here. I had to just start pushing the pawn.
But it's scary, no? Some queen h4.
No, queen h4 I can give check. Yeah, it's never scary.
King
Like
f3?
I can always give like 1,000 checks and queen check.
But how do you win here?
Queen d3 check, let's say. I'll just keep coming here, no? Queen e2. Okay. How are you going to stop it? Yeah. And
True,
okay,
true,
this
true.
you will bishop d4, mate.
Correct. Well done,
Yeah.
Well done.
No, that's the thing. It looks scary. No, that's why I played queen e5. I thought I'll force him to take on c7 and then queen
play
e2
queen
check
e4
and it was over. Yeah, queen e4 or queen e2 I wanted, but yeah, queen e4 is stronger. But then, yeah, I missed this rookie one, and finally it was, yeah, probably still winning, but it was not at all clear during the game, like because I saw this line queen e7, rook e7, I just go, I think bishop e5, rook into c7, and now it's important, yeah, that you put rook a8, like rook behind the pass pawn, but he goes a knight at 6, and I was not happy with this overall. Thought a4. Like he will come. No, is it still winning? King g8,
it was
knight d5.
0.00.
King g8, knight d5. Yeah, this is okay. But if he goes, if I go
This
like
is
let's
okay
say,
because white is faster, no?
No, not this. Maybe I was only thinking a3 directly. I mean, time like if I go a3, but probably yeah, some knight of 6 check and draw. Yeah, this cute draw. Yeah, he's just in time. A2, knight of 6.
Yeah.
King f8. Wait, how is it a draw?
It's not a draw.
Okay, then probably this was winning, no?
I guess there is I think there is some other thing here which should be winning. Let me figure that out.
Yeah, okay, so let's go back. No, yeah, I'll show the main position, like queen c3.
Queen c3, okay. Yeah.
So the win.
Yeah, like rook e3 and yeah.
Sophisticated. Did you see the win shown by the computer, which is so sophisticated? After instead of this queen e5.
Yeah, a4, right?
Yeah, a4, but like a4, he'll play rook h3.
It's not so easy. Like queen b to check.
Not.
So yeah, I don't know. Somehow this knight on f5 is so strong, so it was not easy.
So the thing is, it's not okay. Queen b2 works, but the idea here is after queen c2, let's say instead of queen b2, king g1, king h1, wherever you go. Maybe not king g1, king h1, because you don't want to get into this bishop d4 check. So king h1.
No, but here queen d1, queen g4, no? No, I think you have to come.
F1 maybe.
F1 also same. So I don't know actually. Yeah. Rook h3. Maybe just you have to come king f3. I think you have to come king. But king f3 also queen d1. Yeah, it's very weird actually.
No, but queen g4 you can't take because of rook g3 and there is no check.
Okay, something like that. Okay. Then so you have to go king. Oh, okay. Oh, this is brilliant.
So the idea is that you get this. Okay, I just show what the computer was showing. Like you get this king h1 idea. Like, okay. Queen c2, king h1.
Yeah.
Queen b1, king g2.
Yeah.
Queen a2. Okay. King h1.
Yeah, this is not easy to see.
Queen b2. Queen on b2. And basically, black has no, like, queen b2 without check. No.
Oh, queen a2, yeah. King h1 and queen b2. Why? Yeah, why are you? Yeah. No, why are you doing this?
Yeah, why not?
You're playing for Zugzwang.
Zugzwang, exactly. Zugzwang. The point is Zugzwang.
Oh my god.
So now if rook
no one can find.
Yeah, it's very tough.
Yeah, even I can't find this.
So this was too sophisticated. I mean, this win.
Yeah. This probably and it felt like it was not easy somehow. No, like you can go back a bit. Yeah, like he missed this rook e4. Otherwise, I was just worse, and suddenly I got this thing.
Yeah, I know. I was showing.
But I was very happy to play King's Indian against him. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, just to show
Yeah,
that,
and it
okay,
was
I was
such
not
a
afraid.
weird Kings Indian, no? What is this
Yeah, like
B5?
who will play B5? I was like, thank you, Magnus. Now, like, okay, we'll decide what happens on the king side. Like Queen side, nobody's doing anything. Like, okay, so one of
it's
us.
like the scene where you know, they tell I mean, they go into a garage and they ask him to close the door.
Yeah,
Do the
exactly.
shutters.
No, I cannot. Like Zuma Boy also played this idea with B5, but that time I was kind of desperate. So, like, I even allowed him to play B6 because it was a must win, and I was like full on greedy with it. I allowed him to play B6, then I took CB6, and I just got an extra pawn and I won that game, yeah, in Asian. But today I just thought, okay, like, what will he do after B6? Like, there's nothing. No, I don't. Maybe it was mouse slip. I don't know. I have to ask him. Like, was B5 a mouse slip? Because nobody would play B5 originally. Maybe he wanted BA5. Yeah, this was just very weird. Yeah, it was going very good for him when until this E4. I think I managed to mess it up enough to confuse him. Like, yeah, you can
Yeah,
go to
but
the end.
AD, do you think F5 was a mistake here? Do you think you should have started with knight C5?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, because this knight E2 plan I underestimated. Then after that, I suddenly had to go F4, and then G3 was again very strong. Suddenly, like, he just started to take over, and I had to find some like sophisticated maneuver not to get worse immediately. So yeah, then knight H6 I kind of like because it has this dual purpose of closing the
Knight
H
H6
file and
where?
also not just continue
Okay.
like G3. Yeah, like just knight H6. Yeah, it is closing this H file and also it helps this bishop of a idea. So it was like I was just playing not to lose immediately because I thought it was getting worse slowly. Rook H1, bishop F5. Yeah, knight H4 maybe not so great. Maybe like I was thinking knight F4 actually. But knight F4 was very nice.
Wow. Here.
Yeah, wait. It was somewhere it was working. It was not here, yeah, because now it's just B2 channel. Yeah, no, not here. Somewhere it was coming. It was very cool, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, go back.
It does look cool.
So yeah, knight H4, then like knight H4 was also probably just fine. Like takes.
No, I think this position was completely winning not winning, but it was such a large advantage.
Yeah. No,
maybe
like,
he need not have taken bishop in H6. Yeah?
G4,
G4 directly was what I liked.
Yeah, but probably
G4,
knight G4 just takes. No, I had a feeling he would not go here. He wants to keep control, yeah. So I thought maybe.
Also, he doesn't want to calculate, yeah.
Yeah. Like here, actually, the thing is, king is so safe on H3.
Yeah, and knight comes to F5 next, after which even the queen can get trapped.
Yeah, but it's like bishop H6 is a typical Magnus move. Yeah, just take out the last hope and just play for the light squares. But I think he completely missed this E4 idea. I was very happy to find that. Just messing up the position.
So he missed E4 and he also missed
this
E4. Yeah?
No, when I played rook E8, I didn't see rook E4. I just thought, okay, bring the last piece into the game, and then suddenly, like, I saw this. I thought F4, yeah, here, but F4, I have some knight.
F4 is strong.
D3. Knight D3.
Knight D3?
Yeah, it's not.
Exactly.
Again, I felt he might not do this stuff. Again, like, I was kind of predicting that he will not do this. Like Queen G6, I'll keep the game going.
Yeah.
It's not so easy. At least I like, okay, this is a fighting chance I wanted, like compared to the other positions. I thought it was very sad in other ways.
I know.
Maybe this is also sad, yeah. But I don't see a clear win.
I was thinking.
I don't see a forced win actually.
No, it's not a winning one. Rook H5, H6. No, H6, knight is check.
Yeah, bishop F6.
Bishop F6, I was.
Yeah, you can still play this. It's not so bad, maybe.
Yeah, King F3 or King H3. I was thinking King H3.
Yeah, this is very nice. But yeah, I was like fighting.
The other knight King F5. Okay, King H3 is nice.
Oh, then King H8, no, finally. Yeah. Yeah, this was cool.
Nice. So in the end, you got this rook E4 in, which was the critical turning point of the game. Very nice. Yesterday you got rook A4, but that was not so good. But here rook E4 is brilliant.
No, actually, even that was fine. I should have continued with knight F4 check at some point with Vidit. Yeah, then I was doing great actually. But rook A4 was not at all needed, but it felt very cool somehow. I was just giving exchange sacrifice, I think, every game.
I'm so tempted to say like your course, but today I won't do that.
Oh yeah, exchange sales are cool, Steve. So it's great. It's awesome.
So very good way to finish the tournament, Adi, and it must have given you confidence for the World Cup. Now you're going for the World Cup on 10th of July.
Yeah, like before the last day, I thought, okay, probably I should this the tournament I wanted to be over, something like this. But then I managed to somehow find the strength, and like now it's like I'm in a very good spirit for the World
It's
Cup.
great
Awesome,
to see
awesome.
your original spirit. Thank you so much, Adi, for joining us. I think.
Thank you so much, AD. And any final words to the chat before you depart?
Okay, it's like I always say, dread it, run from it, destiny, and B3 still arrives. This is the last. This is the last thing I want to say.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. I'll see you guys. Bye, Sri. And I hope you have a great next few days of commentary. I'll be watching.
Yeah. Thank you.
Rooting for our Arjun, our Gandhivam, our future world champion. I don't know what other nicknames he has.
Ajju bhai. He when I first met him, one of his dialogues was like, "Ajju bhai, naam to suna hoga." He used to repeat this in dinner, and when Ajju says it, it's so hilarious, because you can't imagine him saying those gangster dialogues.
It's like such a serious dialogue or something, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Ajju bhai, who would have heard the name.
Yeah,
but now in CCT it actually,
Divya kept the name, right? Or
I guess I don't remember the origin.
Yeah, she has
a lot of nicknames. Not all of that I can reveal on stream. But yeah, Ajjuba is like one of the.
Yeah. My favorite nickname for Arjun is Warrior because he played like a warrior in this tournament, and he reminded me of Arjun himself. So that's my nickname.
Arjuna is. Yeah, cool. It is either a warrior or a weapon of destruction, like Gandhi one. Yeah. That also I really like. Yeah. Okay.
Bye, Adi. Thank you so much. Have your dinner.
Yeah, I will have. I had some Oreo puri paniyara. Like, it was epic.
Of course, AD, I know that you would have eaten before coming here. I know you cannot survive good food for 7 hours.
Just care. No, I have to go and eat now.
But we have to go and eat now, so.
Yeah, okay. See you guys. Guys, all of us are going for dinner. AD. Later. Bye.
Bye.
Why are you laughing?
Srinath is trying.
Huh? No, why are you laughing? Please elaborate. No, I want to know before we leave. This is worth more than the dinner.
We are trying to end the stream.
Yeah, and I'm not letting you do that, yeah? Okay. Yeah, I thought you were excited to see my B3 game on King's game.
No, we are very excited, Adi. We are very excited.
Also, we want to...
And also, Magnus game was awesome. So, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
See you. Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
What if I don't leave? I'm just thinking.
Please. There are controls on Zoom, so I.
Yeah, what if I don't leave? I cannot be kicked out, right?
You can be removed.
Oh, wait, that would be horrible.
Adi, I have an idea. You stay and we will just end the stream. I think that is a good idea.
No, I was just kidding. No, I have to really go for dinner. Yeah, see. Bye. Yeah, see you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
This time, really, thank you.
Thanks, bye.
That was an awesome AD.
Oh, yeah. It was very entertaining. And also Arjun joining us, Adi joining us and sharing their insights about their tournament, their experience. It's always so nice to hear from the players. So,
Indeed. And it's always nice to have AD around in general.
Absolutely. So
before
positive.
we end the stream, guys, do hit the like button and subscribe to Chess24 India if you haven't. It's been such a fantastic experience doing this with you guys, and I hope to do it again for a really long time. And that can only be achieved with your support. So do hit the like button and subscribe to Chess24 India. And Soumya, the stage is yours.
Well, yes, please do like and subscribe to Chess24 India. You can also share your comments. And thank you so much to the chat in with its channel as well, and on Chess24 India as well, and all the other streams that were going on. Thank you so much to the whole chat for being participative. And 5 घंटा हो गया actually. आज we streamed for 5 hours and you've been here. 6 घंटा हो गया.
Yes.
Wow, we've been streaming for 6 hours and you guys have been here. Thank you so much. And we'll see you all tomorrow for the knockouts. Tomorrow, the quarterfinal starts at the same time and it's Arjun versus Levon Aronian. So let's gear up for that and have a good night. Have dinner. Get some sleep. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.